Xianxia used his invincible dream Dao to charge out of the etheric forest. The tens of thousands of etheric spirits were entangling him and constantly attacking him. After being destroyed time and time again, Xianxia finally rushed out of the edge of the etheric forest and entered the vast plains. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly felt that the etheric spirits had suddenly stopped. There was even an etheric spirit that seemed to have rushed out of the forest boundary because it did not come and stop. At the same time, the spirit had actually dissipated into countless particles and disappeared. This phenomenon attracted Xianxia's attention. Originally, he did not think that he could escape the pursuit of the etheric spirits just by escaping from the forest. He just wanted to flee as far as possible so that these etheric spirits would slowly give up. What happened? Xianxia suddenly turned around and frowned as he looked at the etheric spirits that were parked at the edge of the forest. At this moment, all of these etheric spirits were slowly wandering around the forest boundary, but none of them would take the initiative to come out. If it was someone else, they would probably be very fortunate at this moment. However, Xianxia, who had been exploring and pondering for many years, had developed a very good habit. He would not let go of any abnormal details and would think about them. These things haven't come out. The big snake was also thoughtful. Xianxia said, "Could it be that they can't rush out of the forest? Someone has imprisoned them here." The serpent said, "Or is there a powerful formation controlling the etheric spirits? Once they leave the formation, they will lose the support of the formation." Xianxia's eyes lit up and he immediately began to search for the answer in his heart. He first tested his own thoughts as to whether the etheric forest was a prison. He opened his lightning eye and carefully observed the forest boundary. If this was a cage, once the etheric specter touched the cage boundary, he would be punished. That made sense. However, no matter what, the etheric forest boundary did not have any restrictive power. Furthermore, both he and the divine envoy had been able to enter and exit freely without feeling any control. This meant that Xianxia's own thoughts were wrong. Let's check the big snake's conjecture again. Xianxia looked below the etheric forest to see if there were any formations supporting these spirits. However, there was no such thing. This proved that the serpent's conjecture was also wrong. This is strange. Xianxia frowned and muttered to himself, "It's neither a cage nor a formation. Then why can't these etheric spirits chase after him? From a logical point of view, this doesn't make sense. Big snake, based on your understanding of life, do you have any other possibilities?" After pondering for a while, the serpent said, "Oh, I understand what's going on. We've both thought in the wrong direction." Xianxia said anxiously, "Quickly tell me." The serpent said, "Let's start with the formation of these etheric spirits. According to the Master God of the Temple of Nature, the etheric spirits are made up of etheric particles, and the etheric particles do not belong to any of the 5 elements. When the etheric particles are dispersed, they are incomparably thin, even thinner than air, so that nothing can touch them and easily penetrate them. But if someone attracts the attention of the etheric ghosts, their consciousness will condense and combine the etheric particles into the etheric ghosts to attack all living things." "I know that," Xianxia said. The serpent said, "Have you noticed that the etheric ghost's target is neither good nor evil?" "Yes," Xianxia said. The serpent said, "Only high-level intelligent races can distinguish between good and evil. However, the etheric specter's target selection is not within this category. This is the most typical natural forest law." Xianxia asked, "What do you mean?" The serpent said, "Why didn't we attract the attention of the etheric spirits when we entered, and why would we attack anyone for any reason after the etheric spirits appeared? Didn't you notice? It was because we were fighting in the forest that the etheric spirits appeared. They were protecting this forest." Xianxia said thoughtfully, "Oh, that makes sense, but why? Does the etheric spirit need to rely on the forest environment to survive? Why should it protect the forest? This is the crux of the matter. The etheric specter is not an independent living thing. In other words, the concept of living does not exist in the etheric particles. It was this forest that activated the self-protection mechanism and manipulated the etheric particles to attack people who might cause harm to the forest. In other words, this forest is alive. Xianxia's eyes lit up. So after we leave the forest, this forest will not be able to continue transmitting its consciousness to the etheric particles, causing the etheric spirits to collapse. Ha! So it's like this. Only then did Xianxia realize that the one who was alive was not the etheric specter, but the forest itself. It's like a man controlling a lot of marionettes. Then this is interesting. The serpent smiled and said, "The forest uses consciousness to control the etheric particles, but you are an expert in the control of consciousness. What if you can take the etheric particles back?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Daydreaming. I can try to invade the forest consciousness and make these etheric spirits work for me." Since he had thought of this, there was no reason not to give it a try. Xianxia immediately started daydreaming. Indeed, he instantly discovered the location of this forest's consciousness. The difference was that the consciousness of the forest was different from the consciousness of humans. It was not a complete whole, but a large number of scattered clusters. It was like a forest with countless trees. The consciousness of the entire forest was scattered in dots. Xianxia struggled to contend with the forest consciousness and used daydreaming to expel the forest consciousness. Sure enough, in the next instant, all the etheric spirits collapsed into etheric particles and disappeared. Ha 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 ha! Xianxia laughed loudly. Let's try again and see if I can condense the etheric particles into etheric spirits. Thinking of this, Xianxia tried to control the etheric particles like a forest. As a result, a large number of condensed etheric particles suddenly appeared in the sky. These etheric particles quickly gathered together and eventually condensed into a ball. What? Xianxia was stunned for a moment and said, "Why hasn't the etheric spirit formed?" "Of course," the serpent said. "The forest not only condensed etheric particles, but also gave them souls. The god race is the strongest expert the forest has ever seen, so the etheric spirits it condensed are shaped according to this. It looks like the god race. This fully demonstrates that the forest has indeed bestowed souls on the etheric particles, but you can only control your consciousness and not give them souls." Xianxia was inevitably a little disappointed and said, "In that case, I can't create my own army of etheric spirits." That's pretty much what the snake said, but that doesn't mean we didn't get anything at all. The serpent said, "Although you cannot turn the etheric particles into living creatures, you can control the movement of the etheric particles. Etheric particles are an existence other than the 5 elements. They are incomparably sturdy. You can also see that when they killed the divine envoy, they destroyed the armor of the divine envoy directly, and it was as easy as turning one's palm." Xianxia was shocked. "You mean?" The serpent smiled and said, "That's right. Since the etheric particles are so powerful, why not condense them into a saber?" Xianxia laughed loudly and said, "Yes, I can't give them new souls, but my saber spirit can." The saber spirit could give any artifact forging material a soul and turn it into a saber that possessed consciousness and vitality, so controlling the etheric particles was the same principle. Xianxia thought about it and immediately did it. He daydreamed about gathering a large number of etheric particles and attaching them to his saber. He ordered the saber spirit to control these etheric particles. Sure enough, in the next moment, countless etheric particles condensed towards the blade, and under the control of the blade spirit, they turned into an etheric saber that emitted a faint light. Xianxia was extremely excited, and for this brand new saber, it was clearly the etheric blade. He was eager to test the sharpness of the saber, but there was no strong object on either side to use as a reference, so he could only sacrifice himself. He condensed the Sun Chi Hai into his left arm and used the etheric blade to cut his left hand. As a result, a terrifying scene appeared. The etheric blade easily cut open the Sun Chi and cut off his left arm with a whoosh. Xianxia endured the pain and said in horror, "Oh my god! My Sun Chi is useless under the etheric blade. This kind of thing is actually this powerful? Damn." The sun chi that I painstakingly created is actually completely inferior to the etheric particles. That's not what the serpent said. Theoretically speaking, the etheric particles are not stronger than other elemental elements in terms of strength. They are undifferentiated, the serpent said. But the crux of the problem is, the sharper and thinner the blade, the sharper it is, isn't it? Yes, Xianxia said. The serpent said, etheric particles are the thinnest kind of rigid particles. They are even so sharp that they can easily be inserted, forming a gap between the basic particles of matter. As for the basic particles, do you still remember that there is a saying in the Wuxia realm? I know what you're going to say, Xianxia said. There is a theory in the Chinese world that basic particles are called atoms, and atoms are made up of nuclei and electrons moving around nuclei. The etheric particles are so sharp that they can cut directly into the microscopic plane, cutting open the gap between the nucleus and the electrons. The serpent said, they destroy matter from the very foundation. Xianxia thought so and said, this thing is simply a supermaterial for forging divine weapons. It is countless times more powerful than nether gold. The advantage of etheric particles was that they were thin enough and sharp enough to be used to forge sharp-edged weapons. However, if they were to form hammers, sticks, or weapons in this form, they would no longer be able to display their effects. They would only be hard enough. Xianxia said, unfortunately, I can only use this type of etheric blade myself. Otherwise, handing it over to Luoshang and Lanling will increase our combat strength. The serpent said, of course, your etheric blades are all composed of daydreaming Dao, but remember, using the etheric blades is the same as using daydreaming Dao. There is a time limit, only 20 minutes can be used. Using the etheric blade requires daydreaming and consumes daydreaming time. Xianxia said, but how should I capture such an etheric particle? As time passed, the etheric blades would once again disperse into etheric particles. However, it was precisely because these things were too thin that Xianxia was unable to touch them, nor could he store them in his storage ring. How could he bring them out of this forest? The serpent said, look outside the forest. The etheric particles may be ubiquitous throughout the real world. There is no such thing in our dream world, but in the real world, it may be a normal particle. Xianxia flew out of the forest again. He first liberated the etheric blade, and then tried to summon the etheric particles outside the forest. Sure enough, he instantly discovered a brand new domain. The world was filled with countless etheric particles, and their numbers were simply endless. However, no one had ever been able to capture and control the etheric particles, resulting in such a powerful thing that no one had been able to use it. Then I'm relieved. Now go find Luoshang and the others. Xianxia nodded. He maintained his daydream and flew towards the city of the bright moon. Along the way, there were naturally a large number of etheric spirits attacking him, but this was easy to deal with. With a wave of his hand, all the etheric spirits dissipated. After arriving at Jiayue City, Xianxia discovered that this was a huge city shrouded in darkness. There wasn't a single person on the streets, and the entire city was empty and deathly silent. This scene made people feel sad. Judging from the scale of the building, it must have been incomparably prosperous. Since Jiayue City was built on an open space in the middle of the forest, the etheric spirits would not enter this city. Xianxia took a deep breath and called for Guanshao and the others to come over, explaining his situation. As for the etheric blades, Luoshang and Lanling were still very envious. It was indeed a pity that these two people, who were most skilled in using weapons, were not fated to use such divine weapons. Xianxia said, Guanshao, use the light of tearing to attack my saber. He daydreamed, condensed the etheric blade, and raised the saber upright. Guanzhao's eyes lit up as she used the tearing light to shoot at the blade. In this way, an astonishing scene occurred again. The moment the powerful tearing light struck the blade, it was like a river meeting a stone, splitting itself into two. It was easily cut open. Guanshao exclaimed, "Isn't this too powerful?" Lanling smiled and said, "Looks like the harvest of this trip is not shallow. This etheric blade is much more precious than a tier 2 pill recipe." The few of them looked at each other and smiled. They immediately set off to return to the nature shrine. After returning to the divine hall, Xianxia handed over the sacred sword to the strongest master god. Although the sacred sword no longer had a master, Xianxia and the others still didn't understand how to activate it. They had to have the god race people do it. The master god was also very satisfied. Sure enough, Xianxia and the others were not able to disappoint him. After the sacred sword was activated, there were indeed a large number of spiritual herbs inside. Among them, there were more than 1,000 sacred grade 2 spiritual herbs alone, and there were even dozens of sacred grade 3 spiritual herbs. However, Xianxia didn't care about spirit herbs. There were countless of them in the divine hall of nature. What he cared about the most was the pill recipe. The master god searched and found a few books. Most of these books were used to explain how to concoct Tier 2 Saint pills, while a small portion were used to concoct Tier 2 Saint poison pills, Saint Tier equipment refining furnaces, and so on. There were also 3 pill formulas for Saint Rank 2 spiritual pills, all of which could be used. Of course, the master god was left to Xianxia to choose. Xianxia flipped through the pill refining techniques and casually tossed them to the master god. He didn't need these things. He also firmly remembered the pill recipe for pill refinement and returned it to the master god. He said, "Outsiders also need to consume spirit pills to raise their cultivation realm. However, I don't have that much time to concoct pills for so many outsiders. Take it and hand it over to someone who knows the art of pill refinement." If Xianxia wanted to raise hundreds of thousands of foreign experts alone, even if he continued to refine pills day and night, he would not be able to keep up with the speed of others devouring them. He would definitely not take this job, so he had already agreed in advance. The master god didn't care. Xianxia's battle value far exceeded his pill refining value. Of course, he had to make the most of it. The master god nodded and said, "After consuming the second-grade sacred pill, the few of you will collectively rise to the 3rd level of Spirit Void. Next, you will need to designate a 3rd-grade profound secret city. You guys concoct the pills first. I'll go gather information." After the master god left, Xianxia did not hesitate to start refining Tier 2 sacred pills. However, he immediately discovered an exceptionally serious problem. A 1st-grade saint-ranked pill was only the most basic entry-level saint-ranked pill. However, after reaching the 2nd-grade saint-ranked pill, the difficulty factor would increase dramatically. This difficulty was not due to the difficulty of the technique, but to the fact that the refining cycle had greatly increased. To refine a 2nd-grade saint pill, one needed to refine the pill in the furnace for a total of 7 to 49 days. This had nothing to do with the pill refining technique anymore, but the pill itself took so long. This was a big problem. Xianxia thought about it for a moment. He needed 5 Tier 2 Saint pills to reach the 3rd level of Spirit Void. Luoshang needed 8, Blue Spirit needed 9, and Guanshao needed 10. This was a total of 32 pills. Every single pill would take 779 days to refine, and 32 pills would take more than 4 years to complete. This matter instantly forced Xianxia into a desperate situation. It was impossible for him not to dare to waste 4 years refining medicinal pills. Xianxia found Guanshao and the others and asked this question. Everyone was in a dilemma. Guanshao said, "If we want to reverse this time difference, then there is only one way. We will return to the dream world again. After refining the pills, we will return here." Blue Spirit shook her head and said, "This plan is not feasible. First, it is too dangerous to return to the river of time. Second, the creator of the dream world itself is only at the 1st level of Spirit Void. The dream world he created is simply not enough to withstand the cultivation process of a Saint Rank 2 medicinal pill. It will drag down the entire dream world." Xianxia said, "Blue Spirit is right. I have thought about returning to the dream world to refine pills, but it is indeed impossible to achieve." As a last resort, Xianxia found the strongest master god and asked for help. After the strongest master god heard this, he fell into deep thought and said, "If it was in the past, I would indeed be able to help you. There is a god of time in the divine hall of nature." However, during the final battle between the 2 divine halls, it was precisely this god of time who bought enough time for the nature divine hall to escape, but sacrificed himself to be killed by the divine king of the Thunder Divine Hall. Xianxia frowned and said, "Is there no other way?" The strongest of the 16 master gods thought carefully and said, "Wait a moment." With that, he disappeared. After a short while, the strongest master god returned and brought back another master god. At the center of this master god's eyebrows, there was a green leaf pattern. This proved that the new master god was ranked in the Temple of Nature. The strongest master god said, "The Temple of Nature is in charge of order, and their relationship with the human race will be closer. Let him tell you. I've heard about pill refining. I've heard that humans have found a solution to this problem," said the Nature Temple's master god. Among the places where humans used to live, there was a place that was the sacred land of all human alchemists. It was called the Divine Pill Peak. It is said that there is a pill furnace array there. It was created by 81 top alchemists working together. This pill furnace array can speed up the process of refining pills through some magical method. However, its usage is limited. It is usually used by the top apothecaries. Others are not qualified to use it. However, the human race is on the verge of extinction, so there are no more explanations. You can just go over and use it. Xianxia's heart instantly lit up with hope, and he said, "Where is the Divine Pill Peak?" Naturally, the Master God said, "After the God race annihilated the human race, they immediately plundered the Divine Pill Peak. There shouldn't be anything valuable inside. Logically speaking, the Divine Pill Peak should be safe now. I'll point it out to you. You can try." The Master God of Nature took out a map of the world. Could be seen that the world map was marked with a very large known area, but even further away it was a blank space, an area that could not be explored. In this region, there was a region called the Land of Gods in which the Divine Pill Peak was located. It was still a long way from here. Based on the standard speed of light, it was about 3 light years away. This led to the emergence of 2 other problems. The first was the distance. It was too far away, and the second was the camouflage problem. Naturally, the main god gang, Xianxia, could only transform his life form for 3 days. This was obviously not enough. That meant that once Xianxia was discovered, his true identity would be immediately recognized. However, apart from the Divine Pill Peak, Xianxia had no other choice. The Nature Master God said, "I can ask the Spatial Master God in the Nature Temple to construct a spatial wormhole for you." Very quickly, this Master God found the Space Master God again. The Space Master God said that the space wormhole could only be constructed 2 light years long at most. If it was longer, it would most likely be detected by the Thunder Divine Palace. At that time, the secret location of the Nature Divine Palace would also be exposed. The Space Master God gave Xianxia a holy artifact called the Soul Necklace. "You can only handle the last light year," he said. "When you leave the wormhole, I will quickly close it. When you return, use your soul necklace to communicate with me. I will open the wormhole for you again. But remember, don't let anyone follow you. Otherwise, they can find you directly in the direction the wormhole is pointing at. Remember. Remember." Xianxia agreed and immediately decided to set off. This trip was not suitable for Luoshang and the others because as long as they encountered enemies on Divine Pill Peak, they would basically be at the 5th level of Spirit Void, or even at the 6th level of Spirit Void. Luoshang and the others were obviously useless and could only drag Xianxia down. Guanshao and the others were also happy about this matter. They directly agreed. They knew that Xianxia's escape methods were much more than theirs. Xianxia said solemnly, "In the entire God realm, there are only the 4 of us humans. If I don't return with you on this trip, you will have to shoulder the heavy responsibility." Guanshao panicked and forced a smile. "Why are you saying such depressing words?" Xianxia said seriously, "I'm not joking at all. I hope that the 3 of you will agree to it no matter what. Even without me, you can't give up." Lan Ling sighed and said, "Your contribution to the human race should be respected by everyone." Everyone couldn't help but feel sad, and even the few master gods were moved when they heard this. At first, Luoshang and Lan Ling were willing to follow Xianxia because they admired Xianxia's strength. However, after coming into contact with him, They were gradually infected by Xiangnan's willpower. The two of them were determined to go further on the path of martial arts. However, Xiangnan was worthy of being the #1 person on the path to freedom for the human race. He had walked too far and too long. Luo Shang and Lan Ling suddenly realized that what Xiangnan had done was not for his own benefit and strength, but for the sake of the entire human race. If it weren't for this responsibility, Xiangnan would have lived in China back then. Xiangnan looked at the three of them seriously and said, "Promise me that I need to hear an affirmative answer." The three looked at each other and nodded. "Don't worry. If you don't come back, we won't stop." Xiangnan nodded in relief and said to the Space Master God, "We can begin now. You are a hero, even for the God race," said the Space Master God with a serious expression. After saying that, the Space Master God immediately constructed a space wormhole, and Xiangnan jumped into it without hesitation. Space wormholes were something that had appeared more than once in the dream world. At that time, even an ordinary divine envoy could construct it, but it was a fragile dream world. The real world was boundless. The difficulty of constructing a spatial wormhole here was unimaginable. The spatial attributes here were too strong. After Xiangnan entered the wormhole, he spent a short period of time in a daze in the darkness. In the end, his eyes lit up and he jumped out. He held the soul necklace in his hand and said, "Communication test." The Space Master God's voice came from the necklace. Communication succeeded. Xiangnan, remember this place. When you come back, you will still be here. Now I want to close the wormhole. In the end, I hope that you will continue to live for the future of the human race and have a pleasant journey. After saying that, the wormhole disappeared. Xiangnan took a deep breath, took out the map of the world, and began the journey of light according to the direction of the Divine Pill Peak. There was still a light-year distance from here to the Divine Pill Peak. In the dream world, Xiangnan was able to advance faster than light at an early age. However, because the spatial laws of the real world were too strong, it made moving at the speed of light much harder. Fortunately, Xiangnan's realm had also risen. Entering the standard speed of light here was something that could be achieved. Next, in order to save time, Xiangnan had to enter the hypervelocity domain. This was almost impossible to accomplish in a short period of time, so it would require a relatively long acceleration process. He needed to continuously break through the laws of space and break through the limits again and again. He spent the whole day accelerating from the normal speed of light to twice the speed of light. It took another day to speed up from twice the speed of light to 3 times the speed of light. 10 days later, he had reached the limit of 10 times the speed of light within his ability. In the past 10 days, he had already advanced a distance of 55 light heavens, based on the standard speed of light. He still had a standard distance of 310 light heavens to walk. In the next few days, he traveled at the speed of 10 times the speed of light per day for a full 25.5 days. At this moment, he was still a standard 55 light heavens away from the Divine Pill Peak. But from now on, he couldn't advance at 10 times the speed of light. Instead, he had to enter the deceleration stage at the same speed. Due to the tremendous inertia of the superluminal speed, it was impossible for him to stop instantly. If he didn't slow down, he would definitely directly pass the Divine Pill Peak. Therefore, in the next 10 days, his speed of light gradually decreased from 10 times to 9 times, 8 times, 7 times. On the 10th day, he had already reached the standard speed of light, 600,000 miles per second, and quickly stopped. Since then, he had already spent 45 days. In front of him was a magnificent mountain peak. The mountain peak could not be seen, as if it was endless. If not for the fact that he knew the true meaning of this mountain, the person who saw it for the first time might have thought that he had arrived at the end of the world. Xiangnan moved his exhausted body and said, "Big snake, look around first. Is there any living thing here?" After examining it, the serpent said, "You can be sure that this place has already become a dead place. Don't worry, go in." Xiangnan no longer hesitated and immediately turned into a beam of light, heading towards the Divine Pill Peak. As for the Divine Pill Peak, the Space Master God had described it. Xiangnan knew where to find the entrance. He circled around the Divine Pill Peak to the south, facing the blazing sun and rushing into a huge rift in the mountain. In front of him, he suddenly became enlightened. It was a vast world. On the ground and in the sky there were cities. Some were floating while others were connected to the earth. One could imagine how lively this place used to be. Looking around, one could see towering sculptures from every corner. It was created for the famous great alchemists of the past. Xianxia could even imagine how many alchemists had come here to worship. He sighed with emotion and took out a small map of the Divine Pill Peak. The array of pill furnaces was the core of the entire Divine Pill Peak, and it was also the most heavily defended forbidden area. But at this moment, this place was already empty. Here, beneath the mountain, Xianxia pointed at the map and said in surprise, "Such a huge space is already astonishing. I didn't expect that there would be a vast underground world beneath the mountain." Inside the mountain, there were many entrances that looked like ant nests, and there was only one path to the alchemy array. Xianxia found a clear route from the map and crossed into one of the passageways. After a relatively long distance, he suddenly fell out of the passageway and entered an open space. The scenery here changed once again. It was filled with the dwellings of the alchemists and a large number of pill houses. The tallest and most majestic of them was precisely where the pill refining array was located. He quietly soared through the air alone, passing through the place where his life had once been at its peak. He silently experienced the glory of this place. After entering the interior of the largest building, a magnificent scene appeared. There were practically no superfluous facilities inside the building. Looking up, one could see 81 Saint-rank pill furnaces floating high up in the sky. These 81 pill furnaces were arranged in mysterious formations and connected together with long special chains. They formed an array that was somewhat similar to the 8 trigrams formation, but there were obvious differences. Xianxia immediately found his target. Of the 81 giant pill furnaces connected in series, one was the smallest. This pill furnace was only 2 people tall, making it very eye-catching. Xianxia flew over and said, "This should be it," but how to use it was a problem. Xianxia circled around and found his answer on a large stone tablet. The pill furnaces were arranged in an array, and 81 pill furnaces were connected in series. In each pill furnace, there was the true yang fire left behind by a powerful alchemist. There were a total of 9,981 top alchemists and a total of 9,981 pill furnaces. This array had gathered the alchemists' formidable abilities. With this method, the pill refining cycle could be shortened. This formation could only be used 9,981 times. After that, the effects of the formation were completely lost, and they needed to be combined again. Xianxia found the usage record on the stone tablet. Before this pill furnace array had been used 77 times. Xianxia patted his chest. He was so close that he still had 4 chances to use it. If he wanted to borrow this place to refine pills, he would need to use it once for a 2nd grade pill, once for a 3rd grade pill, once for a 4th grade pill, and once for a 5th grade pill. There were 4 times in total. In other words, he couldn't fail at all. Xianxia carefully studied the usage of this pill furnace array and discovered its definition of usage times. Formation of pill furnaces still couldn't reduce the time needed to refine pills. A pill that could only be refined in 779 to 49 days would still take 49 days here. However, the formation of pill furnaces did not solve the problem of time, but the number of times. These 981 pill furnaces could be used to refine multiple portions of spirit pills at the same time. The smallest pill furnace in the middle was not for refining pills, but for the pill refiners to throw themselves into it and control the other 80 pill furnaces in this pill furnace. In other words, at most 80 pills could be refined at the same time. Of course, this required extraordinarily powerful alchemy skills. It was not easy for ordinary alchemists to cultivate a single pill. This discovery made Xianxia overjoyed. He didn't need to refine 80 pills, he only needed 32. The difficulty was greatly reduced. The key was that the 32 pills that would take 4 years to refine would only take 49 days to complete here. Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. After repeated tests, he discovered that he hadn't missed any important information, so he immediately started. He first locked onto the 32 pill furnaces and placed the corresponding second-grade Saint-grade spirit herbs into them. After getting ready, he jumped into the smallest pill furnace and sat down cross-legged. This time, he sat in the 2-meter-tall pill furnace. It was dark in all directions, but very quickly, the interior of the pill furnace lit up. Xianxia was surprised to discover that he felt as if he was in the universe. The bottom of the pill furnace that he was sitting on was gone, and the inner walls around him had also disappeared. Looking around, it was an endless starry sky. Soon, from all over his body, a respected and shining pill furnace gradually appeared. It was arranged in all directions from top to bottom, left to right. The light emitted by these pill furnaces was linked to Xianxia's body, and there were a total of 32 pill furnaces. In an instant, Xianxia felt the existence of these 32 pill furnaces and clearly felt the specific details of those pill furnaces, including the spirit herbs that had already been thrown into them. What a brilliant method! Xianxia couldn't help but praise. Then the next step would be simple. 32 pill furnaces had a total of 32 rays of light connecting to Xianxia's body, chest, back, head, and limbs. When he released the sunfire, the fire immediately returned to the 32 pill furnaces along with the 32 rays of light. All of the pill furnaces began to burn. Extremely wonderful! Xianxia was overjoyed in his heart, but he knew that this was not the time to be happy. He immediately straightened his attitude and began to concoct pills for a long time. In this process, he had practically used all of his skills to control the flames, the temperature of the flames, and the specific process of fusing the spiritual herbs. He had tightly controlled the flames and didn't allow himself to relax in the slightest. Within the silent divine pill peak, 32 pill furnaces were completely red as they were tempered in the sun's true fire. 1 day passed. 2 days passed. 10 days, 20 days, 30 days have passed. This was a test of endurance and patience. During the long 49 days, Xianxia had to control 32 pill furnaces at the same time and refine high-grade, second-grade saint-ranked pills. This was easy to say, but extremely difficult to do. Fortunately, Xianxia admitted that he didn't have any other advantages, but his endurance was one of the best. 40 days have passed. 45 days have passed. The 32 saint-ranked second-grade pills had already taken shape, turning into a completely rounded shape. The last 4 days were only the time to condense the medicinal power. At this moment, it was the most crucial and error-prone thing. Once the medicinal power failed to condense, the 32 medicinal pills would all become defective. This was a mistake that Xianxia absolutely could not tolerate. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 46th day, and the medicinal properties of the 32 pills had already begun to show results. Just as Xianxia was about to leave, he suddenly felt an inexplicable aura appear outside. This discovery shocked Xianxia greatly. This is the end of the pill refining process, so you must not be disturbed. If the spiritual herbs were destroyed, then the pill furnace array would lose the number of times it refined pills. This was an irreparable loss. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, who's here? When did he come? Xianxia was so focused on refining pills that he didn't even notice anyone entering the divine pill peak. If it weren't for the fact that he had made a small achievement just now and relaxed a bit, he would have been killed by someone and he didn't know how he died. Thinking of this, Xianxia broke out in cold sweat. He immediately spread out his perception, and this time he discovered a fact that made him completely despair. Inside the huge building, 9,981 pill furnaces were floating in the sky. Among them, 32 pill furnaces were burning with flames. Right in front of the pill furnace array, there was a person floating in the air. This person was quietly looking at the burning pill furnaces, making a thoughtful expression. Trouble! The big snake, who hadn't spoken for 46 days, couldn't help but exclaim, "If this person attacks you at random, you won't even have a chance to fight back. All the pills will be destroyed." I know. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The thing he was most worried about was still happening. He was afraid that someone would disturb him on the way to concocting pills. But someone really came. Didn't the Master God say that the divine pill peak had been completely abandoned? and no one would come over again? Damn it! There's no way to hide in this state. The 32 pill furnaces were still burning. Even if the other party was blind, he could still feel the heat of the pill fire. Xianxia didn't dare to move, his mind spinning rapidly as he thought of all the countermeasures that could be used to deal with unexpected situations. However, no matter what he thought, none of them were suitable. But what made Xianxia feel strange was that he did not have any desire to act recklessly, and the person watching the pill furnace outside did not even make any further movements. This made Xianxia unable to understand. He also had time to look at that person. From the looks of it, that person's overall outline also looked like a human. No, to be exact, he looked like a god race because the human race was created according to the appearance of the god race. The man also had a head, a torso, and 4 limbs, which were divided into 2 hands and feet. This person also had a pair of eyes, a nose, a mouth, and 2 ears. Xianxia almost thought that this was clearly a god race, but upon closer inspection, he discovered something different. The god race was characterized by sharp ears. Naturally, there was a green leaf pattern between the eyebrows of the god race and a lightning heart pattern between the eyebrows of the thunder god race. However, there was no pattern between his eyebrows. Instead, there was a pair of eyes. There were pupils in his eyes, and at the outer edge of his pupils, there was a dense mass of blood-red things. At first glance, they looked like red spider webs. After careful identification, he discovered that they were strange symbols. If he didn't look carefully, it was as if that person's eyes were congested with blood, and his entire eyeball was blood red. Xianxia did not know why this person came. As for this person, he remained motionless as he stared at the array of pill furnaces. The air was exceptionally oppressive. Every second was difficult for Xianxia, because that person was very capable of attacking him at any time. However, that person did not move. The more this happened, the more incredible Xianxia felt. Gradually, it was already the 47th day. That person stood outside quietly for a day and night. Xianxia's brain was about to explode. Instead of doing this, it was better to give himself a good time. It was better than refining to the 49th day. At the last minute, that person suddenly rushed up and shattered all the pills. However, that person still didn't move. Fortunately, Xianxia had experienced a lot of crises, and he had also cultivated a strong mentality of not being in chaos in the face of danger. Although he was anxious, he didn't lose his balance. It was already the 48th day. Xianxia felt that the situation was getting more and more strange, because he had once investigated that person's realm, but he discovered an astonishing fact. That person's realm was actually unpredictable. Sometimes it was the first level of spirit void, sometimes it was the second level. At its peak, it had reached the 3rd level of spirit void. Xianxia couldn't understand the fluctuations of this realm. In the blink of an eye, it was the last day, the 49th day. As time passed, the closer he got to the end, the more nervous Xianxia became. There are only 10 minutes left. There are still 8 minutes left. 7 minutes. 5 minutes. For 3, 2. In the last 2 minutes, that person actually moved. He raised his right hand. At this moment, Xianxia's mind buzzed and his eyes turned red. He was ruthless in his heart. If that person dared to destroy his good deeds at this time, then no matter what his origin was, he would definitely not let him off. However, the man's right hand was lowered again, and his lips moved gently, as if he was speaking, but he could not hear what he was saying. Talk to yourself? Or was he talking to Xianxia in the pill furnace? Xianxia couldn't hear at all. Just the last minute, 50 seconds, 40 seconds, 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8, 7. The 32 pill furnaces were already glowing with brilliant light, and rays of light fluttered in the air. 3, 2, 1. Pong! Xianxia smashed open the top of the pill furnace and soared into the sky. At the same time, the 32 pill furnaces opened their caps and 32 pills flew into the sky. Xianxia used a very beautiful flower finger to put all 32 pills into his hand. This move seemed ordinary, but if one looked closely, one would find that it had practically no sloppy movements or superfluous movements. Every movement was just right, one more point was superfluous, and one less point was impossible to complete. Such a simple move was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. The man's red eyes also flashed with an astonishing color, and he couldn't help but nod his head. Xianxia put away the pills and immediately put them into his storage ring. He floated in the air and looked at the man. The man was also floating in the air, looking at Xianxia. The two of them looked at each other for a while, and there was no unnecessary expression between them. Xianxia did not know who he was, nor did he know why he had come. However, these things were no longer important, and he did not want to know anymore. He put away his pills and flew out of the building gates. At the same time, he was prepared for all battles. But what was even stranger was that the man actually didn't show any signs. He only glanced at Xianxia when he passed him. That was all. From beginning to end, neither of them had any conversation. At this point, Xianxia's mission was completed, and his heart finally fell to the ground. When he was about to fly out of the building, he was at the gate. Out of curiosity, he turned around and took a look. With this glance, Xianxia's heart sank and he shouted, "Stop!" The monstrous red-eyed man was actually opening the top of the core pill furnace to drill into it. The man looked up at Xianxia and narrowed his eyes. There were only 3 more chances left for this pill furnace to be used, and they definitely couldn't be wasted by outsiders. This time, Xianxia had to be selfish. Taking a step back, this pill furnace array was something left behind by the human race. Xianxia was a human, so he should have inherited the right to use the pill furnace array. Xianxia pointed at the man, pointed at the pill furnace, and shook his head. The man's eyes became even colder. However, he seemed to ignore Xianxia and insisted on continuing to drill inside. Xianxia was annoyed. The man did not hesitate and rushed towards Xianxia without saying a word. During his flight, Xianxia immediately released an extremely domineering sun qi. The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and 2 streaks of red light appeared on both his arms and hands. At this moment, that man was at the 2nd level of the spirit void, similar to Xianxia. Boom! The 2 of them clashed in the air. Xianxia first struck the man with his left palm, then slashed down with his right hand, his movements coherent. The giant saber that was attached to the true energy of the sun buzzed. With this saber strike, the power of the enormous saber light of the sun was boundless. The man also clashed with Xianxia with his left hand, while raising his right hand high up, condensing a red shield. Clang! The sun blade sliced open the red shield and sent the man flying before the blade touched him. The red light seemed to have reached the divine power level of the Thunder God race. It was extremely powerful, but it was still inferior to the true qi of the sun by a level. The man spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew backwards. His expression was incomparably cold as he rushed towards Xianxia once again. This time, he had become a slender woman in the charge, and his cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the spirit void realm. Xianxia was shocked. He was sure that he was not mistaken. That person had really changed from a man to a woman. When the woman flew halfway, she abruptly clasped her hands together and shot out a thick red beam towards Xianxia with a boom. This was a 3rd stage spirit void attack. Xianxia's pupils constricted, and he hurriedly condensed his sun qi into a shield to block the red light. However, the difference between the spirit void realm and the smaller realms was as big as clouds and mud. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia's sun shield was blasted apart. And that red light was still infinite. With his fastest reaction, Xianxia dodged the moment the sun shield came into contact with the red light. Boom! The sun shield exploded, and a red light brushed against Xianxia's shoulder, shooting out endlessly. "No way, little brat Xianxia. He's no match at all," the big snake said. At this moment, the woman arrogantly raised her head and gave Xianxia a provocative little thumbs up. Xianxia looked at the pill furnace, then looked at the woman, and then pointed out the door with his thumb. "That means this place is not suitable for battle. Don't destroy the pill furnace, fight outside." The woman was also very cooperative and flew out of the door. When the 2 of them arrived at the vast world outside, they no longer had any worries about getting in their way. At this moment, The woman raised her right hand high up and a 10-meter-wide red disk of light appeared above her head. The edge of the disk was as sharp as a knife in the shape of a plate. Whoosh! As the woman threw her right hand, the disk immediately slashed towards Xianxia horizontally. Xianxia didn't even dare to receive an attack of this level. He quickly dodged it. The speed of the disk was already very fast, but it was still dodged by Xianxia. The sharp disk was almost close to Xianxia's back. Not only did it cut through his protective layer of sun qi, it also cut off a piece of his robe at the back. The woman laughed coldly. She raised her hands high and two red light disks appeared above her head. However, the first disk that flew far did not disappear. Instead, it returned and continued to follow Xianxia. With a whoosh, the woman threw the two red disks towards Xianxia. Xianxia immediately dodged. However, once the three disks flew out, they immediately drew an arc and turned back, continuing to cut Xianxia. Each of the three disks was at the speed of light. Xianxia's normal speed was also the speed of light. If he wanted to surpass the speed of light, he had to use acceleration to accomplish it. However, in the midst of an ever-changing battle, acceleration was clearly impossible to accomplish. In terms of speed, Xianxia did not have the advantage. He could only rely on his astonishing reaction power to dodge the crazy shooting of the three disks. The woman looked shocked. She obviously did not realize that there was such a brilliant movement technique in the world. At this moment, as if she had made up her mind, she nodded slightly and raised her hands high. Two more red disks appeared in the sky. Swoosh! The two disks were also thrown out to attack Xianxia, turning into 5 disks that were chasing after Xianxia. However, the woman did not stop. She raised her hands high again and threw out 2 more perfections. There were already 7 disks on the scene. The pursuit of the 7 disks had reached the limit of Xianxia's reaction. The shock on the woman's face was already incomparably dense. She stared at Xianxia in shock with an expression of seeing a ghost. No way, little brat Xianxia. Her red light seems to be able to stack endlessly. If this continues, we will definitely lose. Sure enough, the woman raised her hands high and 2 new disks appeared above her head. Xianxia finally nodded. He let out a long breath and pointed at the sky with his right hand. The woman was also curious as she followed Xianxia's finger and looked into the sky. At this time, 6 suns appeared in the sky. The 6 suns surrounded Xianxia and shone 1,000 feet of sunlight over his head. At the same time, Xianxia's entire body began to shine. His sun qi instantly rose to an exaggerated level of strength. This was the first time he had used the sun god technique since arriving at the divine realm. At this moment, he had completely changed the sun god technique, turning it into a brand new technique. Sun qi was already the purest power of light. As for the old sun god technique, it was actually impure. Once Xianxia used it, not only would it not increase his strength, it would instead be dragged down by the impurities in the sun quenching, causing his strength to decrease instead. This was the side effect of a low-level martial skill on a high-level martial artist. On the other hand, Xianxia took the time to transform the sun god technique into a brand new, divine-grade sun god technique. He no longer needed to temper the sun. With 6 suns shining in the sky, he would be able to give him more support from the power of light, that is, the super-powerful version of sun qi. A divine talent, a sun, a layer of sun true energy. 6 suns, 6 layers of Jinqi. At this moment, the sun qi in Xianxia's body was equivalent to 6 Xianxias. The woman opened her lips in disbelief. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 9 red light disks sliced towards Xianxia. Xianxia jumped into the sky, then dived down with his saber in both hands, hacking down with a large longitudinal chop. The violent sun qi directly cut the red disk in front of him. His upper body twisted to the right, his hands holding the hilt of the saber behind his back, temporarily turning the giant longitudinal saber into a backstab. The giant saber stabbed backwards along Xianxia's right rib and pierced through the next red disc with a chi sound. He adjusted his posture, his left hand holding the hilt of the saber, his right hand holding the hilt of the saber, his body stepping into a horse, using his left hand as the sheath of the saber, his right hand pulling out abruptly. A gigantic saber-drawing slash swept out, and a terrifying amount of sun chi sliced the 7 red light discs apart on the way here. The sky quieted down. The woman stared blankly at Xianxia. At the same time, a strand of azure silently broke on her left temple. Her long broken hair floated downwards. Xianxia's slash was aimed at the red disc, but it just happened to graze the woman's hair. The woman became more and more solemn. She grabbed her shoulder with her left hand and suddenly pulled it out. Swoosh! A man was pulled out of his body by her. This scene was extremely strange. Then, the woman grabbed her right shoulder and pulled an old man out. Then he pulled his left shoulder, and an 18 or 19-year-old boy was pulled out. Pulled again. A 22-year-old girl was pulled out. Avatar. Xianxia frowned slightly. No, the serpent denied. The avatar didn't have such a use. The avatar lived independently of the main body and hadn't heard that the avatar could be pulled out at any time. An avatar? Not really. The avatar and the main body must be exactly the same. There's no reason why each of them is different. The woman quickly pulled out 6 completely different people from her body. There were old people, girls, young men, silent men, middle-aged women, and even a little child. A total of 7. The 7 of them had different appearances, dressed differently, were tall, short, fat, and thin, and even had different temperaments and realms. The child with the lowest cultivation realm was only at the first level of spirit void. The highest were the woman, the old man, and the middle-aged beauty. The 3 of them were at the 3rd level of spirit void. The silent man that Xianxia first saw was also present. He was at the 2nd level of spirit void. Before Xianxia could react, the 7 of them immediately fought. All 7 of them raised their hands high up and shot out 14 red light discs. Moreover, they didn't stop for a moment. The moment they shot out the red disc for the first time, it was followed by a second shot. The first 14 discs had just taken action, and the second 14 had already come out. The 14 in the first round only flew halfway, and the 14 in the 3rd round also came out. The 14 in the first round had just arrived in front of Xianxia, and the 14 in the 4th round had come out again. Such a concentrated attack did not give Xianxia any room to react. No matter how powerful Xianxia's sun chi was, it was impossible for him to cut 56 discs at the same time. Moreover, these discs were high and bottomless, and they were not on a horizontal line. Xianxia shook his hand and released tens of thousands of 7-star fingers. However, once these 7-star fingers hit the disc, they would be bounced away one after another. Light attacks weren't enough to break the disc. Only heavy attacks, such as the drawing blade slash, the storage longitudinal slash, and so on, could produce heavy damage. Xianxia had no time to dodge, so he could only temporarily release a drawing blade slash. This saber cut off more than a dozen discs, but more than 40 of them were still intact. At the same time, the 7 of them released 28 more discs. Not only did the number not decrease, but because Xianxia wasted more time, it became even more. Xianxia was forced into a corner by this strange person and method of attack. He took a deep breath and immediately executed the Terminator sword technique. Pong! Xianxia suddenly became a dream god. A dazed god appeared in front of the 7 without warning. In the state of Xianxia's dream god physique, the entire battle area was filled with red trajectories. Each of the tracks was the route that a red disc was about to take. Xianxia saw it clearly. He knew that shattering the disc was irrational. He broke the disc with one hand, while the other 14 pairs released new discs. The result was that more and more discs could be hit. In the end, the entire underground world was filled with discs. Then, only by capturing the thief would we be able to capture the king first. At this time, there were already 70 red discs chasing after Xianxia. Next, it was the time for a miracle to take place. Under the dense red light, Xianxia accurately dodged every disc in an unimaginable manner from the dense attacks. The 7 of them were dumbfounded. The most terrifying thing was that Xianxia was still able to launch a counterattack while dodging. He rushed in front of the beautiful woman and slapped her stomach with his thunder dragon palm. The beautiful woman's divine power was chaotic. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and her entire body flew out. At the same time, The red disk of light that belonged to her in the battlefield collapsed out of control. Xianxia suddenly turned around and dodged a large number of red light disks to rush in front of the woman. The woman held the red light in her hands and slammed towards the south door of Xianxia with 2 bangs. Xianxia wrapped his body around the woman's waist with his left hand and sliced the woman's neck with the giant saber in his right hand. "Stop!" The other 6 panicked and shouted loudly. Xianxia's blade hung around the woman's neck with a buzzing sound. The blade had already left a small cut on her snow-white skin, and a drop of blood had soaked out. All the red discs stopped. "So you can talk," Xianxia chuckled. Seeing that Xianxia was showing mercy, the 6 of them heaved a sigh of relief. "What are you doing?" Xianxia shouted and asked. "Answer me, otherwise I won't show mercy under the saber." The child said anxiously, "I just want to ask you what it is. Are you a human or a god? How did you create this divine form?" The middle-aged woman hurriedly covered the child's mouth and said to Xianxia, "We want to use a pill furnace." Xianxia said, "Of course I know, but why use it?" The beautiful woman frowned. "We didn't disturb you when you were refining pills. Now it's our turn. Why did you obstruct us?" This was also the reason why Xianxia was lenient. Otherwise, he would have beheaded that woman with a single blade. Xianxia said, "The pill furnace is information. You still have 3 more chances to use it. You cannot use it." The beautiful woman said, "If you can use it, why can't we?" Xianxia frowned. "I saw what you did before. Have you ever thrown any spiritual herbs into the pill furnace? You have to use the pill furnace to form an array. Spirit herbs." The 7 of them lowered their heads and pondered. "You don't even know this? Where did you get the guts to refine pills?" Xianxia asked in shock. "Then how did you find this way?" The beautiful woman pondered for a moment and said, "We observed you before and discovered that when we control the fire to burn the pill furnace, there will be pills coming out." Xianxia said angrily, "Nonsense! That's because I brought it up to the pill furnace and put the spirit herbs in it. Do you think the pill furnace will fly out of the pill furnace for nothing?" At this point, the old man said to the beautiful woman, "I told you it definitely isn't that simple. How could pills appear out of thin air in the pill furnace?" The beautiful woman retorted, "If it weren't for this miraculous, why would the pill refining methods of the human race be treated as treasures by the outsiders?" The woman said, "Mystical is mystical, but not to this extent. Spirit herbs." The silent man said, "I've heard of it. I've heard of using spirit herbs when refining pills, but I thought I wanted to eat it myself. Unexpectedly, I was going to throw it into the pill furnace." When Xianxia heard what they said, he frowned and said, "What the hell are you doing? If you don't even know how to concoct pills and release spiritual herbs, then you definitely don't know how to concoct pills or how to concoct pills." "What is that?" the 7 of them asked in unison. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air and tilted his head back slightly. "These people are too nonsense." Xianxia took a deep breath and decided not to pursue the matter with them because they hadn't disturbed him before. Xianxia suppressed his anger and said, "If you don't know anything, don't use the pill furnace to form an array. Otherwise, if you can't cultivate the pill, you'll have to refine yourself to death inside. Let's all leave. Leave this place." It seems that the plan wasn't well planned. The old man thought for a moment and said, "It shouldn't be so easy to refine pills. Then I'll take my leave." Xianxia released the woman. The strange scene happened again. The 7 of them merged into one. But at this moment, the one standing outside was the beautiful woman. She blinked at Xianxia and said, "We will keep your identity a secret, and you will keep our identity a secret. You refine 32 pills. Give me one." "No," Xianxia said. The beautiful woman said, "Give me one." "No." Xianxia shook his head. The beautiful woman curled her lips and flew away in a streak of red light. Facing the empty underground world, Xianxia felt that it was inconceivable. "What is this? I fought for no reason and met 7 fools for no reason." Xianxia was helpless and left on his own. After a series of trials and tribulations, He finally returned to the Temple of Nature and briefly explained what had happened to him. When the Thunder Master God heard this, he was immediately shocked. He grabbed Xiangnan's shoulder and said in shock, "Why didn't you bring them back? That's one of the 3 supreme ancient races, the Crimson Eye race. Do you know how slim the chances of meeting them are?" Xiangnanchi said, "The Crimson Eye race? One of the 3 supreme ancient races. Sounds amazing. No wonder they're so powerful." After the Thunder God explained, Xiangnan understood the origin of the Crimson Eye clan. Among the ancient race, there were 3 supreme races that possessed the 3 strongest divine powers. The ancient God race, the power of thunder, represented destruction. In the Crimson Eye clan, the power of withered fire represented eternity. The White-Eyed clan's power of oblivion represented disintegration. The avatar of the Crimson Eye clan was not an avatar, but the same person. This race was very strange. Some of them were 1 person, some were 5 or 6 people, and perhaps 1 person was a member of a small tribe. They talked to themselves. That red light was called the power of withered flames. It had an eternal attribute. As long as it was released, it would never be consumed. It could exist forever unless the person who released the power of withered flames was interrupted. However, the problem was that it wasn't a person's body. The more people it contained, the more powerful it was. On the contrary, the fewer people it contained, the more powerful it was. The reason for that was because the power of the withered flame would be dispersed by the multiple oneself in one's body. In other words, if a person was a fellow of 7 people, the power of the withered flame would be divided into 7 equal parts. The Crimson Eye race clansman that Xiangnan saw only had 7 of himself in his body, so he was already considered a very powerful expert. However, this strange race did not have a large number of people, because their reproductive abilities were very strange. They would not give birth to new individuals but would instead give birth to themselves. Let's put it this way. For example, the person that Xiangnan met had a different sex in his body. He would have children with him, but he did not give birth to the child. Instead, he would become 1 person and have 8 of his own. Therefore, when they reproduce, they will only increase their self, but they will not give birth to new individuals. However, the more times they gave birth to themselves, the more their strength was scattered. Very few people would choose to continue to give birth to themselves. However, in this way, the others in their bodies would gradually grow old and die. In the end, this person would all die. It was paradoxical that only by constantly giving birth to a younger self would one be able to sustain one's life forever. As a result, there were originally quite a few people from the Crimson Eye race, but gradually the number of people dying was decreasing. In addition, because they were schizophrenic, their brains were usually not very bright. They would do something elusive and kill themselves, causing their numbers to drop even further. The ancient God race had exterminated many ancient races, but they did not touch Scarlet Eye. Firstly, this race was stupid and basically did not pose a threat. Secondly, they would sooner or later exterminate themselves. In order to prevent Xiangnan from missing out on the powerful ancient race, the Master God and Xiangnan also briefly introduced the situation of the White-Eyed race. The White-Eyed race was also relatively easy to identify. This race's eyes were white, and its hair was also white. The power it possessed was called the power of forgotten white, and it had a disintegrating effect. This kind of power was not good at attacking, but it was the most perfect defensive power. It could disintegrate any type of divine power that the enemy shot at, including the God race's lightning power. The White-Eyed race had even fewer people, and their living conditions were different from the Crimson Eye race. The White-Eyed race clansmen were greatly restricted in the early stages of their creation because the power of white desolation was too heaven-defying. If every White-Eyed race clansman didn't cultivate any martial arts, then they would basically be immortal. However, as long as they raised their martial arts realm, they would face death. Every level of cultivation had a certain probability of death. This was unavoidable and could only be determined by luck. Many of the White-Eyed race clansmen who chased after higher realms died at the same time as raising their realms. No one knew what the probability of death was when the White-Eyed clan rose to the next realm. The Master God could only calculate that it was around 20%. This was already a terrifying probability. How many times did a martial artist advance from body tempering level 1 to spirit void realm? Every time there was a 20% chance of dying. This was terrifying. Xianxia firmly remembered the orders of the Master God and brought Guanxiao and the others back to cultivate. Before departing, everyone took their own Tier 2 sacred pills and began to absorb them. As time was not short, everyone tried their best to be safe. Xianxia used the speed of 1 pill per day to absorb it. After 5 days, he had completely absorbed it, reaching the 3rd level of the spirit void realm. The rest of them were the same. 10 days later, the 4 of them had all advanced to the 3rd level of spirit void. With such a realm, they would be able to break through to the 3rd level of profound secret city. According to the intelligence, the Master God had already designated the best place for the 4 of them to go. It was located in the southeast direction of this place, a place called Linglong City. However, how to find the pill formula was a problem. The pill formula was not a spirit herb pill, and it did not emit any spirituality. It was just a piece of paper used to record words. If they searched the buildings one by one, they wouldn't have that much time, and they wouldn't have that many people. The Master God pondered for a moment and asked the 4 of them to wait before leaving alone. Later, the Master God returned with a tall and thin man. This man had a peculiar appearance. He had 4 eyes, and besides 2 normal eyes, there were 2 above his head. This one is an expert from the ancient race and the good fortune race. He has a unique luck ability and can be said to be the luckiest race in the world, the Master God said. If Guanxiao possesses his ability, the chances of finding a Tier 3 pill recipe will greatly increase, as long as she keeps thinking about it in her heart. Even Xianxia felt that it was very interesting. Luck was an illusory thing. This thing would not increase with the advancement of one's cultivation realm. However, the good fortune race man shook his head and said, "I refuse." "Why?" Xianxia asked. "It's good for all of us to let Guanxiao have your ability." The man shook his head and said, "I know, but I refuse. Luck is the pride of our good fortune race, and we helped you fight against the Thunder Temple so that you wouldn't be threatened. If we use the method of betraying our clan's power in exchange for freedom, then what's the difference between being persecuted by the Divine Hall of Thunder?" At this point, the man looked at Xianxia and said, "Would you be willing to teach me everything you've learned?" "Yes," Xianxia said. The man obviously did not expect Xianxia to answer like this. He was stunned for a moment, then shook his head again. "That won't do either. Everyone, look at me. I look at you. For a moment, I have no idea." A cold light flashed in Guanzhao's eyes. She suddenly appeared behind the man and pinched the back of his head with her right hand. The Master God waved his hand and a ball of soft light pushed Guanxiao away. The man was shocked. Only then did he realize what was about to happen. He glared at Guanxiao angrily and shouted, "You actually wanted to kill me! Let me tell you, our good fortune race will leave the nature shrine. You don't have the means to take our abilities." The Master God shook his head at Guanxiao and said, "If we force him, then we are no different from the Thunder Divine Hall. Friends of the good fortune race, please rest assured. With me here, no one can hurt you. However, when it comes to this, you can speak directly. We can give you any conditions in exchange for your ability." The good fortune race man rolled his eyes when he heard this. He suddenly became greedy and said, "I want pills." "What pill?" Xianxia pretended to be puzzled. The man laughed loudly. "Don't lie to me. I was extremely lucky. I overheard you talking once and knew that you were trying to refine pills. Let me tell you, if you want my ability, use pills to exchange for it." "This is also okay?" Xianxia was stunned. He was lucky enough to overhear his conversation, not even being discovered by him. After some bargaining, the two sides finally came to a conclusion. In all the following actions, regardless of what kind of pill Xianxia wanted to refine, he would be given a portion. This was equivalent to Xianxia refining pills for 5 people. However, apart from the exchange, he could not be forced to do so. In the end, Xianxia and his group could only agree. Afterwards, Guanxiao successfully absorbed the good fortune race's ability and had good luck. The man told Guan Shao that the ability of good luck was not passive, but active. He could not wait for good luck to arrive. That way, he would not be able to wait for anything. Guan Shao had to have a thought in her heart before the success rate of this thought could be greatly increased. For example, Guan Shao was focused on finding a pill recipe. Only then would she obtain good luck in this matter. Guan Shao chuckled and said to the man, "What if I want you to die?" The man was so frightened that he took 2 steps back and said, "No, if you don't believe me, you can try. My ability can only bring good luck, but not bad luck. If you want me to die, it's already considered a curse." Wait. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, "If Guan Shao fights against the enemy, then her luck ability will be ineffective, right? If Guan Shao defeated the enemy because of good luck, it would be considered a disguised curse on the enemy, wouldn't it?" The man nodded and said, "Of course." Oh, everyone nodded slightly. It seemed that this kind of good luck ability was far worse than they had imagined. However, there was no such thing as a curse or a curse when it came to finding pill formulas. That was pure luck, and it could be considered useful. After finishing their preparations, the 4 of them immediately set off. After the transformation of the Master God of Nature, the 4 of them once again turned into exiles. Similarly, they only lasted for 3 days. Once 3 days passed, their identities would be easily exposed. Linglong City was one of the many Tier 3 arcane cities, and it was also the furthest away from the Divine Realm, so it was relatively safe. Linglong City was about half a day away from the Divine Nature Palace. Originally, Xianxia wanted the Space Master God to construct a small wormhole for a short distance, but he was rejected. The reason for that was that the more times a wormhole was constructed, the more imbalances would accumulate in this space, increasing the probability of being detected by the Thunder Divine Hall. Since that was the case, the 4 of them had nothing to say and directly set off. They had 2 days and 2 nights to search, excluding the round-trip time. Half a day later, the 4 of them landed in Linglong City. Although they had encountered 3 neutral outsiders by chance, there was no friction between the 2 sides, and they were not interested in each other. Linglong City was even bigger than Xianxia and the others had expected. Actually speaking, the city was already very inaccurate. It was just an easy-to-understand term. The real Linglong City was more like a huge human residential area. Its area was roughly the size of the entire Blue Tide continent. Half a day had passed. Xianxia and the others searched from sect to sect. Every sect had to be searched with great care, and even the secret room and secret sect had to be searched with great effort. In this half-day, they had searched 4 large sections. Their efficiency was already astonishing, but compared to the huge Linglong City, it was still a drop in the bucket. As night fell, darkness engulfed the dead human settlement. The sect in front of them was already the 5th one that Xianxia and the others had found. Xianxia comforted everyone and said, "Don't be anxious. Take your time. Even if we don't get anything this time, we can still go back and continue to look like exiles. This is the 2nd time we've come here." Just as he was saying that, a suddenly came from ahead. With a loud shout, Guan Shao casually picked up a thin book at the entrance of the sect and asked curiously, "I found it. A 3rd-grade saint-ranked pill recipe." Ah! Xianxia and the others were stunned for a moment, and they hurriedly ran over to check. At this glance, it was indeed a Tier 3 pill recipe. Lan Ling asked in surprise, Could something like this happen? Isn't this too lucky?" He didn't even enter the sect, so he casually picked it up at the gate. "Is that right?" Xianxia curiously observed his surroundings and discovered that there were a large number of papers and books on the ground. They followed these books and found a corpse lying in the door. It had been dead for some time. Judging from the posture of the corpse, he should have hastily collected the most important books on the profound Tao, including documents, pill recipes, pill refining furnaces, and so on. He hurriedly escaped, only to be killed at the entrance. The pill recipe had fallen out of the open storage ring under such circumstances. Xianxia and the others looked at each other. How likely was this? How long has it been? Even if no one comes, there must be animals, right? Don't rats eat books? There should be wind without rats, right? Could it be that there had never been a gust of wind that blew away these papers? But coincidentally, there was no such thing. Xianxia sighed with emotion. It's really amazing. I didn't believe in this kind of good luck ability at first, but now it seems that it really is true. This time there was no need to search. They were directly delivered to the door and placed on the ground. Then Lan Ling thought for a moment and said, "Shall we go back directly?" Xianxia said, "Go back. I found everything I need to find." Good luck caught people off guard, but they could only accept the status quo. Xianxia, who was accustomed to all sorts of unexpected situations and all sorts of bad things, could not adapt to such good luck for a while. The four of them were ready to return to the city immediately. At this moment, Luo Shang's expression suddenly changed and he said, "Stop!" The four of them instantly remained motionless. Even their breathing, heartbeat, and blood flow stopped. They held their breath and suppressed the fluctuations of their true qi to the lowest possible level. This was their absolute trust in Luo Shang's heaven-defying sixth sense. They didn't even ask Luo Shang why, fearing that the slightest bit of noise or emotional fluctuations would attract the attention of the enemies that might exist. The surroundings were extremely quiet, not even the sound of the wind. After a while, when everyone almost thought that Luo Shang was wrong, a group of lights suddenly appeared in the distance. "Shit! I was discovered." Xianxia let out a long sigh. There was no need to hide anymore. The enemy's route was too close to this place, so it was impossible for them to hide. As expected, the group of lights flew towards Xianxia and the others. When he landed, he saw that it was actually a large number of Templar knights. As for these Knights Templars, their realms were unbelievably high. The lowest was at the 4th level of Spirit Void, and the highest was at the 5th level of Spirit Void. Even these Knights Templars were extremely high-ranked. The lowest was Silver Knights, and the highest was Golden Knights. This group of people shouldn't have appeared in the small 3rd-grade profound secret city. As for the 4 people at the 3rd level of Spirit Void, if they fought against this group of people, their chances of winning would definitely be 0. What made Xianxia's scalp go numb was that there was also a god among the group of Templars, and an old acquaintance of his. This person was astonishingly a star trace. It was the woman who had once chased after Xianxia and had nowhere to run. I didn't expect that, after the dream world, I would reunite with her here. The current star trace was no longer the body of consciousness in the dream world. She was a real living person, and she was already ranked as a divine sovereign. She had reached the 6th level of Spirit Void, and was a true war god. Seeing this, Xianxia and the others all sighed. "I knew it wasn't this lucky," the serpent said angrily. "It must be that damned good fortune race clansmen who concealed their ability flaws. From the looks of it, it is definitely a good luck, followed by a bad luck. Otherwise, the good fortune race's luck ability is so heaven-defying that they would already be the number 1 race in the world." At this point, Xianxia and the others all thought of this problem. This was really bad luck. According to what the Master Gods had said before, the most likely divine envoys to appear in the 3rd-grade profound secret city were only at the 3rd level of Spirit Void. Since there was a Knight Templar with a completely different cultivation realm, it was naturally due to luck. At this moment, Xianxia and the others remained calm and did not have any unnecessary reactions. They only depended on what the group of Knights Templars said. In the team, the Star Trace asked coldly, "You guys, what are you doing here?" Xianxia said half-truthfully, "Let's come here and see if there are any pills or spiritual herbs left behind by the human race." The Star Trace sneered arrogantly and said, "Ants, have you encountered any Templars other than us here?" Xianxia shook his head. "If we met, we would have run away long ago." The Star Trace said, "Scram." Xianxia and the others exchanged glances and immediately flew into the distance. The stones in the hearts of the 4 of them could be considered to have landed on the ground. "Wait!" However, at this moment, the cold voice of the Star Trace caused the hearts of the 4 of them to tremble. The Star Trace said, "Turn around." The 4 of them exchanged glances, indicating that they should not act rashly. The 4 of them turned around. The Star Trace stared thoughtfully at Xianxia's face and said, "Have I?" Seen you somewhere? Xianxia shook his head and said, I don't remember. The star trace frowned and muttered to himself, Am I wrong? Why does it feel like we've met before? All right. Hurry up and scram. Don't let me see you guys again. Xingzong waved his hand and ignored Xiangnan's group. Of course, Xiangnan and the others didn't stay any longer and flew off into the distance without saying a word. Along the way, Guanxiao said, What did she mean by that? Did we meet any other Templars? Blue Spirit said, She only needs to move her fingers to crush the four of us. There's no reason to let us leave. Xiangnan said, I see. There is only one reason for that. She must be looking for a Knight Templar, and she didn't kill us because she wanted to prevent the strong Shen power fluctuations from appearing here, so that the people she was looking for wouldn't notice the danger and flee temporarily. This Linglong city had been lifeless for a long time. Any Shen power fluctuations and the smell of blood floating in the air were all warning signs. If the Star Trace was really looking for someone, he would definitely try his best to prevent these accidents from happening. Guanxiao angrily gritted her teeth and said, Go back and settle the score with that bastard of the good fortune race. See if I don't torture him to death. Xiangnan said, Goodbye. Once we open this path, when we borrow the abilities of other ancient races in the future, will there be anyone else who will cooperate with us? Xiangnan is right. Blue Spirit said, As long as you find the pill formula, it's fine. It's acceptable to pay a small price. The four of them flew all the way out of Linglong City. After confirming that no one was following them, they flew towards the Divine Nature Palace. In the Nature Shrine, there was a very powerful ceiling barrier, causing Xiangnan to be unable to sense the sleeping person inside, and he was similarly unable to use the Dream Jump ability. Previously, Xiangnan had also asked the Master God about this. He wanted to see if he could remove a small portion of the barrier so that he could sense who was sleeping inside. The Master God firmly rejected. He said that among the god race, there were some gods that were good at soul-searching. Doing so was too dangerous. Xiangnan and the others were in a good mood. Although they had encountered some small setbacks, they had finally obtained the third-grade pill recipe. Next, Xiangnan had to go to the Divine Pill Peak to refine the third-grade pill. At that time, everyone would be able to collectively advance to the fourth level of Spirit Void. It was getting closer and closer to a full-scale war with the god race, and the only thing missing was their cultivation realm. But at this moment, the accident happened again. A group of lights suddenly flew into the air right in front of him, and those lights immediately discovered Xiangnan's four and quickly descended. When Xiangnan and the others saw this, they felt their hearts rise again. They were still a group of Templars. Moreover, his cultivation realm was similarly extremely high. The lowest was at the fourth level of Spirit Void, the highest was at the fifth level of Spirit Void, and there were even four other people, which made Xiangnan and the others feel that the situation was not good. Those four knights were actually four purple gold great knights in purple gold armor at the fifth level of Spirit Void. Xiangnan's pupils contracted. The violet gold knights were already top experts. That was an existence that was rumored to exist in the Knights Order. It was even harder to see one. Today he saw a total of four of them. What exactly happened? Xiangnan's heart was heavy. Today he was so lucky. However, such bad luck could no longer be explained by luck alone. These high-level and high-level Templar Knights would definitely not appear here for no reason at all. The four purple gold knights had unfathomable expressions on their faces. Stop! A golden knight floated out of the group and pointed his spear at the four of them. What are you four exiled ants doing here? He said. Xiangnan said, Passing by. Then you, the golden knight, asked. One of the long-faced purple gold knights frowned. What nonsense? Kill them. Star Trace was an expert in tracking. In order to accomplish her goal, this woman would definitely eliminate all the factors that would affect her. Therefore, she did not attack Xiangnan and the others. However, these knights in front of him clearly did not have such meticulous thoughts and wisdom. Looks like we have to fight. Xiangnan sighed and said, This battle is likely to be dangerous. Brothers, if you find an opportunity, run away. Don't hesitate. The opponent's realm was too high. Xiangnan's 6 sons were all open, and he was also the most capable of dealing with 4th-level Spirit Void experts. However, facing a large number of 5th-level Spirit Void Golden Knights and even 4 Purple Gold Knights, he had no chance of defeating them. Xianxia pulled out his huge saber, while Luo Shang bent down and pressed down on his long saber. 99 flying swords began to revolve around the blue spirit, while Guan Shao swam around, ready to sneak attack at any time. The group of Templar Knights completely ignored Xianxia and the others. They actually only sent a Golden Knight of the 3rd level of Spirit Void over. As for the others, they didn't even have the interest to watch the battle. They directly flew out of the sky and left Xianxia's 4 to the Golden Knight. This was a good sign. Xianxia's heart rekindled with hope. He communicated with everyone with his consciousness. Let's fight first. We'll wait for the army to go far before we kill them. The Golden Knight rushed forward with his spear in hand. Xianxia and the others deliberately showed weakness and were inextricably linked to the Golden Knight. The more the Golden Knight fought, the more astonished his expression became. He was a Golden Knight, and it was actually so difficult for him to deal with the 4 exiled subordinates. At this moment, Xianxia's eyes lit up and he said, "The large army has gone far. Quickly kill them and retreat." If they wanted to kill this Golden Knight, they could do so without disturbing the enemies in the distance. Luo Shang had already turned into a shadow and suddenly appeared behind the Golden Knight. The saber in his hand slashed towards the Golden Knight. However, at the same time, it should be said that it was a step ahead, and a beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky. Luo Shang's expression changed and he quickly retreated. At the same time, that beam of strong light fell from the sky, and with a loud boom, the Golden Knight was blasted to pieces. Xianxia and the others were all stunned. "Let's go!" A thunderous roar came from the sky. Xianxia was so angry that he angrily said, "Damn it! What did you do? Let's hurry up and leave." Of course, Xianxia knew that the beam of light was helping him, but his group was clearly able to escape unscathed. However, this beam of light was too loud. On the contrary, he had harmed Xianxia and the others. Indeed, the 4 of them had just taken off when the knights behind them returned. "Stop!" Whoosh! Pieces of intense light flashed across the skies above Xianxia's group and quickly grabbed onto the 4 of them paths. Xianxia was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, but it was too late to say anything now. The hundreds of knights surrounded Xianxia and the others. One of the violet gold great knights shouted towards the sky, "Xing Hui, come out. I know it's you." At this moment, the wind blew. In the howling winds, the figure of a man walked over swiftly. His shadow was tall and muscular, but in the light he could not see clearly. However, all the knights present had expressions of fear on their faces. Some even started to retreat slightly. Finally, after the figure approached, Xianxia and the others finally saw it clearly. It was a man with a solemn expression. He wore a simple coarse cloth robe, but his aura was astonishing. The man carried a spear on his back. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Sorry, I was reckless." The violet gold knight looked at Xing Hui's clothes and said, "Where is your violet gold armor? What? Have you not only betrayed your faith, but also given up your honor as a knight?" Xing Hui glanced at Xianxia's group of 4 and said to the purple gold knight, "These exiled clansmen are innocent. Let them go." The purple gold knight smiled playfully and said, "These are just useless exiled ants, but you seem to be protecting them? That's interesting. They must have some value that we don't know, so we can't let them go." "I have to save them," Xing Hui said. The purple gold knight said, "I know you're powerful, so the higher-ups sent 4 of us to get you. Xing Hui, you won't be able to protect yourself. Listen, the 4 of us, take Xing Hui and the rest. Capture the exiled clansmen and make sure they are alive. Bring them back and torture them severely." Dozens of 4th-level Spirit Void Golden Knights immediately rushed towards Xianxia and the others. Xing Hui shouted and transformed into a bolt of lightning that instantly arrived in front of Xianxia. He waved his leg and swept the knight in front of him. Then he threw out a spear. The spear glowed and shot the 4 golden knights in a straight line. He pulled his right hand and the spear returned out of thin air. Then he kicked the shaft of the spear. With a clang, the spear was kicked out again and pierced through the 3 golden knights. This group of 4th-level Spirit Void Golden Knights had nothing left in front of Xinghui and were killed like melons and vegetables. Xianxia and the others nodded slightly. It seemed that the Purple Gold Knights did have some skill. Previously, they had underestimated the Knights Templars too much. The entry criteria for the Purple Gold Knights were 200 per person, but there was no upper limit. 500 was more than 200, and 1,000 was more than 1,000. Obviously, this person named Xinghui was one of the best amongst the Violet Gold Knights. "Xinghui, your opponent is us." The 3 Purple Gold Knights shouted loudly and immediately transformed into 3 bolts of lightning as they charged towards the starlight. The 3 of them were covered in lightning, and violent arcs of lightning exploded on the surface of their bodies. A slender Purple Gold Knight shouted, "Thunder Leopard!" Peng's thunder exploded. The yellow lightning on the Purple Gold Knight's body formed the outline of a leopard. His speed and instant explosive power soared in a straight line. It actually reached 1.5 times the standard speed of light in a single leap. He spun around Xinghui at full speed, and his speed had already completely surpassed Xinghui's. To surpass the speed of light, unless it was the divine cult of the temple battle god, there were only 2 ways to do so. One was to accelerate over a long distance, while the other was to accumulate strength. As for the Thunder Leopard, it was actually able to sprint at high speeds over short distances in the narrow space between tossing and turning. Thunderhawk, another expert, the Purple Gold Knight, jumped into the sky. He spread out his arms, and the brown lightning condensed into the shape of an eagle. Behind him, a large pile of lightning wings appeared. Thunder Snake, the 3rd and thinner Purple Gold Knight, lay on the ground. The green lightning on his body condensed into the shape of a poisonous snake, and large amounts of lightning scales appeared on his body. This person quickly crawled on the ground. The Thunder Snake's reaction and movement were slightly inferior to the Thunder Leopard's. It only reached 1.2 times the speed of light, but its flexibility was even higher. It could slide out of a small arc on the ground at will, and could even occasionally sprint backwards. However, there was still a Purple Gold Knight who did not make a move. He just hugged his shoulders and floated in the air to watch the show quietly. From this, it could be seen that this person's identity and skill must be extraordinary. Xinghui shook his head and said, "The hawk, snake, and leopard of the Temple of Judgment are all here. They look up to me very much." The Thunder Leopard's body arched up and charged towards Xinghui at a high speed of light. Xinghui held the spear horizontally with both of his hands and held the spear shaft against Lei Bao's mouth. He was pushed backwards by Lei Bao and slid backwards. As the lightning snake swam over, he suddenly jumped up from the ground and wrapped around Xinghui's neck. Xinghui brazenly stepped on the lightning snake from midair. The Thunderhawk in the sky saw the opportunity and suddenly made a long dive. This Thunderhawk was like a bolt of lightning as it sprinted faster and faster. By the time he reached near-ground altitude, his sprint speed had suddenly increased to double the normal speed of light. Xinghui punched Lei Bao on the forehead, knocking the leopard backwards. He swept his foot out, sending the lightning serpent flying into the sky, and at the same time he quickly dodged sideways. At the same time, Thunderhawk shot towards Xinghui like a sharp arrow, slicing open a half-inch deep wound on Xinghui's left rib. The other 4th-level Spirit Void Knights were still attacking Xianxia and the others. Xinghui gave up the chance to chase after Xianxia and the others and immediately drove away all the knights beside him. Not wise. Luo Sheng shook his head. Xinghui had already gained the upper hand, so he could take advantage of the hot metal to chase after the Thunder Leopard and the Thunder Snake. However, he was worried about Xianxia and the others, so he had a good opportunity to take measures. Xianxia said, "The Purple Gold Knight that Star Trace is chasing should be Xinghui. However, I can't understand why he wants to help us." At this moment, the battlefield was in an impasse. The 3 Violet Gold Knights of the Eagle Snake Leopard had been tangling with Xinghui. Xinghui had to deal with the 3 experts and protect Xianxia and the others. This caused Xinghui to fall into an extremely passive situation. The 4th-level Spirit Void Golden Knights had also learned to be smart. They did not really want to capture Xiangnan's 4, but instead used their attacks against Xiangnan to contain Xing Hui. As long as Xing Hui rushed over, they would retreat collectively. Once Xing Hui went to face the 3 purple gold knights, they would quickly return. Xing Hui's hands and feet were tied, but under such a disadvantageous environment, he actually did not fail. "This is a great general," Blue Spirit said. One could see that there was also a pattern of the eye of lightning between Xing Hui's eyebrows. He must have been the pride of the Thunder God race, but for some reason he was being hunted down by his own people. Xiangnan expected that this person and the Thunder Divine Hall should be fighting amongst themselves. On the other hand, the Purple Gold Knight, who had been watching coldly, suddenly shouted, "Starlight, getting lost is your only choice." A cold light flashed in Xing Hui's eyes as he said, "I can accept the judgment of the Temple of Judgment, and I am willing to bear all consequences, but not now. I still have my responsibilities." The Purple Gold Knight roared, "You traitor! How dare you say such words? How dare you betray the Thunder Divine Palace and join the Nature Divine Palace?" Xing Hui said angrily, "I didn't. Don't spit blood on me. I'm loyal to the Thunder Temple, and you're the traitors." Listening to their conversation, Xiangnan was thoughtful. At first, he thought that this was another god race that had betrayed the Thunder Divine Hall and chose to join the Nature Divine Hall. But now it seemed that the situation was far from that simple. Xing Hui had indeed done something against the will of the Divine Hall of Thunder, but it seemed that he did not intend to join the Divine Hall of Nature. This was equivalent to him becoming the common enemy of both sides of the temple at the same time. But why? Originally, Xiangnan had thought that if he had the chance, he would bring the starlight back to the nature shrine. Now, it seemed that such a decision was unwise. It was very likely that Xing Hui would betray the nature shrine and cause a serious disaster. At this time, the battle was stalemate, and Xiangnan and the others had become a burden to Xing Hui. Xiangnan's heart also started to become anxious. It seemed that Xing Hui could still withstand these few purple gold knights. However, Linglong City still had a battle god star trace. If she had come, Xing Hui would have died as well. "We can't just sit there and wait for death." Xiangnan's eyes lit up and he said, "Have you learned all the sun god techniques I taught you before?" Luo Shang, Lan Lingxiao, and Guan Xiao nodded. Xiangnan said, "There's no need to hold back. Do it." After saying that, the 4 of them pointed at the sky with their right hands at the same time. 21 resplendent suns suddenly appeared in the sky. Apart from Xiangnan, the other 3 could only summon 5, while Guanzhao's 5 were black. The battle prowess of the 4 of them soared. Even the knights at the scene instantly shifted their attention away from Xing Hui and looked at the sky in astonishment. The unattacked purple gold knight frowned. "What is this?" "Kill!" Xiangnan shouted. The sun-true energy of the 4 of them became incomparably dazzling and dazzling. Luo Shang's figure flashed and 3 4th-level Spirit Void Golden Knights had their heads cut off. Xiangnan charged forward and sent 6 Golden Knights flying. Immediately after, he waved his saber and the 6 of them were slashed at the waist. Blue Spirit controlled 99 flying swords, chaotically cutting through the enemy. These flying swords were as agile as snakes, and were utterly unable to be controlled by the enemy. Although their destructive power was still slightly insufficient, they could continuously accumulate wounds on the enemy, turning them from minor injuries into serious injuries. Guan Xiao released her phaseless avatar, and 10 of Guan Zhao's eyes shone with intense light. A large number of golden knights were cut in half by Guan Zhao's light of tearing. These tearing lights were actually able to obtain the blessing of the true energy of the sun. As a result, Guan Xiao was the one who killed the enemy the fastest. Looking at the battle between the 4 exiled clansmen, Xing Hui's eyes lit up and he said, "I didn't expect that there were actually 4 experts." Xiangnan shouted, "Leave us alone. Beat you. We can handle this on our own." The moment these 4 attacked, they killed all of the 4th-level Spirit Void Golden Knights in almost 2 seconds. However, there were dozens of Golden Knights at the 5th level of Spirit Void who were still alive. Capture them. The purple gold knight's expression changed slightly. These people's strength is unprecedented. This must be why Starlight wanted to protect them. Don't let them leave, or there will be endless troubles in the future. He had taken his own life. That was a Templar Knight. That was a gold rank Templar Knight. That was a 4th level Spirit Void Golden Knight. Now, he had actually been killed clean by 4 people at the 3rd level of Spirit Void, like cutting melons and vegetables. What exactly was the origin of that terrifying true energy? If the 4 of them were given unlimited opportunities to develop, wouldn't the 4 of them be able to overthrow the entire Thunder Divine Hall one day? The more he thought about it, the more frightened the Purple Gold Knight became, and he immediately gave the order to die. The 4th level Spirit Void Golden Knights were all killed, but there were still 10 5th level Spirit Void Golden Knights. The expressions of the 10 knights also changed drastically. After receiving the Purple Gold Knight's orders, they immediately surrounded Xianxia and the others. This time, the 4 of them were completely defeated. By relying on the Sun God technique, they could temporarily reach the level of being able to fight against the 4th level of the Spirit Void realm, and they could also rely on astonishing combat techniques to kill their enemies. However, facing a 5th level Spirit Void Golden Knight, there was nothing he could do. In an instant, Luo Sheng bypassed the attacks of the 4 5th level Spirit Void Knights, and instantly launched 10,000 blade slashes towards the 3 Golden Knights inside. Clang, 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 clang. The dense slashes were all bounced back by the knights at the 5th level of the Spirit Void realm. Blue spirits flying swords densely packed towards a Golden Knight. The Golden Knight grabbed one of the flying swords with one hand. The other flying swords were still clanging against his body, and they were all bounced back, completely unable to break through the defenses. The Golden Knight grinned sinisterly. One of Blue Spirit's flying swords was actually broken on the spot. 10 Guan Shao revolved around a Golden Knight, and 10 rays of light shot towards the knight's body. However, the knight hugged his shoulders and looked calm. The torn light circled around him as it fired, splashing large sparks, but there was nothing he could do about it. Xianxia shouted, "The difference in Cultivation realm is too great. Change the attack to defense." The 4 of them immediately gathered together and exchanged glances with each other. There was no chance of defeating the knights at the 5th level of the Spirit Void realm, but they could rely on their nimble movements to buy time. The 10 Golden Knights immediately moved closer and launched a dense lightning attack on the 4 of them. Dense lightning covered the sky and the earth, and beams of lightning crisscrossed around Xianxia and the others. Every bolt of lightning passed by Xianxia and the others' skin, and they would feel a burning pain. Luo Sheng naturally didn't need to pay attention. His reaction ability could dodge almost all of the enemy's attacks. Xianxia, on the other hand, focused on Guanshao and Lan Ling. The 2 of them could only barely dodge under the powerful attacks. The 2 knights wielded lightning spears and stabbed at Blue Spirit at the same time. Blue Spirit dodged 2 shots at the same time with her elegant movements. Unexpectedly, another person ambushed her from the side. "Get out of the way!" After Xianxia dodged his attack, he quickly pulled Blue Spirit back. At the same time, the spear that stabbed at Blue Spirit also missed. "Be careful!" Guanshao used her shoulders to knock Xianxia back. At almost the same time, a lightning spear slashed towards Xianxia's chest. The 4 of them cooperated with each other in the dense attacks. They had actually fought for a full minute, but the Golden Knight still hadn't touched their bodies. The 10 Golden Knights were dumbfounded. As for the Purple Gold Knights, they were already considered to be the strongest warriors. However, the 5 Purple Gold Knights on the scene were all dumbfounded. This is... What kind of ability is this? The Thunder Leopard looked at the 4 exiled clansmen in shock. The skill of the Ghost Axe Divine Art was incredibly intuitive. Xianxia and the others were entangled with 10 Golden Knights at the 5th level of Spirit Void. So Xinghui naturally had enough time to concentrate on dealing with the enemy. He also displayed his formidable combat ability, actually suppressing 3 blows by himself. The eagle, snake, and leopard that they had only fought were powerless to resist. The 3 of them were forced to panic. They immediately summoned the power of faith. In the sky, the phantom images of the three war gods stood proudly in the sky. Xing Hui, you have been removed from all your priesthood. You are no longer able to enjoy the power of faith. Today is the day of your death. Lei Bao held the battle god spear in his hand and charged towards Xing Hui. This would happen to the god race who betrayed the divine hall once they were removed from their priesthood. First, the sculpture was removed, unable to be worshipped, unable to enjoy the support. Secondly, it would also be cancelled. No matter which war god Xing Hui believed in, or which war god of thunder, this war god would refuse to lend his power to Xing Hui. Xiang Nan and the others' hearts skipped a beat, thinking that this was going to be bad. As a result, Xing Hui did not panic at all. He raised his right hand and shouted angrily, "Please, dragon-riding spear!" Suddenly, a gigantic spear that crossed the north and south was lined up in the sky. An array of light shone from the spear's body. The knights were shocked and exclaimed, "Dragon-riding spear?" Xing Hui suddenly put on a layer of dragon-scale armor, and the spear in his hand quickly turned into a dragon spear. He pierced through Lei Bao's chest with a spear and provoked him. The Thunderhawk roared as it dived down, cutting through Xing Hui's dragon-scaled battle armor and brushing past Xing Hui. Xing Hui fiercely twisted his head and took a bite of the Thunderhawk's wing, dragging it back alive. He smashed the Thunderhawk's spine with a backhand spear, and the spear rotated half a circle, piercing through the neck of the dragon shadow. Thunder Snake saw that the situation was not good and quickly fled. Xing Hui jumped up and threw the dragon spear out with a whoosh. The dragon spear cut through a streak of light and pierced through the lightning snake, nailing it to the ground. The unattacked purple gold knight was finally completely enraged. He roared, "A traitor can't win the favor of the dragon-riding spear. You liar! Heavenly punishment, divine palace. Bull god!" Following the purple gold knight's furious roar, his entire body exploded with lightning. The dense lightning formed a huge lightning bull. Judging from his name alone, this violet gold knight and the other three were not from the same organization. Those three were all from the Divine Hall of Judgment, and this person was from the Divine Hall of Heavenly Punishment. When Xiang Nan and the others saw the lightning bull's appearance, their pupils shrank. To the entire dream world, this image of a lightning bull was too deeply rooted in people's hearts. It was a nightmare that had enveloped the entire dream world for 13 billion years. Heavenly Punishment Divine Palace. Under the Thunder Divine Hall system, the strongest representative of combat power. Xing Hui stood proudly and shouted with his gun, "God Protector Knight, Xing Hui!" The Heavenly Punishment Divine Hall represented the wrath of the god race. As for the God Protector Knights, it could be seen from their names that they were dedicated to protecting high-level gods. One was the strongest killer, and the other was the strongest bodyguard. The lightning bull descended from the sky and roared, "Wan Jun! Thunder Trample!" The giant bull stomped its 3 feet on the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble. 3 enormous tornado waves of lightning roared in all directions, engulfing everyone in an instant. Everyone, including Xiang Nan and the Golden Knight, was intimidated by the lightning trample. Their entire bodies were stiffened and they fell to the ground. They could not even move a finger, and their muscles were tightened. Xing Hui stabbed the dragon-riding spear into the ground and shouted, "Divine power! Divine illumination!" Buzz! A beam of holy light descended from the sky and enveloped the starlight. Tyrannical lightning waves swept across the starlight, but they failed to break through the holy light's defenses. The lightning bull roared wildly as it rumbled as it charged towards Xing Hui like a mad bull. In an instant, tens of thousands of thick lightning bolts connected to the 2 horns in the sky. His horns were followed by dense thunder and lightning beams, and he abruptly charged towards the holy light. Boom! The holy light was actually pushed to the point of being dispersed. Xing Hui, on the other hand, spun the dragon spear and placed it on the horn with a clang, causing the giant bull to slide back and forth on the ground. Both of them belonged to the Thunder Temple, and were also the highest-ranked purple gold rank of the Knights Templars. They were also the highest-ranked divine envoys under the Thunder Temple system. The battle between the two god-representative knights had opened the eyes of Xiang Nan and the others. As Xing Hui retreated, he roared angrily, "Tianxi, the power of a heavenly deity!" Pong! A wave of air suddenly exploded beneath Xing Hui's feet. It was as if his entire body was nailed to the ground, unbreakable. As for the lightning giant, it continued to berserk against the starlight. Countless lightning bolts continuously exploded on the starlight's dragon spear, but it was no longer able to push the starlight any further. Xing Hui twisted his arms and used his strength to twist the horn of the dragon spear, sending the lightning bull flying, followed by a bolt of lightning piercing through his heart. Ka! A bolt of lightning kicked the giant bull's chest, and another bolt of lightning shot out from the giant bull's back. Moo! The giant bull snorted and flew out, its huge body still struggling. Xing Hui leapt into the sky with ease. He buzzed the dragon spear into a halo and landed on the lightning bull. He shouted, "Tianxi, the wrath of the heavenly deity." Another beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping the starlight, but the holy light quickly turned blood red. And Xing Hui had also turned into a celebrity. Power of faith! The lightning bull roared in panic. In the sky, the shadow of a temple battle god appeared. The giant bull hurriedly grabbed a temple divine shield with both of its hands to block it. As Xing Hui attacked, he said, "Oh? The battle god you believe in has actually been promoted to the temple level? But so what?" Boom! Hong Nu collided with the temple's divine shield. In an instant, the divine shield collapsed, and the lightning bull was crushed to the ground by the terrifying power of the heavenly deity. Xing Hui put away his gun and casually waved his long hair. "The four of you follow me," he said. "You want to leave? You can't go anywhere." Suddenly, an ice-cold voice sounded from behind the starlight. "Star Trace." Xing Hui's eyes turned cold as he turned around to shoot. Clang! The dragon spear was firmly blocked by the battle god shield in Star Trace's hand. Even the dragon spear trembled, bringing with it star light. This battle god shield was not the power of faith, but Star Trace's own strength. Star Trace was already a 6th-level spirit void war god. Xing Hui quickly retreated and frowned. "When did you reach the battle god realm?" The Star Trace sneered. "Starlight, starlight, a famous and lofty existence. Back then, I didn't even have the qualifications to look up to you. But who would have thought that now that I have reached the level of a war god, the pride of the divine hall of thunder like you has become an ant beneath my feet?" Xing Hui quickly said to Xiang Nan and the others, "Hurry up and leave. I'll stall her." "Not a single one of them can leave," Star Trace shouted coldly. In an instant, hundreds of 5th-level spirit void golden knights surrounded Xiang Nan's group of 4. The Star Trace did not hesitate at this moment and gave the order to die, saying, "Kill without delay." Xiang Nan's heart trembled as he said in a deep voice, "I'll stall them. The 3 of you find an opportunity to escape. Leave me alone. I have a way to survive." At this time, hundreds of spears had already stabbed towards the 4 of them. Xiang Nan's right arm trembled and he shouted, "Daydreaming, the etheric blade." In the air, countless etheric particles suddenly converged on the giant saber, causing the saber to suddenly turn into a faint light blade that resembled a ghost blade. Following Xiang Nan's tail swing, the etheric blade drew a large circle. Ding dang 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 dang. What? Xing Hui and Xing Zong were shocked at the same time. The hundreds of golden knights were even more shocked. Guan Shao did not hesitate. She ran out of a large amount of black powder and immediately used the silence technique to escape from the crowd with Luo Shang and Lan Ling. This method of sprinkling powder could only be used in areas designated for battle, but there was absolutely no Shen power shield here. The golden knights only breathed a sigh of relief before blowing away all the black powder. The figures of Guan Shao and the others who had escaped also appeared in everyone's line of sight. Dream Dao was Xiang Nan's most important trump card. The choice of using the Dream Dao could really determine Xiang Nan's life and death. Therefore, Xiang Nan was unwilling to use this trump card unless absolutely necessary. But now it was a situation of last resort. It's the ancient race's technique of silence. Star Tracer's eyes changed as he said, "Chase! Don't let them escape your sight." Silence was something that could not be sensed, but could only be seen. Once Guanxiao and the others escaped from their sight, they would have a great chance of escaping. The many golden knights immediately chased after Guanxiao and the others, and how could Xianxia let go? Once the afterimage suddenly appeared in front of him, he slashed horizontally again, cutting off half of the spears that had their spears cut off. What kind of ghost weapon is this? The knights were shocked. The Star Tracer said angrily, "A bunch of idiots! That's the power of the etheric ghost. Don't collide head-on with his weapon. Attack him directly." The Golden Knights immediately woke up from their dreams and dodged Xianxia's unstoppable etheric blades. They only focused on attacking Xianxia himself. This brought a lot of trouble to Xianxia. In normal battles, it is impossible to dodge only the opponent's weapons. You dodged the enemy's weapons, but because of this, you also have weaknesses. The enemy can use fists, palms, and feet to hit your body. You will also suffer heavy injuries. However, things were different now. Xianxia only had weapons that could harm a 5th-level Spirit Void Knight. As for Xianxia, his cultivation base was severely lacking, so he was completely ignored by the knights. When Xianxia's saber cleaved nimbly, the knights only paid attention to the weapon itself, and only avoided the weapon itself, completely ignoring Xianxia himself. The moment Xianxia's saber was struck, the moment the enemy dodged it, a Thunder Dragon palm landed on the knight's vital area. But every time, after the loud clanging sound, the knights did not move, and Xianxia's own palms were numb from the shock. Saber drawing slash. Xianxia suddenly swung his saber. A large crescent blade radiance swept out, causing the faces of the knights to change drastically as they dodged one after another. However, more than a dozen of them were unable to dodge and were struck by the saber. However, Xianxia's heart felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. It's useless. The etheric blade was only sharp, but it didn't have any blessing on the saber light. The saber light from the drawing saber slash was still at the 3rd level of Spirit Void. His saber light is not boosted by weapons. Everyone, don't be afraid. The knights immediately discovered the situation. All the knights rushed forward. Xianxia used his keen movement technique to instantly dodge all sorts of random attacks. He grabbed a knight's shoulder and the etheric blade fiercely pierced through his stomach. With a single slash, he killed a 5th-level Spirit Void Golden Knight. His blade was still inside the knight's body, and he turned to cut the 3 Golden Knights in half. A knight from the rear suddenly punched Xianxia in the back. Xianxia had already seen it. Moreover, he could easily defend against this punch, but his realm was too low. At the same time that Xianxia slashed the 3 of them, he turned around to receive the heavy punch. As a result, when the fists and palms intersected, Xianxia's entire body was shattered, and he was sent flying backwards. The knights below brandished their guns and smashed towards Xianxia, who was flying over their heads. Xianxia forcefully turned around and sliced off another piece of their spear shaft. There was even a backhand slash that cut off the heads of the 3 knights. So powerful! Xinghui roared excitedly. My friend's combat skills can be said to be at the peak of perfection. It's been a long time since I've seen such a powerful expert. Xinghui was excited to see this, but Xianxia felt unspeakable. He was only powerful with weapons. However, there were more than 100 Golden Knights. Others could be killed by him without caring. However, as long as Xianxia was hit once, he would break his arm and leg. Most importantly, this etheric blade would not increase the power of the Sun Qi. As a result, all of Xianxia's cultivation methods and martial skills were useless. Xianxia stepped on the shoulder of a knight, his body hanging upside down. The saber in his hand pulled out a saber flower and instantly pierced through the eyebrows of the 5 knights. However, as long as his weapon was attacking, his people would be a loophole. More knights jumped up and took advantage of the gap between Xianxia's attacks with weapons to launch counterattacks against Xianxia. Xianxia's reaction was already extremely fast. He withdrew his saber at the instant he drew his saber, forcing 7 knights back at the same time. However, there was still one knight who used the shaft of his spear, or could now be called a stick. A stick landed on Xianxia's back. Pa! Lightning exploded on Xianxia's back, sending him flying. Xianxia could only feel his internal organs being shattered. He couldn't control his blood pressure and spat it out. On the other side, Xinghui had already fought with Star Trace. The Star Trace relied on its powerful suppression to completely crush the star radiance. With Xinghui's cultivation, he shouldn't even be able to withstand a single move. If both sides touched once, Xinghui would definitely explode and die. However, the illusion of him possessing the dragon-riding spear was barely able to retreat all the way to receive the attack. A great dream has descended. At this moment, a loud roar resounded through the clouds. Suddenly, a reflection of the real world appeared in the sky and fell. In an instant, Xianxia entered an invincible state. He no longer had to be restricted by his low-level body. He rushed into the rabbit pack like a flood dragon. The attacks of the Golden Knights could not harm Xianxia at all. Xianxia rushed out from the crowd like mowing grass. Large swathes of Golden Knights were sliced at the waist and fell one after another. This scene, Star Trace suddenly hugged his head and said painfully, "This scene is so familiar. Where have I seen it before? Ah, my head." Taking advantage of Star Trace's headache, Xinghui stabbed a dragon spear into Star Trace's heart. However, this spear had only entered half an inch. He would never be able to go deeper. On the other side, more than 100 knights had been killed by Xianxia in just 3 seconds. The Star Tracer's mind calmed down slightly. She pointed at Xianxia and shouted, "Dao Domain disperse!" A surge of divine power rushed towards Xianxia, directly hitting the dream world where Xianxia resided. At this moment, an astonishing scene occurred. The dream world had actually been broken. All of them disappeared. Xianxia was greatly surprised. Xinghui took the time to shout, "Friend, your invincible Dao luck is useless against the war god. They can't kill you, but they can expel your Dao luck." The arrival of Xianxia's great dream was actually a kind of domain. In his domain of Dao luck, he could fully enjoy the benefits of the domain. Just like the iron-armed race's ability, their race's ability was a natural Dao fortune. Within a 50-meter diameter domain, all elements could be turned into earth elements, but this domain could be broken. Star Trace was already at the 6th level of Spirit Void. It would be easy to break through Xianxia's Dao luck at the 3rd level of Spirit Void. This scene allowed Xianxia to gain a deeper understanding of the situation in the divine realm. It turned out that his dream was not invincible. At this moment, Xinghui shouted, "Friend, only your saber can kill Star Trace. You and I will cooperate." Xianxia twisted his neck and said, "That's what I meant." There were only 20 or so Golden Knights left. Even though Xianxia only had powerful weapons with his powerful combat skills, these 20-some people could no longer pose any threat to Xianxia. The Star Trace released hundreds of lightning strikes in a row. The lightning chains formed a string and rumbled towards Starlight. Xinghui's strength was suppressed, and he was unable to launch a counterattack. It was even difficult to dodge and resist. He managed to dodge 99% of the hundreds of lightning strikes with his agile movement technique, but he still managed to hit 3 times. The mighty dragon riding spear phantom resisted the lightning strikes, but it still made Xinghui's injuries worse every time. "Hurry up! I can't hold on any longer." Xinghui was blown away by the lightning strike. After landing on the ground, he knelt on one knee and gasped for breath. At this moment, this powerful purple gold knight was at the end of his rope. The extremely powerful lightning strikes left marks on his body like flowers. These were special lightning strikes. The areas covered by the lightning strikes represented the necrosis of his body's tissues. Although on the surface this person did not have a bloody head, but in reality he was already dead. "What you said is quite simple." Xianxia raised his saber horizontally and killed 3 people first. "Why don't you give it a try?" Xianxia flipped over the head of a knight and rolled in the air, drawing his saber and killing 5 more people. "Try using the 3rd level of Spirit Void to deal with the 5th level of Spirit Void." When Xianxia landed on the ground, he charged on the spot. When he dodged the 5 bolts of lightning from behind him, he rose from the ground and stabbed a person to death with his saber. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had already killed 9 people in a row. There were only 14 remaining enemies, and the fewer enemies there were, the less pressure Xianxia would have and the more room he would have to use them. Xianxia had only used 6 moves to kill the last 14 people. However, on the other side, Xinghui was about to lose his ability to withstand it. At this moment, Xinghui's entire body was covered in lightning strikes. His neck, chest, back, arms. He had already reached the point where his life was in danger, but under his desperate protection, the lightning strikes on his right leg and right arm were the least, and he could barely maintain a portion of his mobility. Xianxia quickly rushed over and stood with Xinghui. Xinghui panted and said, "What a first-class warrior. I was only in charge of the Violet Gold Knights from beginning to end, but you actually killed all the others." On the other side, the star trail had already stopped. She looked at Xianxia and Xinghui hesitantly. At this moment, she was hesitating. Xianxia and Xinghui stood shoulder to shoulder and did not take the initiative to attack. Both sides were hesitating. They were all waiting for the final decision of the star trace. If she wanted to escape now with Xianxia and Xinghui's half-dead state, she would definitely not be able to catch up. However, she had already tasted the wonderful taste of a battle god. Her powerful realm allowed her to trample on the once lofty starlight beneath her feet today. No one could resist this feeling. If he could capture Xinghui, then it would be a merit. Perhaps even the temple's war god would be able to obtain it with ease. However, if she continued to fight, there was a certain risk that she would be killed. Whether to fight or flee, she was uncertain. Xianxia and the other 2 were waiting. Her escape was the best outcome. If she wanted to fight, she could only bravely accompany him. Xianxia understood the star trace quite well. From the change in the star trace's increasingly clear expression, he knew that this woman was beginning to be ruthless. Xianxia grabbed Xinghui's arm and sent a voice transmission. "Her cultivation is too high, but her skill is not good. Give me a chance to fight. As long as I fight, I can end her life." Xinghui replied, "Don't worry, just leave it to me." Xianxia had nothing to say, so he decided to gamble. He did not know Xinghui, nor was he certain that Xinghui's battle consciousness was strong enough, so he could not trust Xinghui 100% as much as he trusted Luosheng. Once the 2 of them made any mistakes, both of them would die, but now they could only rely on him. There was only one chance. Either Star Tracer or Star Radiance died. However, once Xinghui died, Xianxia would have absolutely no way of surviving. Finally, the Star Trace's eyes flashed with determination. "Now!" Xianxia shouted. The Star Trace must not be given a chance to take the initiative. Without saying a word, Xianxia immediately turned into a beam of light and rushed towards the Star Trace. The etheric blade in his hand was raised high up. The 2 of them weren't hungry at all, so they could discuss specific countermeasures. Because they can't control the movement of the star trace, the so-called cooperation could only rely on on-the-spot reactions. Xianxia sold himself first to give Xinghui a chance. If Xinghui didn't understand, then he would really be doomed. The moment Xianxia attacked, the star trace also attacked. She raised her hands high, causing countless thunderbolts to fall. On the other hand, Xianxia relied on his agile movement technique to dodge all the thunderclaps. Star Trace's pupils constricted. After a moment of hesitation, he charged towards Xianxia. She knew very well that only Xiangnian's saber could hurt her. It was wise to kill Xiangnian first. Xiangnian's heart trembled as he thought to himself. The Star Trace's entire body was wrapped in a ball of lightning. He held the battle god's spear in his right hand and viciously attacked Xiangnian. The time had come. 0.05 seconds left was the best chance for a counterattack. 0.04 seconds left. 3-2. Xiangnian became anxious. Could Xinghui see this opportunity? It was a matter of life and death. At the last minute of 0.001 seconds, a shadow suddenly flashed in front of Xiangnian. The shadow suddenly hugged the Star Tracer's battle god spear. This person was Xing Hui. The battle god spear that was attacking Xianxia pierced through Xing Hui's chest with a pu sound. However, he firmly grabbed the battle god spear with both of his hands, delaying the Star Trace's drawing of the spear by a tiny bit. This was the moment. Xianxia stepped on Xing Hui's back and jumped up. A saber light flashed in the sky. A head soared into the sky. Swoosh! As the saber light passed, Xianxia's head rose and he landed steadily on the ground. The two of them didn't make any mistakes in their cooperation. It could be said to be perfect to the extreme. The moment Xianxia landed, he immediately ran back and caught Xing Hui, who had fallen from the sky. "You're dead," he said with a serious expression. "Come with me. I might be able to find a way to save you." Xing Hui weakly shook his head and said, "Don't worry. Someone can save me. This friend. Why don't you come with me? It's hard to find a good friend. Ever since I stepped into the martial arts world, I've never trusted someone so confidently that I can keep up with my consciousness. Together, you and I must be the best partners in the world." However, Xianxia shook his head and refused, saying, "We are both destitute people, but you have your beliefs, and I have my own pursuits." Xing Hui said regretfully, "If the situation wasn't limited, that would be great. But can you tell me your name?" Xianxia hesitated. The name Xianxia was more sensitive in the god domain. Once it was exposed, there was a certain chance that the god representative would remember it. However, the cooperation just now was indeed very good. He couldn't bear to refute Xing Hui's face, so he thought of Chun Hengjuan and said, "After 3 sides, it means that our destiny is not shallow. At that time I will tell you the truth. Friend, take care." With that, Xianxia turned into a ray of light and flew towards the nature shrine. What a sturdy man! Xing Hui regretted and appreciated Xianxia's disappearance. He looked in the direction where Xianxia had disappeared and said, "Such a hero actually appeared in a small exiled race." After saying that, he took out a small wooden sculpture from his bosom and said, "My God, please show yourself." Beside him, a flash of light appeared, and the Master God of Life appeared. "You're seriously injured. Quickly sit down." After all, the little girl was young, and when she saw Xing Hui's appearance, she was immediately frightened to the point of panic. She sat Xing Hui down on the ground and placed her hands on Xing Hui's back. She said, "You have to expel the lightning divine power before you can begin to heal your wounds. This process will hurt a little. Endure it." Xing Hui said ferociously, "What does this pain count for? My God, why did you ask me to save the 4 exiles? Could it be that you have your own thoughts?" The Master God of Life was silent. After a long time he said, "Actually, I can't say. I only know that those people are very important." "By feeling?" Xing Hui asked curiously. The little girl shook her head and said, "It should be a sign." At last, Xianxia came back from the nature temple safely. He also felt very regretful in his heart. It would be great if he could bring Xing Hui back. To be fair, Xianxia felt that his cooperation with Xing Hui was the best. The two of them naturally knew what Xing Hui wanted to do without any communication. True, Luo Shang's combat ability must have surpassed Xing Hui's, but Luo Shang was too unique. From beginning to end, he had cultivated his own combat ability, not including teammates. If Luo Shang was forced to cooperate with his teammates, he could also do it, but that would greatly limit Luo Shang's performance. Speaking of which, it would be more comfortable to fight with Xing Hui. Xianxian sighed. Xianxian did not conceal anything about Xing Hui. He truthfully reported it to the Master God in order to prevent Xing Hui from being accidentally injured in the future when the Nature Divine Palace acted. The Thunder Master God sighed with emotion when he heard the words, "Starlight." So he left the Thunder Shrine as well, but with his temper and temperament, he would never join the Nature Shrine. His current situation is very difficult and confusing. "I know that feeling," Xianxia said. It was like a general who was an official in the court. He was dissatisfied with the actions of the court and left the court. But this did not mean that he was going to join the uprising army. Xing Hui still loved the Thunder Divine Hall, but he was looking for a way to get it back on track. Afterwards, according to the agreement, Xiangnan was going to the Divine Pill Peak to refine pills. He had already obtained a Saint Rank 3 pill recipe and was going to refine pills for 5 people, including the Good Fortune race. The Good Fortune race expert also knew that he had tricked Xiangnan and the others, so he didn't have the face to come over and ask. Xiangnan bid farewell to everyone and immediately set foot on the path back to the Divine Pill Peak. According to the usual practice, it was still 5 for Xiangnan, 8 for Luosheng, 9 for Blue Spirit, and 10 for Guanxiao, and 5 for the Good Fortune race experts. These 5 pills were definitely not enough for him to advance, even if he was given a small punishment. The Space Master God constructed the space wormhole. Xiangnan relied on his acceleration to reach the Pill God Peak again. He arrived at the underground world with ease and familiarity. The huge building once again faced the array of pill furnaces. Before concocting the pill, he carefully inspected it and discovered that there were indeed 3 more chances left for the pill furnace array. This meant that the Crimson Eye clan did not come to cause any trouble later. This matter caused Xiangnan to breathe a sigh of relief. The serpent said, "Have you already remembered the 3rd grade pill recipe? Then prepare to start refining pills. It's always good to raise your cultivation level as soon as possible." Xiangnan had already suffered a loss of too low a cultivation realm many times. If he hadn't gotten the etheric blade by chance, then Linglong City and the others would have died without a doubt. Thinking of this, Xiangnan prepared to take out the spiritual herbs and distribute them among the pill furnaces. At this moment, he suddenly felt a kind of unprovoked palpitations in his heart. He suddenly turned around and saw a dense crowd of people standing at the gate behind him. They were all members of the Crimson Eye clan. Moreover, the people who came this time were all too high level. The strongest of them actually had 10 Spirit Void 6th layer experts. The total number of them had already reached more than 50. To the Crimson Eye clan, this was already an enormous sum of money. As for Xiangnan, he immediately discovered his acquaintance, the middle-aged beauty he had met before. Damn it! These people don't know what to do. The serpent lowered its voice and said, "Sending 10 6th level Spirit Void Masters at a time is definitely not good. If you find the right opportunity, run away." Xiangnan's mood was also very solemn. Even if he used all his methods, he would not be able to defeat an expert at the 6th level of the Spirit Void realm. A martial artist of this realm could dispel their own great dreams with every move they made. "Are you here to refine pills again?" Xiangnan tried to ask, although he knew in his heart that this possibility did not exist. The Crimson Eye clansmen all shook their heads. Among them, the middle-aged beauty walked out and said, "We didn't sneak attack you. We are already very sincere. Come with us." Xiangnan chuckled and said, "This is called sincerity? How much difference is there between sneak attack and blatant plundering?" The middle-aged woman said, "You misunderstand. We are not here to seek revenge on you. We do need your help. You want to refine pills, right?" Xiangnan said, "I don't understand. If you want high-grade pills, why don't you go to the human settlements and search for them yourself? Why are you here to make things difficult for me? This place is used for refining pills, not for storing pills." The middle-aged woman shook her head and said, "We searched, but we didn't. You probably don't know that the human race hasn't refined any pills above the 1st grade of the Saint rank." "What?" Xiangnan frowned and said, "What do you mean by that?" "You mean, oh, I understand. The grade of the pill followed the grade of the spirit herbs. The human race already possessed the highest grade 5 Saint grade spirit herbs, so they had also studied the corresponding grade of the pill recipe. However, the problem was that humans had never seen a Spirit Void level 1 or above expert. They had never refined a pill above the 1st grade of the Saint stage. They did not possess such a powerful ability to temper such a powerful pill flame. It was only today that Xiangnan suddenly realized this matter. The middle-aged woman said, "Our clan has already collected many high-grade pill refining furnaces and many spiritual herbs. Follow us back." Xiangnan shook his head and said, "What kind of pills do you want to refine? Tell me clearly right here. I won't go with you, and only here will there be a pill furnace array. The middle-aged woman smiled. Don't play tricks. We know the use of pill furnaces. We can only concoct pills in batches to save time. However, normal pill refining furnaces can also be used to refine pills. Furthermore, we only need one pill. Therefore, there is no difference between being here and being in the clan. Xianxia originally wanted to muddle through, but he didn't expect that this group of people had already done their homework. The middle-aged beauty persuaded, "Young man, don't resist. You can't defeat us. Either you come back with us, or we force you." Xianxia's eyes twitched as he raised his hands high up and shouted in his heart, "A big dream has descended." The cottage dream fell. Amongst the experts of the Crimson Eye clan, there was a 6th-level spirit void expert. He waved his hand and said, "Dao by Dao." "Who?" The dream world had just fallen when it was instantly dispersed. Xianxia sighed. It seemed that only the god race knew how to expel Dao luck. The Crimson Eye race actually knew how to do so as well. Sure enough, they were one of the races that were on par with the ancient god race. At this point in time, Xianxia had nothing else to say. He immediately surrendered and was captured. Originally, he had thought that he would first refine a 3rd-grade St. Pill here and then follow them, but there was a danger of being robbed. It didn't matter if the pills were snatched away. There were even more Tier 3 Saint-grade spirit herbs in the Divine Hall of Nature, but if the pill furnace array lost a chance to be used, it would be a loss of money. These unreasonable people wrapped Xianxia in a ball of red light, sealing off all of his senses. Xianxia did not understand what had happened afterwards. He could not see, hear, or sense anything. He didn't even know if he was moving. After an unknown amount of time, the ball of red light disappeared. Xianxia discovered that he was in an empty palace. The interior of the palace was not golden and brilliant. Instead, it was decorated very simply. Simple and generous, there are all the things that should be, and none that shouldn't be. There was a large white bed in the middle of the palace, and there were red petals on the sheets. On the nearby table, there were more than a dozen dishes of very rich snacks. Xianxia first tried to break through the door of the palace, but he found that he couldn't open it at all. This palace was completely sealed off by the power of a 5th-level spirit void. Thus, even the etheric blade was saved. Judging from the small snacks that were specially prepared for him and the palace that had been sealed and left behind for him, it was obvious that the Crimson Eye race could not let him go. Even if the etheric blade sliced open the door, it would definitely be greeted by many experts from the Crimson Eye race. At that time, it would be even more embarrassing to be captured. There's no way nobody's defending him. Xianxia sighed and sat down at the table. He casually grabbed a small snack and handed it to Little Sparrow. The little bird didn't care about anything and ate happily. "This is not the way to go on." Xianxia frowned and said, "Guan Xiao and the others are still waiting for me to return. If they are imprisoned for too long, they might think that I am already dead." Thinking of this, Xianxia's heart burned with anxiety. If Guan Xiao felt that Xianxia was dead, she would be very sad. She might even explode with rage and go against the Divine Nature Palace. "Why did you capture me? Give me a hearty word," Xianxia shouted. But no one answered. The serpent said, "This matter is a bit abnormal. I suspect that the Crimson Eye race didn't capture you for the sake of medicinal pills. What else is possible? Definitely not. These bastards are lying," Xianxia said. "Everyone except the god race wanted pills. There was no reason why they only wanted one, but if they wanted more, it was impossible for them to bring Xianxia back. The pill furnace array was the best place to refine pills." Xianxia concluded that these Crimson Eye clansmen must have other intentions. After a whole day, no one paid attention to Xianxia. 2 days passed. 3 days passed. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. In 5 days, the Crimson Eye race had never appeared. This inevitably caused Xianxia to have some bad thoughts. Perhaps the Crimson Eye race did not need anything from him at all. Could it be that they were only trying to imprison him? Xianxia was already ruthless. Tomorrow morning, he would use the Supreme Blade to split open the door and rush out. Even if he was caught again, he could at least ask them. On the same night, Xianxia was lying on the bed, tossing and turning. At this moment, the palace door creaked and was gently pushed open. Finally, a flash of anger flashed in Xiangnan's eyes. He jumped up and rushed towards the palace gate, saying, "What exactly are you guys trying to do?" Xiangnan was speechless. He was completely shocked and unable to move. He looked at the person and his mood immediately turned upside down. But then he became even angrier. He rushed forward and even summoned the etheric blade, placing it on the person's neck. Ever since he came to the divine realm, he had never been so angry. It was all because of the appearance of that person. It was a weak, pale woman, holding a tray with 2 simple dishes and a pot of wine on it. And this woman's appearance was exactly the same as Xiangnan's master, Su Kaiwe. Why did she turn into Su Kaiwe? How did they know about Su Kaiwe? How did he know about his relationship with Su Kaiwe? Could it be that they could probe a person's memories? However, no matter what, Xiangnan would never allow anyone to tarnish his master, even if it was just an imitation of his image. Xiangnan gritted his teeth and said coldly, "I'll give you 3 seconds. Speak, otherwise, the head will land on the ground." The woman raised her head and looked at Xiangnan calmly. "What do you want to ask?" "No questions. How can I answer?" she said. "Don't play dumb with me," Xiangnan said angrily. The woman shook her head. "I really don't know what you're talking about. Why did you become like this?" Xiangnan shouted at her. The woman was still calm and shook her head. "I haven't changed. I've always been like this. I don't understand why you're angry." At this time, the big snake suddenly said, "Little brat Xiangnan, she doesn't seem to be lying. Furthermore, based on her signs of vitality, it seems that she is about to die." Xiangnan let go of the etheric blade. He retreated step by step, but he was puzzled. He muttered, "This is how it is. This is how it is. But is there such a coincidence under the heavens? You look like this, yet you let me encounter you?" "Xiangnan brat, I suddenly have a guess," said the big snake. "What is it?" Xiangnan thought. The serpent said, "Ask her if she has anything to do with the human race. Otherwise, my guess will not be confirmed." Xiangnan asked this question, and the woman calmly put down the tray and invited Xiangnan to sit opposite. Xiangnan was anxious to know the answer, but this woman was not anxious at all. She actually poured wine for Xiangnan, poured wine for herself, and even toasted Xiangnan. Not to mention anything else, his personality was quite similar to Su Tsayue's. After drinking a glass of wine, the woman opened her mouth. Xiangnan hurriedly listened carefully. The woman said, "Young master, do you have a dream?" Xiangnan was so angry that he was about to smoke. He was still waiting for an answer. She was fine and began to talk about life. Xiangnan said anxiously, "Answer my question first, otherwise I won't answer any of your questions." The woman shook her head and said, "Young master is really impatient. I have nothing to do with humans." Xiangnan's heart was empty for no reason. He thought to himself, "I heard her answer." The big snake said, "Ask again." Xiangnan took a deep breath and said, "It doesn't matter at all?" The woman thought for a moment and said, "If it's related by force, there's one thing. The other one, I've been to the human race before." "What do you mean? Another me?" Xiangnan hurriedly asked. The woman said, "I am the only person of the Crimson Eye race who was born in 2 of my forms. One of them, I went to the human domain earlier." "Twins?" Xiangnan asked. The woman shook her head. "No, both of them are me." The serpent said, "Ask her if the other one died in the human race." Xiangnan asked this question. Although he didn't know what Big Snake wanted to know, the woman was surprised and answered in the affirmative. The serpent said, "Ask again. Did you die in the extermination of the god race?" Sure enough, Xiangnan received another affirmative answer. The big snake suddenly came to a realization and said, "So that's how it is, then I understand." Xiangnan hurriedly asked, "Stop buying lawsuits. Hurry up and say it. I remember you once told me that Su Tsayue's mother was killed by the demons. I've always been curious. Since her mother had already died, who gave birth to Su Kaiwe?" At first, I thought that Su Kaiwe was the first to kill her mother, but now it doesn't seem that way. There is another question. The demons have emerged in the 5 continents world. They started in the Central Plains. Why would the demons travel so far to kill a woman from the Blue Tide continent and the Howran sect? Now, these 2 points seem to be connected. Many things can be connected together. Xianxia hurriedly said, "Hurry up and tell me." The serpent said, Su Tsayue's father and mother probably didn't meet accidentally in the Blue Tide continent with the demons. Instead, they met in the Central Plains. However, I can't tell what exactly happened, but it must be related to Su Kaiwe. I imagine that Su Kaiwe is not their biological daughter. After her mother died, his father brought her back to the Howran sect with a rage that burned with rage to avenge Su Tsayue's mother. Even when he was refined to death by the sun god technique, he still warned Su Kaiwe countless times that he must practice the sun god technique. Don't you think this is very strange? If it were you, you would die because you cultivated a cultivation technique. Would you still desperately let your daughter continue cultivating this technique before you die? Xianxia was shocked. The serpent said, Su Tsayue's father doesn't really love Su Kaiwe that much. Perhaps he just used Su Kaiwe as a weapon to avenge his wife. Furthermore, Su Kaiwe is not a human. Xianxia's thoughts became more and more chaotic, but he no longer interrupted the snake. The serpent said, Do you still remember how the creator of the dream world shaped the human race in the dream world? Xianxia said, I remember that he stole a bottle of Tao hearts and used them as a reference to create a new dream human. The serpent said, Yes, that is to say, a large portion of the humans in the dream world were created out of thin air. However, a small portion of them truly possessed the Tao heart of the real humans. It was the bottle stolen by the creator. I think the divine envoys are searching for a pure Tao heart in the dream world. The owner of this pure Tao heart is the human who inherited that small bottle of Tao heart. That makes sense, Xianxia said thoughtfully. The serpent said, Then another question arises. Since the entire human race in the dream world was created on the basis of the Tao heart of the real human race, then, how did other races come about? For example, the demon race. Xianxia said, Continue. The serpent said, Because the bottle of Tao heart that the creator snatched away is not pure. Do you still remember what we saw when we came to God Realm? When the real human race was still alive, there were already quite a few emissaries from other races stationed in the human race. There, they learn human culture, learn pill refining techniques, exchange for human herbs, and take them back to nurture themselves. Xianxia's mind buzzed. You mean? The serpent said, That's right. When the god race annihilates the entire human race, it will definitely not take much effort to distinguish the outsiders. Only the murderers will be able to do so. In other words, a portion of the outsiders have been implicated and their Tao hearts have been absorbed by the god race. The woman in front of you should also be one of them. A scene took shape in Xianxia's mind. The god race descended from the sky and suddenly launched an unforeseen massacre on the human race. This process came too quickly, so much so that many of the outsiders living in the human race did not receive any news and did not have time to flee. After the humans and a small number of outsiders were destroyed, their Tao hearts were all taken away. The creator used all of his strength to snatch a bottle of Tao heart and jumped into the river of time. In this bottle of Tao heart, the Tao heart of the extremely human race also had a portion of the Tao heart of the outer race. When the creator relied on this bottle of Tao heart to create his own dream world, the demons and other races appeared randomly. This was a coincidence. Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly raised his head and looked at the woman. His eyes gradually turned red. The serpent said, The bottle of Tao that the creator stole happened to have another one in her heart. So a Su Kaiwe appeared in the dream world. But at the same time, there's another Su Kaiwe here. The two of them are the same person, which means, She's my master. Xianxia's tears fell. Su Kaiwe was the person who loved Xianxia the most in the world, even more than Xianxia's parents. However, no matter what, Xianxia never imagined that in this distant and unfamiliar divine realm, He would one day be able to meet his closest woman. It was already rare to meet an old friend from another country, and it was even more precious to meet a personal teacher from another country. The woman looked at Xianxia quietly. During this period of time, Xianxia was talking to the big snake in a daze. The woman suddenly said, "You know, for some reason, when I see you, I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This feeling caused me to hesitate when you placed the knife on my neck. I was unable to kill you." Xianxia had already lost control. He flipped over the table and hugged the soft Su Kaiwe in his arms. Nothing mattered anymore as long as she was there. Xianxia had never known that his feelings for Su Kaiwe were so strong. But at this moment, it was like a flood breaking a dam. Su Kaiwe opened her mouth to push away Xianxia's hands. She softened and patted Xianxia on the shoulder. "Such a big man. Why are you crying? Aren't you ashamed?" Hearing this, Xianxia's tears did not stop. Instead, they became even fiercer. "You are my master," Xianxia said, burying his face in her long hair. "I'm not your master," the woman said. "You are," Xianxia said, rubbing his face against the woman's neck. The woman sighed and said, "If you cry again, I won't be." Xianxia's heart melted. She was still full of love for herself, as stubborn as she was, and she would also follow him at this time. Xianxia wiped his tears and smiled foolishly. "I won't cry anymore." The woman smiled. The smile lit up Xianxia's entire world. Xianxia kindly held Xianxia's hand and said, "Master, this disciple is so aggrieved." Only when he was in front of Su Kaiwe would he reveal his thoughts and even act coquettishly. The woman smiled quietly and said, "If you have any grievances, tell me. Master will avenge you." "Oh my God!" the serpent exclaimed. "She took on the role so quickly, and she actually followed your words and said, 'She's coaxing you.'" At this point, the woman sighed and lowered her head in disappointment. "However, Master is no longer able to help you. Master is about to die." Xianxia smiled brightly and said, "Master won't die. I'll satisfy you if you need anything. So I took out my heart and let you eat it. I won't frown." Xianxia asked Su Kaiwe what was wrong. Su Kaiwe only smiled. She took out a piece of paper from her sleeve and handed it to Xianxia, saying, "Do you have a way to solve this?" Xianxia was extremely serious about what Su Kaiwe had given him. When he looked carefully, he discovered that this piece of paper was written with a small question about the pill recipe. It was a second tempering of the spirit herbs. Because the saint-grade spirit herbs were too powerful, they could not be refined at one time during the pill refining process. This required two tempering to refine them repeatedly. That was the problem. The temperature of this spiritual herb was already very high, and it had to be warmed up after a second tempering. However, doing so would destroy the structure of the spiritual herb, causing the entire plant to be destroyed. Xianxia thought for a moment and then said, "Master, it's a bit troublesome to write it down. I say you just remember it. You need a low-grade guide grass with similar attributes. After the spirit grass is refined for the first time, plant it on the guide grass and imitate the appearance of the spirit grass on the ground. Then pluck it and temper it twice." Su Tsayue's eyes lit up and she said, "So it's like this. What a brilliant method. Will all alchemists encounter this kind of trouble?" Xianxia smiled and shook his head. "Not necessarily. It depends on the alchemist's own situation." Xianxia would not have encountered such a situation. Right now, he was refining pills using the sun true fire. This type of flame was the evolution of the power of light, and it had a protective effect on the spirit herbs themselves. Therefore, after creating the sun chi from Xianxia, he would no longer need any supplementary herbs to refine pills. All he needed was the main ingredients. After solving the problem, Su Kaiwe appeared very happy. The two sat and drank together, chatting for a long time, until the night outside the window was gradually replaced by the morning light before Su Kaiwe took her leave. "Master, when are you coming to see me again?" Xianxia asked reluctantly. Su Kaiwe stood at the door and smiled. "I will come." After that, Su Kaiwe would visit Xianxia every 3 to 5 times, and every time, Su Kaiwe would bring along a question written on a piece of paper. Naturally, Xianxia answered all of them without any reservations. As for Xianxia, he had actually been with Su Kaiwe for a few years. He knew Su Tsayue's preferences, habits, and temperament like the back of his hand, and knew her better than he knew himself. Under such a great advantage, every time the two chatted, Su Kaiwe had the feeling of meeting Xianxia late. The relationship between the two of them quickly grew warmer. When Su Kaiwe left again, she stood at the door and turned to look at Xianxia. "Young Master Xianxia, do you believe that there are destined people in this world?" she said. "The moment you see him, the moment you come into contact with him, you feel that he is the other half that the heavens have tailored for you. You were born for him, and he was born for you." Xianxia was stunned, and a strange feeling suddenly surged in his heart. However, before he could say anything, Su Kaiwe had already closed the door and left. During this period, Xianxia made a request to Su Kaiwe, asking the Crimson Eye clansmen to make a trip to the Divine Pill Peak, and wrote on the Pill Furnace array, "Xianglong is safe, go out for personal matters." Before the Divine Nature Palace could wait for Xianxia, Guanshao and the others would definitely go back to the Divine Pill Peak to search for him. As for Xianglong, he was a pseudonym that Xianxia once used, so Guanshao knew. Time flies like an arrow. Su Kaiwe often came to visit Xianxia. From the initial chat, the two of them began to draw together, write together, and play chess. Xianxia passed on the culture of the human race to Su Kaiwe. Su Kaiwe was also very interested in learning, and she often threw herself into it. These days, Su Kaiwe often smiled. There were more smiles on her face than Xianxia had ever seen in his entire life. In the next few days, Su Tsayue's number of visits suddenly decreased. Normally, he would visit Xianxia once every 3 or 2 days, but later it would become 3 or 4 days or even 4 or 5 days. Every time she came, she still held a piece of paper. There was a small problem on it, but her expression became even uglier. Xianxia was anxious in his heart, and his repeated inquiries were still fruitless. He knew that Su Kaiwe had come to visit Xianxia once every 10 days. This time, Xianxia finally couldn't hold back any longer. He grabbed Su Tsayue's wrist and said, "Master, what's wrong with you? If you don't answer me, I won't answer all your questions." Su Tsayue's face was as white as paper. Her pair of eyes were enveloped in a faint gray color, and her breathing was no longer steady. A small movement would make her breathe very quickly. In this state, not to mention a martial artist, even ordinary mortals were inferior. Su Kaiwe lowered her eyes and said, "Xianxia, let me ask you, how do you spend your life? I'll give you 10,000 years of life and you'll be lonely. I'll give you 10 years of life and you'll get rich and colorful experience. Which one do you choose?" Before Xianxia could reply, the big snake almost blurted out, "If it was me, I would definitely choose the second one." Xianxia was silent. Su Kaiwe held Xianxia's hand and said, "If I choose the second one, will you be sad for me or happy for me?" Xianxia felt his heart break. Su Kaiwe said, "I have something to say to you, but I can't say it. If possible, I hope that you won't feel like you're wasting your time." Su Kaiwe caressed Xianxia's hair affectionately and said, "Xianxia, sing me a song. Anything will do." She was like a wilting flower. At the end of the flowering season, she tried even harder to bloom her own colors, just to let those who came late see how beautiful she was. Xianxia racked his brains. He only thought of a hazy childhood song and began to sing. "Where the wind is calm, the leaves cover the window lattice, and the crickets clank, just like the strings. The music is soft, the tune is beautiful." Su Kaiwe held her cheeks and listened carefully. She watched quietly. Gradually, her eyes became blurry and she actually fell asleep. Xianxia still hummed a little song and gently covered the back of Su Tsayue's snow-white hand. The dignified man's tears were sparkling and shattered on the table. He had already secretly observed Su Tsayue's illness countless times, but he had no clue. He had never seen such a disease before. To be exact, this might not be an illness at all, but a sign that one's lifespan was coming to an end. Just like an ordinary person who is too old, so old that one day he will die. That made Xianxia feel so powerless. He had no ability but facing the laws of life, there was nothing he could do. At dusk, Su Kaiwe got up, smiled at Xiang Nan and left. Xiang Nan's eyes flashed with a bright light as he said, "Big Snake, help me think of a way to renew my master's life. All the costs are worth it. Even if I were to use my 1,000-year lifespan to exchange for her for only 1 day, I would still be willing." The serpent sighed, but did not answer. But this was already a terrible answer. The next night, Xiang Nan sat at the table with a haggard expression. On the table, on the floor, and on the bed there was a pile of white paper. Each piece of white paper was filled with all sorts of pill recipes and prescriptions. This was something that Xiang Nan had tried his best to think of. Everything that could possibly save a person's life. He even created some pill formulas, but none of them seemed to be able to cope with Su Caiyue's illness. At this moment, the door was suddenly kicked open with a bang. A tall woman with a sword in her hand stood at the door with an angry expression. This woman was very unfamiliar, and Xiang Nan had never seen her before. He raised his head and said, "You!" Without saying a word, the woman stabbed at him with her sword in her hand. This woman's realm was not bad. She was at the 5th level of the Spirit Void realm, but she seemed to have gone mad as she chopped at Xiang Nan without caring about anything. She didn't even display her realm at all. It was more like venting her emotions. Xiang Nan's eyes moved and he immediately flipped out to dodge a few swords. He had no control over that woman and was only busy picking up the pill recipes on the ground, afraid that any of them would be destroyed. The more the woman fought, the more anxious she became, while Xiang Nan dodged. In the end, he kept all the pill recipes. Xiang Nan let out a long breath and looked at the woman with a frosty face. "If you continue to act recklessly, I won't stand on ceremony. So what if you're welcome? Kill me." The woman's hair was disheveled and she smashed towards Xiang Nan. This was not a battle at all, but a fight. Xiang Nanpeng grabbed the woman's wrist and said, "Enough! Whoever you are, get out of here." The woman struggled for a moment. After Xiang Nan let go of her, she covered her face and cried. Xiang Nan was completely dumbfounded, completely unaware of what had happened. As she cried, she pointed at Xiang Nan and said, "It's all your fault. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, Sister Xue Qing wouldn't." Xiang Nan suddenly realized that Su Kaiwe might be the Xue Qing that the woman was talking about. "What did you say? What exactly happened?" Xiang Nan was anxious. He rushed over to catch that woman. But the woman had already covered her mouth and ran out. Boom! The door of the palace closed heavily. Xiang Nan raised his great saber high and immediately condensed the etheric blade, about to slash down. However, the blade hovering by the door was unable to make a move no matter what. If it was the previous him, he would have definitely slashed down with this saber without saying a word. But now, he really didn't know what kind of trouble Su Kaiwe had suffered from his actions and appearance, nor did he know what he had done wrong. He was afraid that if he made another mistake, it would implicate Su Kaiwe even more. Xiang Nan had never been so cautious. He threw the etheric blade to the ground and roared angrily, feeling extremely aggrieved but unable to vent his anger. Another 10 days later, Xiang Nan, who was sleeping, dreamed of Su Kaiwe. He rarely took the initiative to sleep. But now, sleeping had become the only way he could meet Su Kaiwe. In her dreams, Su Kaiwe was the same as the first time she met Xiang Nan in the Howren sect. She didn't eat human fireworks, and her beauty was peerless. He reached out to touch Su Kaiwe in the dream, touched her face, touched her hair, and had countless words in his heart, but he didn't know where to start. Su Kaiwe only smiled and picked up Xiang Nan's face. She said softly, "Don't cry. Whoever bullies you, Master will avenge you." These words caused Xiang Nan to completely collapse. Scenes flashed through his mind, flashing through the incomparably gorgeous sun above Su Tsayu's head as she drove to the western regions. The feeling of heartbreak made Xiang Nan wake up with tears streaming down his cheeks. However, the first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Su Kaiwe. He was lying on the bed, while she was quietly looking at him with her hands supporting the beds on both sides of Xiang Nan. Teacher Xiang Nan was about to shout out in excitement. No one could stop Xiangnan, not even a god. However, Su Kaiwe easily used a finger to press against Xiangnan's lips, making him not dare to move at all. Su Tsayue's expression was very ugly, but it was unprecedentedly serious. She bit her lips and said, Xiangnan, I want to do something very unethical. Do you dare to come with me? Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat. He had roughly guessed something from Su Tsayue's gaze. However, he couldn't refuse at all. He nodded forcefully. The woman in front of him was extremely grateful to him, and now her life was in danger. Xiangnan was unable to refuse her any request. Su Kaiwe bit her lips again and said, Even if you go up the Saber Mountain and down the Sea of Fire, do you dare to accompany me? Xiangnan nodded forcefully. A resolute light flashed in Su Tsayue's eyes as she said, Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Xiangnan gently took Su Tsayue's hand away and said, I will shatter my body and never reincarnate. I am also willing. Su Kaiwe nodded and said, If you are not afraid, then I am not afraid. After saying that, she lightly untied Luo Chong and exposed herself to Xiangnan without any reservations. This was not the first time Xiangnan had seen Su Tsayue's body, but the last time was when Su Tsayue's life was in danger and she had no choice but to do so. This time it was about feelings. Xiangnan was stunned. He had never seen such a beautiful thing before. He realized that he had suddenly overlooked one thing. He selfishly believed that Su Kaiwe was his master, and that Su Kaiwe would protect him from all his demands and actions. In fact, Su Kaiwe had pushed the marriage of the fourth prince forward with just one sentence. She grabbed Xiangnan's hand and stood in Howren Hall. Facing all the angry elders, she said casually, Because my disciple doesn't like it. Xiangnan naturally brought her into the role of a master, and thought that everything she did was normal, something a master should do. However, it was only today that he realized that she was actually a woman. Everything she did was abnormal. She sacrificed her role as a woman and only became a master that seemed to Xiangnan to be gender neutral. So this woman is so beautiful. She always thought that she had given up her life for this world, but why didn't she give up her life for her disciple? Xiangnan felt extremely guilty and wished he could slap himself a few times. However, he didn't dare to move. She was too weak, so weak that it was like a gust of wind that could blow her away. Su Kaiwe had already made up her mind that as long as she was certain of something, no one could reverse it. She had never been so resolute before, and once she made up her mind, she would no longer be able to conceal herself. She kissed Xiangnan and untied his clothes with one hand. Xiangnan didn't know how he should react. With his role, what exactly would he do to prevent her from feeling embarrassed? He didn't dare to take the initiative, as if all his actions were blasphemy to the goddess in front of her. Her pink and tender palm was swimming on Xiangnan's chest. Xiangnan had never seen his master emotionally moved. He felt that he was too hateful. A feeling of guilt and taboo made his scalp go numb. The two of them seemed to be drunk. They didn't care about anything, ignored all the restrictions in the world, and didn't care about anyone's eyes anymore. The world was gone, only the two of them. Finally, the most critical moment had arrived, but Su Tsayue's body softened and she lay on Xiangnan's chest. Xiangnan thought that she was shy, so he gently stroked her long hair until his chest felt cool. He hurriedly tilted his head to look at her face and found that she was choking silently. The snow-white shoulder gently shrugged. Am I useless? Su Kaiwe shed tears and said, I don't have the strength. I don't even have the ability to give myself to you. Xiangnan smiled. He sniffed Su Tsayue's hair and said, Is that step really important? I already know that you are determined to be with me. That's enough. Nothing else matters. If you don't have the strength, if you want, I can take the initiative. Su Kaiwe shook her head. She gently slid her fingernails across Xiangnan's cheek and said softly, You always call me master. I don't know why, but I can't let you come. I'm afraid that if you blame yourself and feel guilty in your heart, I will feel heartache. Therefore, it's good to let master do all the bad things. Was that step really important? In Xiangnan's heart, it had never been like this. She was willing to accept him and he was willing to accept her. The two of them were already together. She had fallen asleep on his chest. However, Xianxia did not calm down for a moment. He could feel her curves at any time. This feeling made Xianxia feel as if his heart was being struck by a hammer at any moment, and he was beating nonstop. This scene was something he didn't even dare to imagine. He remained motionless all night, afraid that he would wake Su Kaiwei up. Perhaps this was the soundest sleep she had ever had in her time. At dawn, the palace door was suddenly kicked open. A group of people rushed in angrily. When they saw the scene on the bed, they became even more furious. An old woman holding a snake-headed walking stick was so angry that her eyelids were about to crack. She screamed, "Drag this brat out and kill him!" The two sixth-level spirit void experts immediately rushed forward, erected Xianxia to the left and right, and pulled him out of the door. Xianxia didn't even resist. He just looked back at Su Kaiwei on the bed dotingly. If this was the price he had to pay, then he was willing to bear it. The old woman rushed to the bedside like crazy and reached into the quilt. She grabbed Su Tsayu's wrist, followed by a flash of red light. The old woman was stunned for a moment, then heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, it's all right. God bless my Crimson Eye clan." Xianxia had already been pushed to the door. A sixth-level spirit void expert had condensed a red blade and was about to cut off Xianxia's head. At this time, Su Kaiwei had already woken up. She calmly looked at Xianxia outside the door. At this moment, everyone in her eyes disappeared. She had existed for this man since birth. "Spare him," Su Kaiwei said indifferently. The old woman said angrily, "No." Su Kaiwei said, "I agree to your conditions, but only if you spare his life." "Did you really agree? Are you sure you won't go back on your word?" The old woman cried out in surprise. Su Kaiwei nodded. "I won't go back on my word, but I want him to follow me all the way." "There's no problem." The old woman was already dazed by the joy. No matter what Su Kaiwei said, she would not refuse. In the crowd, there was a woman crying. She was the woman who had come to kill Xianxia. With her help, Su Kaiwei walked to Xianxia and said, "Come, follow master." She held Xianxia's hand. Her palm was very warm. Only then did Xianxia truly see where the Crimson Eye race resided. This was a colorful world. It was different from the green mountains and rivers that humans loved. Instead, it was filled with neon rays. The tree, the grass, and the flowers all shone with colorful colors. Even a small river that passed through the dense rainbow forest was shining. Under this peculiar natural scenery, there was an enormous group of buildings with a rainbow-like aura. Those buildings were like multicolored crystals that stood tall in the forest, adding a bit of mystery to the beautiful scenery. Xianxia saw countless beautiful girls and countless beautiful sceneries, but all of this was overshadowed by Su Tsayu's peerless beauty. The old woman summoned a rainbow cloud and carried everyone to the highest mountain. The mountain itself was a huge palace, but the interior furnishings were very simple. After they entered, they saw many elderly members of the Crimson Eye clan sitting high up in the air. On the seats on the left and right, there were all kinds of foreign races sitting. These foreign races were all dressed in profound Dao robes and looked like Dao Bone's immortal wind. "This is serious." The old woman nodded to Su Kaiwei and said, "Xue Qing, stay here." After saying that, she also went to a high seat and floated over. She sat on the seat that was 10 meters away from the ground, looking down at Su Kaiwei and the many clansmen who did not have seats. Su Kaiwei was very weak. She had to be supported by Xianxia in order to barely stand firm. However, at this moment, there was no ripple on her face. She should have thought of this scene a long time ago and was already prepared to welcome everything. Xianxia whispered in Su Tsayu's ear, "Master, what exactly did you promise them?" Su Kaiwei whispered, "I won't tell you first, otherwise you will hate me. It's good that you like me for a moment." The more Su Kaiwei didn't say it, the more Xianxia wanted to know, but he knew that what she didn't want to say was useless even if you pry open her mouth. Master and disciple both had an ox temper. The old woman clapped her hands and said, "Come in." As he spoke, a group of people suddenly rushed in from outside the palace. These people were all sturdy young men. Not only were their appearances extraordinary, but their bodies were also very powerful. Furthermore, they were all wearing special clothes that exposed their chests and backs, showing off their outstanding muscular lines. There were exactly 100 of them. The serpent asked in surprise, "Judging from the characteristics of their lives, it seems that they are all ancient races. Furthermore, they are the ones that have inherited the most supreme bloodline. I've never seen such an elite of the ancient race before, not even at the talent assembly of the Nature Divine Palace." Xianxia was confused and didn't know what he was doing. However, the middle-aged men of the ancient race circled around Su Kaiwe one by one, looking at Su Kaiwe in batches. They constantly examined Su Tsayue's body, and their gazes landed on Su Tsayue's face, neck, chest, buttocks, and legs without concealment. Each of them had shocked expressions on their faces. Although Su Kaiwe was already haggard, her beauty could not be concealed by anything. These people's gazes made Xianxia very, very unhappy. This scene was like a guest in a brothel choosing a girl. The only difference was that there was only one girl. Xianxia frowned and protected Su Kaiwe. Su Kaiwe shook her head and pulled Xianxia to the side, saying, "Be obedient." She stood upright, displaying her proud figure and appearance as if she was resigned to fate. Gradually, those middle-aged men who had seen Su Kaiwe once began to queue up and continue to circle around her. This time, they were not looking at Su Tsayue's figure and appearance, but their eyes were shining with strange light as they examined Su Tsayue's physique. This strange ceremony made Xianxia extremely unhappy. However, the elders of the Crimson Eye race were all smiling from ear to ear. Those middle-aged people gradually began to become excited, like cattle panting heavily. The elders were even happier with this scene. They nodded their heads repeatedly and nodded their heads again. However, the other girls in the clan continued to frown. Perhaps in their eyes, what Su Kaiwe was encountering right now was indeed an insult. Then, a middle-aged man couldn't help but stretch out his head to smell Su Tsayue's body fragrance beside her swan-like snow neck. He said infatuatedly, "Miss Xueqing, I will definitely get you. I will be drunk in your gentle countryside day and night, eat the rouge on your mouth and smell you." Su Kaiwe lowered her eyes slightly and did not resist. But Xianxia moved. "Eat your grandmother's heel." Xianxia kicked the middle-aged man in the chest, turning him into a ray of light. This ray of light swept straight through the hall, and with a loud boom, it shattered an elder's high chair. The elder did not expect such a thing to happen. He was caught off guard and staggered down. He hurriedly stabilized his body in mid-air. Su Kaiwe smiled as a beautiful arc rose from the corner of her mouth. The girls in the clan also covered their mouths and laughed secretly. "What tremendous guts!" The elder who almost fell pointed at Xianxia angrily. "Drag him out and behead him!" "Stop!" However, the old woman calmly waved her snake staff and whispered in the elder's ear, "Xueqing cares about this person very much." She finally agreed with great difficulty. After whispering for a while, the elder finally endured his anger and just hugged his shoulder and didn't make a sound. Su Kaiwe was still laughing, but she reprimanded softly, "Little Nan, you're messing around. I don't care. Whoever dares to underestimate you, I'll chop him off." Xianxia's neck twitched. Su Tsayue's smile deepened. "What if the god of thunder despises me?" Xianxia shouted, "Chop it as you please." As soon as these words were spoken, the beautiful girls in the clan began to cheer. The woman who wanted to kill Xianxia before also looked at Xianxia in surprise. She looked at Xianxia again and muttered, "It's not like Xueqing Bai dotes on you for nothing." However, many elites of the ancient race didn't do it anymore. A few of them were eager to do something to Xianxia. Facing their provocative gazes, Xianxia didn't care at all. He directly looked at them and said, "What are you looking at? Be careful, I'll kill you all." The middle-aged men were instantly enraged. The old woman shook her head and said, "All right, just go through the process. The outstanding bloodlines of the ancient races have inherited the people. Xueqing, you have also seen it. As for whether you are satisfied or not, you can decide for yourselves. If you are willing to stay and participate in the championship trial, you can stay on the spot. Otherwise, you can leave on your own. None of the 100 outstanding middle-aged men left. Obviously, they were very satisfied with Sukaiwe. The old woman and the many elders were even more satisfied, smiling from ear to ear. What exactly are they talking about? What championship trial? Xianxia frowned and had a faint, uneasy premonition in his heart. At this moment, one of the cultivators sitting on both sides walked out. This person seemed to be in his 70s or 80s, and his real age was estimated to be around 4,000 to 5,000 years old. I haven't finished my last step yet. The old man narrowed his eyes and said, Xueqing can't just settle down like this. The old woman frowned and said, But you've tried many times, but you haven't succeeded once. The old man said angrily, Is the matter of the profound Tao that easy? How can you taste the results without experiencing a few failures? As he spoke, the old man walked in front of Sukaiwe. A greedy expression suddenly appeared in his eyes as he said, Xueqing, you are mine. I will definitely save you. I will definitely get you. Before Sukaiwe could say anything, Xianxia immediately spat. You deserve it. The old man pointed at Xianxia angrily and shouted, You don't know who you're talking to. Scram, can you? Xianxia said, Do you know what rolling is? Hands and feet curled up, hugging your head, rolling on the ground. Look at this. Xianxia pointed at the old man's feet and said, Get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for interrupting your front teeth. The old man was so angry that he turned to look at the old woman and said, You can tolerate him acting like this. The old woman was also helpless. She said to Xianxia, You're not helping Xueqing, you're harming her. This old man is an expert from the ancient race and the heavenly eye race. He once cultivated hard in the profound Tao in the human race, and he has reached the peak of pill refining techniques. In these past few days, he has been helping Xueqing survive. Not to mention this, Xianxia was also angry when he mentioned this matter. He said, Continue your head. Continue to kill my master. This is called life renewal. If you don't have that ability, don't come out and embarrass yourself. Xianxia would rarely be so anxious when he matured, but Su Tsayue's long-lost passion for youth could no longer be suppressed. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. The old man's beard fluttered with anger. The old woman said, If it wasn't for Zhu Lian's strong recommendation, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to come to the Crimson Eye clan. However, your performance during this period of time has also caused people to be very disappointed. It seems that Zhu Lian has misjudged someone. Who was Zhu Lian? Xianxia looked thoughtfully at the beautiful woman. It was this person who had formed a formation in the pill furnace and fought against him for the first time. Afterwards, she had also brought people to capture him. The beautiful woman walked out and said to Xianxia guiltily, It was indeed our fault to capture you, but it was also a helpless move. I saw that you had some pill refining methods, so I brought you here to be the heavenly eye saint. I have wronged you these past few days. I apologize to you. Xianxia was stunned. He pointed at the old man and said, Attack? Who? Me? I'll hit him. I understand. A few days ago, Master was always looking for me with some questions. Could it be that he was helping this old man? Yes, we did use you. Zhu Lian nodded. Xianxia said angrily, Bullshit. So, do you know what pills can save my master? What did he do earlier? Why didn't you let me refine pills? This old thing can't even solve a big problem, so he dares to take responsibility for it. Xianxia was furious and shouted, You guys don't need a real pill refiner, but you let a half bottle of vinegar control your pill refining. Are you crazy? The elders did not dare to reprimand Xianxia for fear of offending Sukaiwe. However, the old man did not do it anymore. He rushed forward and wanted to use his cane to pestle Xianxia's head. Xianxia was in a fit of rage as he smashed his fist towards the old man's face. Xiaonan, Sukaiwe said indifferently. Xianxia's fist stopped in front of the old man. He gritted his teeth angrily and retracted it. The old man laughed furiously. You actually want to hit me? You stinking brat, you're tired of living. Since you have such confidence in yourself, do you dare to compete with me? When the elders heard this, they were all shocked and waved their hands repeatedly. The old woman said to Xianxia, "Apologize to Emperor Heavenly Eye. What are you still waiting for?" Xianxia was afraid of someone and shouted, "Gamble on what?" The old man said angrily, "I bet your life. If you lose, you will commit suicide on the spot to apologize. If you win, my identity will be discarded. Get out of the Crimson Eye clan on your own. I'll leave the qualifications to save Xueqing to you. It's a deal." Xianxia raised his hand and clashed with the old man 3 times. The elders were so frightened that their faces turned pale, and they shouted that they could not do anything. That Zhu Lian's entire body also trembled from fear. She rushed up and grabbed Xianxia. She hurriedly whispered, "What are you doing? Are you trying to kill Xueqing? If you lose, Xueqing will definitely not live alone. You don't know how many sacrifices Xueqing has made for you. You can't be so ignorant." Xianxia said, "Cut the crap. If you let my master eat his pills, wouldn't you be courting death on your own initiative?" Zhu Lian lowered her voice and said, "You don't understand. You don't know what's going on here. Xueqing isn't the only one who survives. If you lose, even Xueqing's last path will be blocked by you. Why are you so reckless?" Xianxia was even more confused when he heard this and said, "What other path is there? What exactly is going on here? Who the hell can explain it to me?" However, everyone no longer paid attention to Xianxia, pretending that the bet between Xianxia and Emperor Heavenly Eye had never happened. The old woman hurriedly dispersed everyone and prepared to disperse the meeting. Xianxia was annoyed. He threw the saber out and the blade pierced into the middle of the door with a whoosh. Xianxia said coldly, "If you don't tell me clearly, I will make a scene today. If you have the guts, kill me." Su Kaiwe nodded Xianxia's forehead and said, "You're playing a rogue." Xianxia said, "That's because they don't understand me yet. I want to show them how much rogue I can be." Everyone couldn't beat Xianxia and didn't dare to offend him, so they could only repeat this matter from beginning to end. To the people present, this was no longer a secret. Ever since the goddess of life and the god of thunder created the world, the ancient races, including the ancient god race, had long since passed. After the ancient god race evolved into the current god race, only the god race could create godheads. The other ancient races were completely forgotten for some mysterious reason. In other words, the early ancient races could create their own godheads. In the Crimson Eye clan, there was an inheritance like this. As long as a member of the Crimson Eye clan could live for 3,000 years in the state of being alone, the bloodline inheritance within his body would awaken, and then the memories of the ancestors of the ancient Crimson Eye clan would be born, searching for the truth of the lost godhead. Su Kaiwe, also known as Xueqing, was such a solo Scarlet Eye clan. There was only one of her in her body, and she had already endured for 2,999 years. There were more than 1,000 people in the Crimson Eye clan who were doing this, but all of them were less than 1,500 years old. Su Kaiwe was the only person who was infinitely close to 3,000 years old. But now, with only 3 months left until she was 3,000 years old, she could no longer hold on any longer, and her life had come to an end. To the Crimson Eye race, this was undoubtedly a heaven-collapsing injury. Right now, there were only 3 ways to keep Su Kaiwe alive. The first path was to give birth to herself. The second, eye. The new life within Su Kaiwe's body would extend her lifespan, but in this way, her bloodline awakening would also be a complete failure. The second path was to try to swallow the pills to forcefully renew their lives. The ancient ancestors had anticipated the current predicament and created a pill of their own. However, this kind of pill was different from the so-called pills of the human race, so the alchemists were almost unable to complete it. The third path was to find an outstanding young man from the ancient race to pair with Su Kaiwe and extend her life through the bridal chamber. This path was the simplest but also the most difficult. He thought that since ancient times, the ancient race had always been extremely arrogant and would never tolerate such a thing as hybridization. Not only did the other ancient race disagree, even the Crimson Eye race itself disagreed. However, Su Kaiwe was the only person who could possibly live to the age of 3,000 by herself. The Crimson Eye clan finally compromised. The other ancient race beings were unable to refuse the Scarlet Eye race's condition of persuading the other ancient race beings. That was, when Su Kaiwe awakened her bloodline and found out the secret of her godhead, she would tell the ancient race that matched Su Kaiwe. When Xianxia listened to the first two paths, he was still calm. However, he couldn't help but feel a little unable to hold back on the third path. Let his master forcefully marry a middle-aged man? Xianxia's breathing quickened as he forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. No wonder Su Kaiwe didn't want him to know the truth and said that he hated her because of this. Hate is certainly not, but angry is certainly. The woman who wanted to kill Xianxia said to Xianxia, Xueqing has already agreed to take the third path. We have also invited 100 young and middle-aged people from the ancient race to participate in the championship. But after you appeared, Xueqing suddenly went back on her word. No matter how much we tried to persuade her, she would not look for another man. After hearing this, Xianxia's heart relaxed a little. He thought to himself, so it's like this. No wonder this woman rushed in out of control to kill him, but she didn't use her true strength. The old woman said to Xianxia, after losing the ability to create Godhead, it has become extremely difficult for our Crimson Eye clan to advance to the 6th level of Spirit Void. We can only use the most stupid method to advance through cultivation. However, this process is too slow. The spiritual void realm is different from the heavenly tribulation realm. Especially after the 5th level of the spiritual void realm, the advancement of each level of the minor realm will most likely require thousands of years of seclusion, or even tens of thousands of years. Xianxia thought for a moment and said, you all suddenly can't wait to win the championship. On the one hand, it's because my master is old. On the other hand, it's also because the Thunder Divine Palace attacked the Nature Divine Palace, right? You guys have sensed the ambition of the Thunder Divine Palace. The old woman said, yes. Do you think that the Thunder Divine Palace, which is willing to kill its own people, is willing to let us ancient race go? Our initial idea was to find a young man from the White-Eyed clan, one of the 3 supreme ancient races, to pair with Xueqing, but the White-Eyed clan refused. Xianxia looked at Su Kaiwe guiltily, knowing that she had to shoulder such a heavy responsibility. For her sake, she didn't hesitate to fight against the entire Crimson Eye clan and refused to win the championship. But in the end, she was the one who harmed her because she had no choice but to agree to save her. Thinking of this, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a heavy burden on his body. He patted his chest and said, leave it to me. I will refine the pill recipe left behind by your Crimson Eye clan into a medicinal pill. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene immediately burst into fury. The old woman shook her head and said, regardless of whether you have the ability or not, it's already too late. You don't know how much effort we've put into getting 100 ancient races to agree to marry Xueqing. Right now, 100 of the best bloodline heirs of the ancient race have already arrived. It's not something you can do with just a single sentence. You can make them all go back. As such, our Crimson Eye clan is unable to explain to those 100 ancient clans. Xianxia also knew the old woman's difficulties. It was no longer up to the Crimson Eye race to decide. It was already at this point that the sudden remorse would cause all of the 100 ancient races to vent their anger on the Crimson Eye race. The consequences would be very serious. The 100 middle-aged men also hugged their shoulders and sneered at Xianxia. Xianxia rolled his eyes and sneered at the middle-aged men of the ancient race. These 100 reptiles are worthy of marrying my master? In my eyes, they are just ladybugs on trees. With a flick of a finger, they will suffer. As soon as these words were spoken, many of the ancient race's middle-aged men became furious. A strong man walked out and pointed at Xianxia and said, take back your arrogant words. Don't think that Miss Xueqing will protect you, and we won't dare to touch you. Xianxia hid behind Su Kaiwe and said, I scolded you just because I had my master to protect me. What do you think? The ancient race's middle-aged people were so angry that their faces turned incomparably pale. If you're a fucking man, don't hide behind a woman, said the sturdy man angrily. Xianxia laughed and said, I will hide behind the goddess. How about it? You are envious of me. If you have the ability, you should hide behind the woman." The burly man was furious and shouted, "Damn it! I've never seen such a shameless person like you." Everyone present was also dumbfounded. The Crimson Eye race women stared at Xianxia with their mouths wide open, their faces unable to conceal their disappointment. The woman who wanted to kill Xianxia was even more disheartened. She shook her head and sighed. "Loser." The strong man pointed at Xianxia and said, "Get out of here. Didn't you look down on us? If you have the ability, compete with us. Let's see who's the ladybug." A flash of light flashed through Xianxia's eyes as he said, "How can I compare?" The strong man shouted, "Fuck! You come and win the championship. Let's see how we play you to death." Xianxia laughed loudly and said, "It's a deal. Whoever dares to go back on his word is a ladybug." Until this moment, the Crimson Eye clan elders looked at each other and instantly came to their senses. If Xianxia was able to defeat everyone in the championship battle, then he could do whatever he wanted. At that time, if Xianxia wanted to concoct pills to save Sukaiwe, the other ancient race's middle-aged people would not be able to refute him. They could only blame him for not being as skilled as others. However, the key point was that Xianxia was not qualified to participate in the championship battle. He was not a member of the ancient race. If Xianxia offered to participate, he would definitely be ridiculed by the ancient race's middle-aged men and eventually rejected. And Xianxia chose the safest path, angering them. Tell them to invite Xianxia on their own initiative. The elders of the Crimson Eye clan all laughed, all of them smiling meaningfully. From the perspective of elders, they preferred intelligent people to martial artists. At this moment, they at least appreciated Xianxia's intelligence. Sukaiwe also lowered her head and smiled without saying a word. She saw through Xianxia's little plot, but the other girls still hadn't figured out such a deep link. "What about this sovereign?" The old man frowned and said, "The competition between me and this little thief?" The old woman said, "You and Xianxia compete first. If Xianxia loses, there is no need to participate in winning the championship. If Xianxia lost the pill refining competition, he wouldn't have to participate in the championship. Why? Could it be? Oh, at this moment, everyone came to a sudden realization. The 100 middle-aged men also reacted, their eyes wide open. Only then did they know that they had been tricked by Xianxia. But now it was too late to say anything. The old woman announced the process on the spot. Xianxia was the first to compete with Empyrean Heavenly Eye for pills. If he could win, he would participate in the championship. If he won the championship, he would be qualified to concoct pills to save Sukaiwe. If Xianxia was unable to cultivate that ancient pill, then he would win the second place in the championship battle and marry Sukaiwe. The old woman was considerate. Because Sukaiwe only had 10 days left in her life, the entire process had to be accelerated. Tomorrow was the match between Xianxia and Empyrean Heavenly Eye, and the day after tomorrow was the battle for the championship. In order for Sukaiwe to have a good rest environment, she was asked to follow the old woman back to her own residence. During this period of time, she would not be able to see Xianxia again. If that was the case, the old woman would probably be very scared. She was afraid that if the two of them stayed together again, they might cause trouble. Of course, Xianxia was reluctant to part. Sukaiwe also held Xianxia's hand. The two of them looked at each other affectionately and refused to let go. The old woman coughed and said, "Xueqing, don't worry. Xianxia will not be in danger during this period of time. Since we have already promised you, we will no longer pursue his responsibility." Only then did the man and woman let go. Xianxia walked out of the palace step by step. Every time he looked back, he could see Sukaiwe standing there smiling at him. That night, Xianxia returned to his imprisoned palace. Sitting at the table, he was repeatedly recalling the knowledge of the profound Tao in his heart. He even began to chew on every word that Old Man Mo Ling had taught him. Old Man Mo Ling's profound Tao attainments naturally couldn't reach the Saint Realm, but his theory was applicable at any level. Flexible. Just as Xianxia recalled his exhaustion, the door was gently pushed open. a woman walked in with a tray in her hand. Outside the door, a group of Crimson Eye clan girls covered their mouths and snickered as they peeked inside. When Xianxia looked over, they all burst into laughter. The woman who entered the door blushed slightly. She placed the tray on the table and said to Xianxia, "Then what? I was a bit reckless. Here are two 10,000-year-old red pill fruits. It's good for your brain." This woman was the one who wanted to kill Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and said, "Is this an apology?" The woman blushed again and said, "Pfft, you're so beautiful. What do I have to apologize for? It's just that, seeing that you really treat Xueqing well, that's why I gave you a good look. Don't think too much about it." The little girls outside giggled. A girl made a face and said, "Sister Xianxia, why don't you marry Xianxia with Sister Xueqing? I think he's not bad. Go, go." The woman's face had turned red into an apple, and she was about to hit him. However, the girls weren't afraid at all. Instead, they laughed even more happily. Xianxia picked up a red fruit and shook it in front of him. "Thank you. What are you thanking for? It's not for you, it's for Sister Xueqing. No matter what, you are still a responsible man." After saying that, Qingyi left without turning back. She knew very well that Xianxia's taking on this kind of competition would not benefit Xianxia in the slightest. Even if Xianxia won, it was impossible for him to marry Su Kaiyue. Xianxia was not an ancient race. Even if he was with Su Kaiyue, he would not be able to save her. In the end, he still had to refine pills and would offend the 100 orthodox descendants of the ancient race. In the end, not only did Xianxia exert his strength and offend the ancient race, he didn't get any benefits in the end. Then there was only one reason for him to do so. He was sincerely doing it for Su Caiyue's good. Sometimes, when a woman looked at a man, it was not how outstanding he was, but how much this man cared about this woman. Xianxia's actions undoubtedly won the favor of the Crimson Eye race girls. Early the next morning, Xianxia rushed to the main hall with interest, not because he wanted to refine pills, but because he could see his master again today. At this time, everyone was already waiting at the scene, including the 100 descendants of the ancient race and almost all the members of the Crimson Eye race. Apart from the patrolling ones, everyone else had arrived. Su Kaiyue quietly waited for Xianxia with the old woman's help. She looked expressionlessly at the stairs of the main hall without the slightest emotion on her face. When Xianxia stepped on the stairs and walked up step by step, the moment his head finally emerged from the stairs, Su Kaiyue smiled. Her smile was incomparably warm, and even the ice and snow melted. Xianxia also smiled, like a sun. The men and women stared blankly at the two infatuated with each other, their smiles melting away. Xianxia first crossed everyone and arrived in front of Su Kaiyue. He bowed slightly and said, "Good morning, master." Su Kaiyue smiled and said, "Good morning, Xiaonan." Xianxia took out a crimson fruit from his bosom and said, "Sister Qingyi sent two over last night. This disciple left one for you. It's sweet." Everyone looked at Qingyi, and her face turned red again. "You eat." Su Kaiyue said, "This is the treasure of our Crimson Eye clan. Its stock is limited. It's useless for master to eat it." Xianxia chuckled and said, "Master, feed me." Su Kaiyue twisted the red pill fruit with her two onion fingers and put it into Xianxia's mouth. Xianxia laughed foolishly as he chewed. "Sweet, sweetheart is drunk." Everyone present felt their entire bodies itch unbearably as they grabbed onto their bodies with all their might, causing waves of coldness to appear on their bodies. The eyes of the ancient race's middle-aged people were red with envy. They secretly swore that if they could marry Su Kaiyue, they would let her feed them to them every day. The old woman smiled and clapped her hands. "All right, let's hurry up and start. Xianxia, here is the recipe for half a portion of the ancient pill. Take a look first. I'll give you an hour to digest it." Xianxia took a look and his expression became solemn. This ancient pill formula passed down from the Crimson Eye race was indeed different from ordinary pills. A normal medicinal pill's function was to nourish the body by absorbing the medicinal properties of spiritual herbs. As for the Crimson Eye race's medicinal pills, their function was to stimulate the potential of the human body itself. This principle was similar to that of ordinary people. There was a medicine that could expel diseases, but there was also a medicine that could enhance the body's immunity and allow the body to contend with the disease itself. Xianxia nodded slightly, his heart already showing signs. He immediately knew what was wrong with the heavenly Saint Sovereign. Normal medicinal pills were all based on the medicinal pills themselves. What was important was the medicinal properties of the medicinal pills themselves. All the methods used were to serve the medicinal pills. This ancient race pill was obviously not like this. It was intended to serve the Crimson Eye race's unique life form. Then we can't target the pill itself but the Crimson Eye race. Master, give me a drop of your blood. Xianxia walked forward and asked Su Kaiwei for a drop of blood. Next, Xianxia made a very bold move. He first observed the blood and analyzed it himself. He also asked the big snake to analyze the composition of the blood. Then, he gently licked the blood droplet on the tip of his finger into his mouth. At this moment, all the women at the scene blushed. Even Su Kaiwei lowered her head slightly, and 2 red lights flew on her face. However, many foreign males were all excited. However, the next moment, after Xianxia tasted the blood, he suddenly raised his head and his pupils contracted. His face filled with shock. The old woman's face turned pale and she said, "What's wrong? What did you find?" As if struck by lightning, Xianxia said in shock, "Good, so delicious." No matter what, everyone wanted to kill Xianxia now. Su Kaiwei glared at Xianxia reproachfully. The old woman shook her head and said, "Young man, really? Alright, this pill recipe is only a semi-finished product, and Empyrean Heavenly Eye has also refined a semi-finished pill. However, it is still a step away from the real semi-finished product. If you can refine the complete semi-finished pills listed on the pill formula today, even if you win, otherwise the opposite will happen. We've already prepared the medicinal pills and spirit herbs for you. As they are semi-finished products, we don't pursue the quality of the medicinal pills. As long as you succeed, it will be over. It will be completed in about 8 hours." Xianxia nodded. The heavenly Holy Sovereign walked over with a plate of spiritual herbs in his hand and handed it to Xianxia. He said in a low voice, "Later generations, you don't know the heavens and earth. It was you who begged to be humiliated. No wonder I, as an elder, suppressed you." Xianxia smiled faintly. "Suppression? You also need to have that ability, old man." Xianxia had always respected his elders, but this old man coveted Su Tsayua's beauty, causing Xianxia to be unable to help it. At this moment, Xianxia had already walked in front of the pill furnace and started to gather. Everyone quieted down and looked at Xianxia. No matter what, pills were invented by humans. Everyone could tell that Xianxia was clearly a human. Perhaps this human youth could really bring about a miracle. The hearts of the ancient race's middle-aged people were pounding. They were looking forward to this human. They must not succeed. It was best if they failed completely. At this moment, Xianxia clapped his hands and said, "Ready? Let's begin." Upon hearing this, the Crimson Eye clan elders were greatly alarmed. The old woman was both shocked and furious. "Look at the pill recipe until now. It has only been 10 minutes. Such a joke. I don't value our medicinal pills too much. I don't value Xueqing's life. I know you're arrogant, but you need to be careful. What time is it now? I won't allow you to make nonsense." Xianxia turned his head to look at the old woman and said, "My master's life is more important to me than anyone else's. As long as I say yes, it's fine." After saying that, Xianxia ignored the crowd and threw the spiritual herbs into the pill furnace. Upon seeing this, the heavenly Saint Sovereign burst into laughter. "I really thought you were some sort of profound Tao genius, so that's all. This old man is broad-minded. I'm not stingy in reminding you that only those spirit herbs can be put in after they have been distributed. It's really amateur for you to throw all of them in like this." Xianxia said, "I don't know who was the one who couldn't solve many problems before, but he asked me to help him. You." Empyrean Heavenly Eye's beard fluttered with anger as he coldly sneered, Good. No matter what, I'll see how you make a fool of yourself." Apart from Empyrean Heavenly Eye, there were also many other alchemists who were hired outside. These people and Xianxia also played the same role. They were all working for Empyrean Heavenly Eye to solve some small problems and let him devote more energy to studying the pill formula. Those pill refiners were also feeling very uncomfortable, feeling that they were inferior. Seeing Xianxia contradict the Heavenly Eye Saint Sovereign, their hearts actually felt a little refreshed. In this way, all the spiritual herbs would enter the furnace. Next, Xianxia made a move that no one could understand. He slapped both of his hands on the pill furnace. As a result, half of the pill furnace was roasted by the pill fire, while the other half gradually froze. This move caused all the alchemists to be stunned. An alchemist asked curiously, "What kind of technique is this? But I've never heard of it before." Empyrean Heavenly Eye was equally shocked and uncertain. His pill refining techniques had also been learned from the human race, but he had never seen a pill refining technique like this before. Empyrean Heavenly Eye finally seized the opportunity and mocked Xianxia a few more times. However, everyone was staring at Xianxia in astonishment, and no one paid attention to him. Empyrean Heavenly Eye made a fool of himself and shut his mouth resentfully. Xianxia's forehead was sweating at this moment. Although it was easy to say, it was not easy to do. He was very nervous. This kind of pill refining technique was called the yin-yang pill refining technique. It was directly created by Xianxia on the spot. During the process of refining pills, Xianxia was discussing with the big snake at all times. The pill furnace was indeterminate. On the one hand, it was boiling hot and red, while on the other hand, it was filled with cold energy. Moreover, the two states were still constantly alternating. Sometimes the cold energy rushed to the side of the flame while the flame came to the side of the cold energy, and sometimes it turned back. The pill furnace looked extremely wonderful. Red and white intersected, constantly rotating, and even turned into two vortexes, entangled together. Xianxia stared fixedly at the pill furnace without saying a word. That seriousness was unprecedented. The Crimson Eye clan elders cried out in alarm, as if every time the heat and cold alternated, it would happen in their stomachs. An hour. Xianxia suddenly clasped his hands together and pulled them away at the same time, slapping them on the outer wall of the pill furnace. Ding-gaping opened it, and a medicinal pill soared into the sky. The medicinal pill was extremely evil. As it flew into the distance, it let out a series of laughter. The laughter was eerie and terrifying, making people tremble. Everyone was stunned. After the medicinal pill flew into the air, it suddenly shot towards Xianxia, and a beam of light immediately shot towards him. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they all felt their hair stand on end. You, what the hell did you refine?" the Heavenly Eye Saint said in shock. Xianxia ignored him at all, and directly stretched out his hand to draw out a solar energy shield. With a clang, he collided with the brilliance. "Little thief, you want to hurt someone?" Xianxia laughed loudly and rushed towards the pill. The medicinal pill laughed strangely and suddenly smashed towards Xianxia, wanting to smash his head into pieces. Xianxia took the pill and directly grabbed it into his hand, saying, "Attack again." The pill was cursing in his palm, and there was no specific language logic. It was an ancient brain that could vent its emotions. If it knew how to speak, it would definitely be cursing the dirtiest thing in the world. Xianxia held the pill in his left hand and poked the pill with his right hand. A miserable scream came from the pill. A black gas rushed into the sky and was about to escape. Xianxia waved his hand and a saber light burned the black gas completely. At this moment, Xianxia grabbed the pill and landed, saying, "It's done." The scene was completely silent. None of them could understand what had just happened. When Xianxia handed the pill to Sukaiwe, the old woman hurriedly rushed up and grabbed Xianxia's wrist. She said sternly, "What is this thing? How can it be eaten by Xueqing?" Xianxia said, "It was your Crimson Eye race that invented the pill." The old woman said angrily, "This pill is so evil. You!" Before the old woman could finish speaking, Sukaiwe took the initiative to take the pill and swallowed it in one mouthful. "Xueqing, The countless elders were so frightened that their faces turned pale. The old woman anxiously said, "Hurry up and spit it out." Su Kaiwe shook her head. "I believe in Xiangnan. He won't." At this point, Su Kaiwe suddenly stiffened and fell on her back. The old woman was frightened mad. The hopes of the entire clan were placed on Su Kaiwe alone. If she died, wouldn't it be a huge loss? "Come on, capture this Nan." The old woman roared angrily and hurriedly supported Su Kaiwe, saying, "Quick, Saint Sovereign, come and save Xueqing." Empyrean Heavenly I had a cold expression on his face. He hugged his shoulders and laughed coldly. "Save me? Now is not the time to look down on me? You actually made a brat look ugly to me? Haha, it's too late. You found this yourself. Now you know that you're here to beg me. TSK, TSK. The elders pleaded with the Heavenly I Saint Sovereign, while the Crimson Eye clan experts rushed forward and bound Xiangnan. The old woman stroked Su Tsayua's face with tears streaming down her face and choked up, "Xueqing, Xueqing, you can't." As she spoke, Su Kaiwe suddenly opened her eyes, and her pale face turned red. This time, everyone was stunned again. Su Kaiwe coughed softly twice and said, "I feel much better." The Sky Spill Saint clan was still laughing sinisterly, but this scene caused the smile to freeze on their faces. "Really? Is there no problem?" the old woman hurriedly asked. Su Kaiwe got rid of the old woman and straightened herself up. She moved for a while and said, "Much better. My strength is back." From great sorrow to great joy, the old woman did not know how to react. When she realized it, she hurriedly shouted, "Let go of Xiangnan. Hurry. Don't be so rude to our distinguished guests." The Heavenly I Saint's eyes turned red with anger as he said, "You guys can't be so careless. This is wrong. This must be wrong." The old woman glared fiercely at the Heavenly Eyes Saint Sovereign and ignored him. Previously, the Crimson Eye clan had pleaded bitterly, but this person had a proud look on his face. He stood by the side and looked at the jokes and laughed out loud. Now that the situation had turned around, he naturally did not have a good expression on his face. The old man also knew that he was in the wrong. If he stayed, he probably wouldn't get any benefits. He even left with hatred in his sleeves. The elders hurriedly examined Su Kaiwe for a while. The more they looked at her, the happier she became. Not only did Su Tsayua's complexion improve a lot, her spirits also turned around. The old woman's face blossomed with laughter. She clenched Xiangnan's hands and said, "Hosheng, thank you so much, but how did you do it?" This was everyone's problem. The alchemists were even more curious as they stretched their necks to eavesdrop. Xiangnan bypassed the crowd and rubbed Su Tsayua's shoulders as he said, "Actually, it's not difficult. What's difficult is the technique." After Xiangnan explained, everyone immediately fell to the ground in admiration. The medicinal properties of spirit herbs weren't pure, but each one contained complex ingredients. The process of refining pills was to remove the impurities that he didn't need and extract the medicinal essence that he needed. However, the ancient ancestors of the Crimson Eye race did not know any pill refining techniques. They only found some spirit herbs and knew that they could help their clansmen. And what they needed was all the medicinal properties of every single spiritual herb. In other words, no impurities could be removed. However, the humans who had created alchemy in the modern era, including the outsiders who had learned alchemy, all used refining methods. This would be completely reversed. The old woman nodded repeatedly and said, "Then, what is the use of fire and cold energy?" Xiangnan explained that the process of refining the medicinal properties of spirit herbs was actually a process of destroying spirit herbs. The purpose of the high-temperature flames was precisely this. But doing so, it was absolutely impossible to preserve all the medicinal properties of a spirit herb. Therefore, once a medicinal herb was refined with high temperature, it was immediately thrown into the direction of cold air for freezing and sealing, so that the herb would not collapse and die. After the herb was cooled down and stabilized, it would then turn into the direction of high temperature and continue refining the next medicinal herb. Xiangnan raised his two fingers and said, The pill refining technique created by the human race is to destroy herbs to obtain medicines, while the pill formula left behind by the noble ancestors is more like cultivating spirit herbs. When the spirituality of a variety of spiritual herbs merges together, the powerful spirituality gives birth to a twisted and brand new life form. It is the medicinal pill that can laugh. However, medicinal pills do not require this kind of life form, so I will destroy it, leaving only the medicinal pill itself. Everyone was confused and felt extremely mysterious when they heard this. Looking at Xianxia again, it was as if Xianxia was a god floating in the clouds, looking down on all living beings. Rare, too rare. The old woman admired and sighed with emotion, saying, "To have such attainments at such a young age, and to have the breadth of mind to reveal such secret arts to the public, is rare, too rare." The other alchemists were also convinced. They were completely convinced. Even from the human race, they had never heard of such a method of alchemy. From what Xianxia said, the so-called yin-yang pill refining technique was actually created on the spot. This was even more impressive. Everyone was overjoyed as they surrounded Xianxia, treating him like a great benefactor of the Crimson Eye clan. The experts who had tied up Xianxia all had guilty expressions. They took off their shirts and bowed to Xianxia. "Sir, please punish me." At this moment, the address for Xianxia had also changed. Xianxia smiled and waved his hand. "It's not strange if you don't know. I'm doing it for the good of my master, and so are you." The serpent sighed with emotion. "Sure, little brat Xianxia, your current attainments in alchemy are already unique, not to mention being able to surpass Mo Ling. At least we can sit on equal footing with Mo Ling and the other two brothers." Xianxia smiled in his heart and said, "It's just that he has seen many things, encountered many things, and gradually accumulated his horizons." The Crimson Eye clan had high hopes for Xianxia. That night, the old woman personally found Xianxia and chatted for a while. The old woman was very happy about Xianxia's ability to refine the Scarlet Eye ancient pill and expressed her worries. The best way to renew Su Tsayua's life was still to eat ancient pills to renew her life. The idea of winning the championship was actually just an idea. The old woman already had some bad thoughts in her heart, but she took the initiative to ask Xianxia for his opinion. Xianxia muttered, "If my master were to combine with an ancient male, there is indeed a certain degree of probability that it will increase my master's lifespan. When two races merge, there are usually two kinds of results. One is to become a more powerful organism, and the other is to become worse than before." The old woman nodded in admiration. If it was the former, we would have guessed that Xueqing would have a little longer lifespan. However, this was only on the guessing level. No one had ever tried it before. That's why we're looking for the best bloodline inheritor of the ancient race to pair with Xueqing to increase our success rate. However, there's one thing I'm more worried about. Xianxia asked. "What?" The old woman said, "There are already too many races. Now that I know that you are a human, I'm afraid this news will leak out and be discovered by the god race." "It doesn't matter," Xianxia said. "Even if they know that humans are still alive, they may not be able to find me." Xianxia didn't say anything else. He could rely on the master god of nature to change his life characteristics. In the future, even if he directly walked in front of the god race wouldn't know that the person in front of him was one of the living humans. "Come on." The old woman patted Xianxia on the shoulder and said, "Rest early. Tomorrow is the championship battle. Make sufficient preparations." The next morning, Xianxia went to the main hall to gather. Today was the day of the championship battle. The Crimson Eye clan had prepared a series of tests for 101 young people. They had never revealed any information before, so they were extremely mysterious. Xianxia greeted Su Kaiwei before entering the winning team. The middle-aged people of the ancient race couldn't wait any longer. One of them was very excited, looking eager to try. They couldn't wait to marry Su Kaiwei, and they couldn't wait to defeat Xianxia. The scene was filled with the smell of smoke, and everyone's fighting spirit was very high. Xianxia swept his gaze over the 100 strong men of the ancient race and found that they were all extremely confident. Xianxia smiled slightly and didn't say anything. He had seen such a confident young man many times. An ancient race man stood up and said, "Elder, it's time to take us to the training ground. Where exactly are we going? Can we reveal some news now?" The old woman shook her head and said, "Please sit where you are." The 100 people were all at a loss, but they also sat down on the ground according to the old woman's instructions. Other than them, even the members of the Crimson Eye clan did not know what to test. Seeing this scene, they were similarly confused. The old woman cleared her throat and said, "The selection contest is not just about picking the strongest person. Otherwise, the selection contest would be meaningless. We will consider all aspects. For the sake of a good bloodline, we need to refer to the following: intelligence, stamina, endurance, on-the-spot reaction, movement speed, battle skill, battle consciousness, and ability to deal with troubles. Do you have any objections?" Everyone shook their heads, expressing that they had no objections. These elements were indeed important data for assessing whether a person was outstanding or not. It was very reasonable. The old woman nodded and said, "Since no one has any objections, then the first round of the championship examination will begin now. The reason I asked you to sit down is because the next test is the intelligence test. I will ask a series of questions. Those who answer the correct answers first will be able to score points." There was no elimination system in the competition. Instead, the scoring system was used. Whoever got the highest score in the end would be the winner. Upon hearing that they were going to test their intelligence, a few strong men from the ancient race became nervous. The old woman walked around in front of everyone and said, "The River of Time is the most mysterious place in our world. There are many legends about it, so the questions we need to ask revolve around the word time. Please listen to the first question. Will speed affect time?" As soon as they finished speaking, everyone stood up almost at the same time, shouting in all directions, unable to clearly hear who was saying what. The old woman shook her head and said, "Raise your hand to speak. The first to raise your hand will be given the opportunity to answer questions. This time, choose the first person to stand up." "Xianxia," you answer. Xianxia was the fastest person to stand up. After everyone sat down, Xianxia stood up and replied, "Yes." The old woman nodded. Then, she said, "The second question is, if you are fast enough, can you reverse the time?" This time, a tall and thin man snatched the right to reply. He stood up and said, "Yes." The old woman shook her head. Next, the second person who raised his hand stood up and said, "No." The old woman said, "Please explain the reason." That person chuckled for a long time, but in the end, he was unable to answer. This time, no one spoke. Xianxia slowly stood up and said, "No, because time is irreversible. If the speed exceeds the standard speed of light, we can see what happened, we can see the past, but we can't go back to the past. When the speed reaches a certain level, the human body will be infinitely close to the time-still state. In this state, if one cannot continue accelerating, then there is no way to reverse the time." All the elders nodded their heads. The old woman smiled and said, "Then the third question, may I ask how fast it will reach the time standstill?" Xianxia faintly smiled and said, "Since there is no limit to speed and time in our world, theoretically speaking, exceeding the standard speed of light will enter the field of hypervelocity of light, while exceeding the standard time will enter the field of hypertime. In other words, there is no concept of temporal stillness." The old woman nodded in satisfaction. 2 points. The audience applauded. The 100 middle-aged men became restless. Xianxia had already scored 3 points. "I protest." An ancient race man stood up and said, "Xianxia is obviously very good at asking questions about time. You are biased in favor of him when asking such questions." The old woman replied, "Then what do you think is the right question for me to ask? Please give me a suggestion." The middle-aged man thought for a moment, but his forehead started to sweat. "Yeah, what knowledge? Cultivation techniques and martial skills?" The human race had directly inherited the god race's martial technique system, so they definitely couldn't contend against Xianxia. When Xian said that Xianxia had already defeated the heavenly Eye Saint sovereign, Wouldn't it be asking for trouble if he were to compare his profound Tao knowledge with him? Apart from these, what else could he ask? As a martial artist, he couldn't compare to his ability to talk about emotions. Could he? Even if they were to compete with this, they were still no match for Xiangnan. That Xiangnan had even dealt with Su Kaiyue. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man shook his head miserably and sat back down. The old woman said, "Experiments have shown that it is impossible to reverse time with speed. Then, let me make an assumption for the next question. Assuming that you all have the ability to change the laws of time, you can all reverse time from arrival to retreat. Then, can you go back and see yourself when you were 10 years old?" Someone immediately replied. The old woman shook her head. Another person was powerful and said that he wouldn't, but the old woman asked him to explain the reason, but that person couldn't answer. Everyone looked at Xiangnan again. Xiangnan stood up and said, "No, because time goes against the flow. The spellcaster cannot stay out of this. He will turn back with time. I've seen something called a videotape in a mysterious world, and it has two interesting functions called fast forward and fast backward. Actually, time reversal is a fast retreat. We don't see ourselves at the age of 10. We just follow the time and return to the age of 10 together." The old woman praised him greatly and added, "Let's add another premise. If we can use something to protect ourselves from the influence of time, we can jump back to the past. Then, can we kill ourselves at the age of 10? Everyone was very confident in this question. Someone immediately stood up and replied, "Yes, because I killed me when I was 10 years old. Then the current me will not appear. I will disappear with me when I am 10 years old, which is equivalent to killing me." The old woman nodded and said, "Correct. This kind of behavior is very dangerous." At this moment, the 100 middle-aged men finally breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, someone had finally scored. They would not be able to advance to the next stage with 0 points. That would be too embarrassing. But in the end, Xiangnan shook his head and said, "I have different opinions." The old woman smiled and said, "Xiangnan, you are wrong this time. There is no second answer to this question." "Yes," Xiangnan said. The old woman's expression was that you were wrong, so I let you answer. I'll correct your expression in a moment. Xiangnan said, "I don't think so. History is something that has already happened, and I'm sure it can't be changed." The old woman said, "If I had the laws of time, and I was forced to return to my 10 years old age, why can't I kill myself?" Xiangnan said, "It's not that you can't, but you won't kill. If you forcefully return to the past, then even if you return to the official history, that means that in the official history you were already dead when you were 10 years old. Then the current you will not appear, and you cannot go back and kill yourself. However, the fact that you already exist means that there must be another reason to stop you." The old woman pondered for a while, and after discussing it closely with the other elders, she finally decided that Xiangnan's answer was correct. This kind of question about time was simply colliding with Xiangnan's muzzle. He had personally experienced all of this before. In the first round, there were a total of 10 questions, 1 point for each question. In the end, Xiangnan won by a large margin and took all of them. This brought tremendous pressure to the geniuses of the ancient race. The old woman announced that there were still 2 rounds left, and each round was still 10. In this way, everyone except Xiangnan had completely lost 10 points in the first round. Even if they won the next 2 rounds, they would only get 20 points. Xiangnan, on the other hand, only needed to obtain 11 points to be sure that he was the first-place winner. Applause rang out in the hall. Everyone cheered for this human youth. Xiangnan had also used his own actions to prove that the human race was definitely no weaker than the other ancient races. The second round was not about intelligence, and the process was very simple. The elders brought all the contestants to the bottom of a Grand Canyon. Both sides were cliffs, and at the highest point, there was a large red flower floating. The old woman pointed at the big flower on the high ground and said, "The first person who touches the big flower will get 10 points, the second one will get 9 points, and so on. Other than the 10th place, there will be no points." Xiangnan raised his head and saw that they were all standing at the bottom of the valley. From the bottom of the valley to the middle of the big flower above, there were a large number of shining spider webs. The webs are still but dense. These are the webs of fluorescent spiders. Once they touch them, their bodies will be stained with fluorescent powder. Can be considered a failure. Let's begin, the old woman said. The initial order had already been issued, but none of the 101 people moved. The rules are simple, but the process will not be simple. It will definitely be easy to get through the cracks in the spider web, but the other contestants will definitely obstruct it. The occasional spider web in a fight would be considered a loss. That was the problem. The first one to charge forward would definitely be someone else's target. Everyone stood there quietly. All of them raised their heads to look at the sky. They were planning their way forward. After shooting down the people in front of them, they would be able to quickly get first place. However, after a long time, there was still no one to act. At this time, a handsome man walked out of the ancient race and said to Xianxia, "You already have 10. Are you afraid? Are you so cowardly? Why don't you set an example for us?" Hearing this, all the men and women in the clan cheered excitedly. The first round of the intelligence competition was a bit boring, but this round he was considering real kung fu. Even a young girl from the Crimson Eye clan shouted to Xianxia, "Xianxia, if you want to marry Sister Xueqing, it's impossible not to work hard." Xianxia smiled and said, "I'm not moving because I want to give you a chance. Since you don't want to, then I won't stand on ceremony." After saying that, Xianxia carried the huge saber on his back and immediately flew into the air. Good opportunity. When the 100 experts below saw this, their eyes shone as they slashed towards Xianxia with dense saber light and sword light. "Shoot him down. Don't let him score," someone shouted loudly. In this way, Xianxia directly became the target of the fire. He became a person who had to deal with 100 people. Only he had the highest score. As long as he was taken care of, the others would have a fair chance to compete. Seeing this scene, the girl who had urged Xianxia to set off just now covered her mouth in fear and began to regret it in her heart. "I didn't expect things to turn out like this. This is bad." The old woman's expression changed slightly. No matter how talented Xianxia is, those 100 ancient race geniuses are not vegetarians. In such a geographical environment, it is impossible to dodge 100 people's attacks and dodge the spider web at the same time. It is impossible. Su Kaiwe looked up at Xianxia and said, "I am confident that he can do it." An elder said, "Confidence is of course a good thing, but it has to be combined with reality. I'm afraid that Xianxia will really lose this round of points." At this moment, in the sky, Xiangnian's voice suddenly changed. Behind him grew a pair of wings, and his body seemed to be faintly visible, as if he was covered in a thin layer of gray mist. Dream God physique. The corner of Xiangnian's mouth rose slightly. In an instant, all the predicted routes of the attacks appeared in his eyes. At that moment, an astonishing scene occurred. Xiangnian kept dodging back and forth in the sky, as if he had already discussed with 100 experts where he wanted to fight. He clearly knew where to flee and could dodge the attack. Under such a dense and shocking attack, Xianxia used his shocking movement technique to dodge all of his divine power, and even passed through the dense spider webs layer by layer. Everyone present was stunned, their mouths wide open. "Don't show mercy to me. What are you doing eating? Fight!" Some of the 100 geniuses couldn't help but curse anxiously. Everyone exerted their full strength, all of them using their best attacks. However, Xianxia was unable to get hit. He had simply seen a ghost. 6 seconds. In just 6 seconds, Xianxia leapt into the sky, passed through the last spider web, and gently touched the big flower with his hand. The scene fell silent. After a long time, the old woman's pupils shrank and she said in horror, "There is actually someone in this world who can do this? I'm afraid that the thunder god didn't have such skill when he was young, right?" In the sky, Xianxia smiled brightly at Su Kaiwe and said, "Master, for your sake, I will definitely be called the final winner." Xianxia used his beautiful dream god body to stun everyone present. This was the first time that the proud people of all races realized that not only could humans concoct pills, They were also equally outstanding in martial arts. The 100 middle-aged men of the ancient race looked up at Xiang Nan in the sky, unable to utter a single word at this moment. With Xiang Nan's move just now, they already knew how great the gap between them and Xiang Nan was. Time out. At this moment, the old woman from the Crimson Eye clan shouted to stop the match. Countless pairs of eyes looked at her in unison. Some people already understood what was going on, but some people still hadn't reacted. The old woman announced, "Since Xiang Nan has already scored 20 points in advance, then he has become the leader of this year's championship. Since the second place could only get 9 points at most, if he could get 10 points in the third match, it would be 19 points, still 1 point behind Xiang Nan." The old woman said, "According to the previous agreement, the human race does not have the qualifications to marry Xueqing. Therefore, from now on, Xiang Nan will go to concoct pills, and the remaining people will continue to fight for the championship. If Xiang Nan's pills are unable to save Xueqing, then the second-place winner of the championship will inherit the right to marry Xueqing. Now, Xiang Nan, please leave the arena. The championship battle will begin again." The crowd cheered as they watched the champion Xiang Nan leave the scene. The entire process of Xiang Nan winning the championship was too fast. With a crushing advantage, he forcefully scored 20 points. So far, all the other contestants except Xiang Nan had scored 0 points. This advantage was so great that it was suffocating. The old woman waved her hand at Xiang Nan and called him in front of her. She whispered, "Just like I said, if you can't cultivate a complete medicinal pill, Xueqing will still belong to someone else." Xiang Nan said, "I can definitely do it. Elder, please lead the way." After that, Xiang Nan gave Su Kaiwei a few instructions before leaving the arena with the old woman. Since Su Kaiwei was the final prize in the entire championship battle, she absolutely could not leave the scene. She had to watch the entire match. The fierce competition had begun once again. The 100 ancient race elders still hadn't given up. They still had some chances. After Xiang Nan left the arena, he followed the old woman to an unfamiliar palace. There were only 2 people on the way here. The old woman was very serious and did not allow anyone to follow her. After passing through several long corridors and 36 teleportation formations, the 2 finally arrived at a completely closed palace. As soon as Xiang Nan entered, he felt a boundless power that caused him to tremble. Inside the palace, there were a large number of sculptures erected on both sides. Each sculpture was dignified and solemn, causing people to feel terrified. The old woman said, "These are the ancestors of the ancient Crimson Eye race. They were once as powerful as the ancient gods. The Crimson Eye race, the ancient god race, and the White-Eyed race are all children of the goddess of life. But later, the goddess of life and the god of thunder chose to abandon us and create a brand new, so-called more perfect god race. That is, those people from the current god realm." "Why?" Xiang Nanqi asked. "This question has never been answered in my heart. Since Crimson Eye, ancient god, and White Eye are all so powerful, why would they be abandoned?" The old woman let out a long sigh and said, "Although the 3 supreme ancient races are strong enough, they all have fatal flaws. For example, our Crimson Eye clan has a unique, solitary self lifestyle. Our lifespan is not long. We must continue to live through our own birth. But in this way, the young US will appear in our bodies and dilute our eternal force at the same time. However, young us have to cultivate from scratch. Even though our cultivation base is high, we will eventually die one day. This cycle will last for about 1,500 years." Xiang Nan nodded silently. He had already heard about this from the master god of the Divine Nature Temple. The old woman said, "Of the 3 supreme ancient races, the strongest in terms of defense is the White-Eyed race. However, this race also has a fatal flaw, that is, they cannot open their eyes. Their disintegrating power can disintegrate all forms of power and attack them. However, they have to open their eyes to release the disintegrating power. Every time they open their eyes, their lifespan will be reduced by half." "This is very strange," Xiang Nan said. The old woman nodded and said, "The flaw of the ancient god race is that they do not have the ability to reproduce. Although their lightning destructive power is the strongest, it is hard for them to have a successor. Why would the goddess of life and the god of thunder give the three supreme ancient races such a huge flaw in their lives? Xianxia pondered. The old woman said, "They didn't give it on purpose, but at the beginning of creation, the two supreme gods didn't understand enough about creating life. They wanted to create the four most perfect representatives of divine power, but they neglected to give them the complete characteristics of life. As for the new god race, they don't have such flaws. They have become the darling of the two supreme gods." Wait, Xianxia frowned. You said, the four great divine powers? Isn't there only three great supreme ancient races? The old woman said, the four great divine powers are respectively the power of eternity, inherited by the Crimson Eye race. The power of disintegration will be inherited by the White-Eyed race. There is also the power of destruction and the power of order. They are inherited by the Thunder God race and the Nature God race, respectively. Oh, Xianxia suddenly realized. In other words, the God race itself possesses two great divine powers. No wonder the entire God realm is divided into two different camps. Among the God race, the Thunder God race controlled lightning divine power, while the Nature God race controlled order divine power. So that was the case. The old woman said, because the two great camps in God's domain now call themselves gods. That's why we call their ancient ancestors the ancient God race. Actually, the ancient God race was called the black-eyed race in the first three sovereign ancient races. Because they have black pupils. Xianxia snapped his fingers. Crimson eye, white eye, black eye, that's right. Of the three sovereign ancient races, only two were named after their eyes. Only the ancient God race seemed to be out of place, and there was still such a reason for the disturbance that had lasted for a long time. Perhaps the God race and humans who lived in modern times didn't think that their black eyes were strange, but in fact, when they were created, this color was quite frightening. The two of them chatted as they walked forward. Finally, they arrived at the end of the palace. There was an incomparably large sculpture erected here. It was more than 3 times larger than the sculptures of the other Scarlet Eye clan ancestors. The old woman pointed at the sculpture and said, "This is the first Crimson Eye clan. We recognize it as the ancestor of the Crimson Eye clan." Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine, because the eyes of this sculpture were actually bright. The eyeballs of the other sculptures were all made of the sculpture itself, that is, stone. Only the sculpture's eyeball shone brightly, emitting a bright red light. "Don't be afraid," the old woman said. "Those two eyeballs are called the Eye of Eternity. Although the ancestor is dead, these eyeballs are eternal, so they were preserved. As for the ancient pill you refined earlier, that formula was personally created by our ancestors." The old woman waved her right hand and a beam of light shot down from the sculpture. The light shone on the ground, revealing 2 large sections of light text. Xianxia looked carefully, but he was unable to identify what this ancient character was saying. The old woman said, "These are the primitive characters of the Crimson Eye race. In modern times, for the convenience of communication, we all use the same language as all races, that is, the divine language." Divine language? Xianxia was slightly stunned, and then he immediately understood that the so-called God realm was the language he had learned. The human language was also taught by the God race. It was because Xianxia had seen that half of the pill recipe before, and the words written on it were words commonly used by humans. The old woman pointed to the light on the ground and said, "You already know the contents of these 2 paragraphs. The first paragraph is the ancestor's message that only a clansman who has lived alone for 3,000 years can awaken his bloodline and inherit the memories of his ancestors. The second paragraph is a pill recipe to help the clansman live for 3,000 years. I'll translate the second half of the pill recipe for you to listen to. Remember it well." As the old woman spoke, Xianxia silently remembered in his heart. After the old woman finished speaking, Xianxia also engraved everything in his mind. "Have you remembered everything?" the old woman asked. Xianxia nodded. "Remember. Then let's begin," the old woman said. "Here," Xianxia said. The old woman nodded. "It's right here." Yes, this is the safest place. I'm not worried about being disturbed. Xianxia thought for a moment, and without any other misgivings, he immediately began to refine pills. The old woman released the pill furnace and the spiritual herbs she needed. After Xianxia made some preparations, he let the pill furnace burn. For today, he had also made sufficient preparations and practiced the yin-yang pill refining technique very proficiently. A complete ancient pill would take a long time to refine. In the blink of an eye, it was already the 7th day. The old woman had also been guarding Xianxia's side, as if she was meditating. She never did anything to disturb Xianxia. On the evenings of the past 7 days, Xianxia suddenly shouted loudly and slapped the pill furnace with his palm. In an instant, a pill flew out of the furnace. Ha 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 ha! Another strange laugh sounded. Moreover, the strength of this complete pill was much more formidable than that semi-finished pill. 5th level of Spirit Void. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The strength of that pill had actually reached the 5th level of the Spirit Void realm. The old woman had already seen Xianxian consume the pill before, but before Xianxian could react, she immediately flew towards the pill. The pill also charged towards the old woman. The old woman narrowed her eyes slightly and pressed the pill to the ground. Xianxian followed and pointed at the pill, destroying its life. Success! Xianxian picked up the pill and finally heaved a sigh of relief. The old woman was also extremely happy. She held the pill in her hands with red eyes and said, "Finally succeeded. My Crimson Eye clan has hope of reviving. Xianxian, you are the great benefactor of our entire Crimson Eye clan." Xianxian hurriedly said modestly, "Senior, you must not speak like this. This is the good fortune of your Crimson Eye clan. I just did a bridge connecting thing." When the old woman heard this, she was stunned. She looked at Xianxian carefully and said after a while, "Good. Great. If you were a member of our Crimson Eye clan, that would be even better." "Oh right. Why is that pill so ignorant?" When the semi-finished pill appeared for the first time, it underestimated itself and attacked Xianxian. As soon as the finished pill appeared, it underestimated itself and attacked the old woman. This was very strange. Xianxian smiled and said, "Because the medicinal pill doesn't understand its own strength. It just doesn't know the exact location of its own strength." Only then did the old woman realize, That's right. This is called newborn calves are not afraid of tigers." "All right." Xianxian heaved a long sigh of relief and said, "Senior, let's hurry up and take the pills and save my master. Tomorrow is her last day of longevity." The old woman looked deeply at Xianxian and said, "Are you really willing to leave so easily?" "What?" Xianxian was confused. The old woman said, "No reward." Xianxian laughed and said, "My master's survival is the greatest gift to me." The old woman smiled and said, "Do you know why our Crimson Eye clan is able to survive?" Xianxian shook his head. "Because the Eternal Eye is protecting us," the old woman said. "The Eternal Eye is the ancestor's own eye, and it has great power of eternity." "Then do you know what the opposite of existence is?" Xianxian immediately replied, "Eternal." The old woman nodded. "It's really not easy for you to answer such a question. The power of the Eternal Eye can turn us into an absolute eternal state. In this state, we are unattacked, unaffected, and unable to move." Xianxian said, "Of course, if it can be damaged, then it won't be called eternity." The old woman said, "Xianxian, come and see this." As he spoke, the old man clenched his fists and stretched towards Xianxian, slowly opening his fingers. Xianxian looked curiously at the old woman's palm. However, when he opened his fingers, it was empty. Xianxian was stunned. He raised his head to look at the old woman, but in the end, he was suddenly shocked. The old woman stretched out a finger and fiercely poked Xianxian's forehead. That old woman's realm was extremely high, at least above the 6th level of the Spirit Void realm. With this pointing, Xianxian was instantly unable to move his entire body. He looked at the old woman in shock and said in shock, "Senior, you?" The old woman wiped her index finger and a red light sealed Xianxian's mouth. Then she suddenly split the snake staff in her hand in half. The section in her grip was actually a thin and narrow sword. Not good. This old fellow wants to cross the river and tear down the bridge, the serpent exclaimed. At this moment, Xianxia was unable to move at all, and his heart felt cold. The sharp sword in the old woman's hand began to emit a dazzling red light, and with a whoosh, it stabbed towards the space between Xianxia's eyebrows. Xianxia felt his eyes darken, and he didn't know anything. Crimson Eye Clan, main hall. Countless people stood in the open space and looked forward to it. Finally, when dawn rose on the horizon, the old woman flew over with tears streaming down her cheeks as she held a pill in her hands. At that moment, the entire clan cheered. The old woman shed tears as she placed the pill in Su Sayua's hand and said, "Xueqing, the ancient pill has finally been refined. If you eat her, you can live past 3,000 years. The memories of our ancient Crimson Eye race will be revived again. We will have the ability to remold our godhead." Su Kaiwe was already extremely weak. She staggered to take the pill and whispered, "Xiao Nan." The old woman shook her head and said, "He has already left. You can eat. One day you will meet him again." Su Kaiwe opened her mouth and swallowed her words back. After a moment of hesitation, she put the pill into her mouth. At this moment, the scene immediately quieted down. Everyone looked at Su Kaiwe nervously. Sure enough, Su Kaiwe suddenly closed her eyes and fell on her back. The old woman hurriedly supported her. After a long time, Su Kaiwe slowly opened her eyes. She took a deep breath and floated into the air. At this moment, her face was flushed red. Xianxia opened his eyes in a daze and found himself lying on the ground. He suddenly jumped up and pulled out his huge saber. He made a defensive gesture, only to discover that the old woman was nowhere to be found. The surroundings were empty. Apart from a primitive grassland and dense beasts, there was no one else. Kid Xianxia, look to the left. Xianxia frowned and looked to the left. He saw a small storage ring on the ground. He opened the storage ring. There were two things inside, a map and a letter. Xianxia rubbed his eyebrows consciously. He felt that there was a strange feeling there. He flipped through the map and saw that there was a red dot marked on the map. Xianxia said, "The location of this red dot should be my current location. It seems to be very close to the Divine Pill Peak. It's only half a day's journey. That old woman sent me out? But why are you attacking me? It's not like I'm staying with the Crimson Eye race." He muttered to himself and opened another letter. "I'm sorry, Xianxia. I have to use this method to leave with you, because I can't let you see Xueqing again. Right now, she is shouldering a heavy responsibility. Your appearance will make her lose her mind. I can only do this. I believe that when our Crimson Eye clan rises in the future, we will still have the chance to meet again. I also believe that Xueqing will be fully prepared for that day to welcome you. To express my gratitude to you, I took the initiative to give you an eternal eye. Right now, it is between your eyebrows." Xianxia's body trembled as he hastily conjured a pair of sunglasses and looked at himself in the mirror. However, in the mirror, there was nothing unusual between his eyebrows. He looked at the letter again, and there were words behind it. "I've written down the usage of the Eye of Eternity on the back of the letter. Remember, there is a limit to using the Eternal Eye. It will take at least a minute to activate. When activated, you will become eternal. At this time, you will not be attacked, but you cannot launch any attacks. However, under the eternal state, you can cultivate, swallow pills, and so on. I hope that this I can save your life. I also hope that you can cherish your own life for Xueqing." Xianxia flipped through the back of the letter. There was indeed a paragraph written on it about using the Eye of Eternity. Seeing this, Xianxia was stunned for a long time. "So she was afraid that I would refuse and forcibly gave me an eternal eye," he said. The serpent said, "Quickly give it a try. This eye is really amazing. If it can really turn you into an eternal body, then you will truly be invincible." Xianxia sat down in front of the mirror and slowly circulated his incantation. A minute later, a horizontal eye suddenly opened on his forehead. Although Xianxia was prepared for this scene, he was still shocked. His eyes were indeed red, emitting a dazzling red light. At this time, Xianxia saw himself through the mirror, and was also enveloped by a thin layer of red light. He felt the wind gently pierce through his body, merging his entire body with the world. He could do anything. He could move his hands and feet, he could stand up and sit down, he could also wave his fist and knife, but these movements could not touch anything, including the air. At the same time, he was also unable to move, his entire body seemingly confined within this tiny red ball of light. According to the Eye of Eternity, Xianxia was absolutely invincible right now. Unless he closed the Eye of Eternity, he would continue in this state forever. The big snake said happily, "This thing is simply like a small, invincible secret room." Xianxia closed the Eternal Eye. As expected, the red light also disappeared. He smiled and said, "The Crimson Eye clan has given me a great gift. With the Eternal Eye, it can save my life in many cases. Senior is considerate. He directly sent me to the vicinity of the Divine Pill Peak. This is even better. I can go and refine a third-grade Saint Pill." Master had been saved, and he had also obtained the Eternal Eye. Thinking of this, Xianxia was in a good mood, and his enmity with Su Kaiyue had been greatly diluted. He turned into a beam of light and flew towards the direction of the Divine Pill Peak. It had been a long time since he left the Nature Temple. He had to hurry up and refine the medicinal pills before he could reunite with Guanxiao and the others. He easily entered the interior of the Divine Pill Peak and arrived at the underground world. When facing those underground caverns, he could immediately recognize which path led to the formation of the pill furnace. However, at this moment, a strong fluctuation came from another cave entrance. Xiangxia's heart trembled, and he quickly held his breath, suppressing the fluctuations of his true qi to the minimum. "It's the God race. There at the end of another passageway," the big snake said. The first thought that came to Xiangxia's mind was to go take a look. There must be a reason for the God race's sudden appearance at Divine Pill Peak. Although he knew that doing so was too risky, if he didn't go take a look, the stone in Xiangxia's heart wouldn't be able to be put down. After weighing it over and over again, he gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, fighting to the death. He quietly floated down the cave and always paid attention to hiding his figure. When he reached the end and was about to exit the cave, he hid in the shadows and looked down. Below, there was also a very open underground world. Its overall structure was similar to the underground world where the pill furnace array was located. But there's a difference. There was no array of pill furnaces here. Instead, there was an enormous platform. On the platform, countless complicated array lights were shining. At this moment, the formation had already been activated. Around the platform was a full 10-lap Knight Templar. The innermost ones were all purple gold knights, while the outward ones were golden knights and silver knights. Under Xiangxia's observation, he was shocked to discover that the realms of these knights were frighteningly high. The lowest was already at the 6th level of Spirit Void. The purple gold knights at the innermost level were at least at the 6th level of the Spirit Void. With Xiangxia's current cultivation, it was impossible to tell exactly how high they were. Xiangxian sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. "So many top God race experts. What are you doing here? There must be a big conspiracy." The serpent said, "Look, above the platform." At this moment, all the knights were kneeling on one knee, their heads lowered, looking extremely devout. They were so focused that they couldn't find anyone peeking at them. As for Xiangxian, he looked in the direction the serpent was talking about and saw that there was indeed something else in the middle of the huge platform. It was a large herringbone rack. On this herringbone rack, there were parts of broken limbs that were arranged in the shape of adults. These broken limbs were badly damaged, and their arms and legs were all broken. It was as if they had suffered severe torture in their lifetime, and their limbs were not connected to their torso. The torso was similarly damaged, and the internal organs could be seen in many places. Even the internal organs were incomplete. On the internet, his neck was broken, and one of his neck bones was exposed. There was no head on the broken neck, only a brain floating in the air. At this moment, a few threads of light floated out from the array formation. All of those threads were connected to the brain. Xiang frowned. Xiang, is that you? At this moment, a voice that Xiang was incomparably familiar with suddenly sounded in his mind. Xiang heart trembled. How could I hear the sound of time flies here? Could it be? Xiang brain exploded. He suddenly looked at the brain and said, difficult. Could it be? At this moment, the voice sounded in his mind. I'm sorry, but I still let you see my ghost appearance. Actually, before I found you in the dream world, I was already in despair, but I refused to accept it. But my spiritual power is too weak. I have to venture into the nature shrine and borrow the power of the shrine to find the dream world. Right now, they are using my brain to search for the nature shrine with the help of human formations. I will do my best to resist them and buy you time. I'm sorry I didn't dare to return to the real world with you. I'm sorry I lied to you. I've already become like this. Please forget about me. Xiang, run, for the sake of humanity. That was time. That brain, it was time flies. With the determination to die, she returned to the nature shrine and borrowed the power of the nature shrine to find the dream world. But at the same time, she was also captured by the god race. The god race madly destroyed her body and borrowed her soul power to send 100,000 god envoys to the dream world. Xiang was stunned. He stopped breathing and his heart stopped beating. He vaguely knew that the god race had captured him, but he didn't expect that he would be persecuted like this. Kid Xiang, calm down. The big snake was also very angry. He almost roared and said, hurry up and leave. Don't let them catch you. Hurry up and leave. Listen to time. Xiang seemed to be petrified as he quietly looked at the brain floating on the formation. The snake roared, calm down, let's go. You wake up. Run. Xiang still had no reaction. Gradually, the giant saber on his back began to vibrate, producing a buzzing sound. Gradually, Xiang eyes widened and blood poured into his pupils. 2 streams of blood and tears flowed down the corners of his eyes. Kid Xiang, the serpent roared. Xiang gritted his teeth and his entire body turned into a beam of light as he rushed towards the formation. Fuck your ancestors. Damned god race. I'm going to kill all of you. Ah. 6 suns appeared in the sky. Xiang Namping's voice turned into a dream god physique. The giant saber also instantly condensed etheric particles and turned into etheric blades. No matter how the snake howled, Xiang could no longer hear it. There was only an illusion in front of him. A woman with a sweet smile stood in front of him and called him Old White. And that beautiful woman, and the broken limbs on the formation, that lonely brain, overlapped together. By the time the Templars reacted, Xiang had already charged into the crowd in an instant. He raised the knife in his hand and landed. Raise the knife in your hand and drop it. Raise the knife in your hand and drop it. Raise your saber again. Numerous heads rose into the sky. He no longer knew anything, he only knew how to kill. Kill. Kill again. He wanted to make this place bleed like a river. The Knights Templars immediately reacted and quickly separated, launching a strong counterattack towards Xiang. Countless rays of light appeared in front of Xiang. Each of these rays of light was an attack route launched by a Knight Templar. The lights were tightly entangled, and there was practically no dead end, no room for Xiang to dodge. However, he didn't care about this at all. He searched for the weakest link in the densely entangled light prediction and forcefully used his body to withstand attacks, hoping that he could kill more god race cultivators. He felt his body moving. Something was constantly touching his body, but he didn't feel any pain. His brain was numb and his hands and feet were numb. He is a human. Don't kill him. There are still living humans in this world. Capture him back. Purple Gold Knight shouted. Xiang was still killing. Streams of divine power cut through his flesh and blood, breaking his tendons. He was still killing. The heads and arms of each individual were cut off by the etheric blades. Damn it! What kind of weapon is he using? Xiang no longer knew anything. He only knew how to wave the huge saber in his hand. But after that, he could no longer kill anyone, and there was no saber light in front of him. He didn't know when his arms had been cut off, but he just kept waving his broken arms. The scene was a miserable scene. The defenseless Knights Templar was invaded by Xianxia, who was in the form of a dream god and wielding an etheric blade. 2/3 of the 3,000 high-ranking Templar Knights were killed by Xianxia. Even Xianxia didn't know how he did it. He had already fallen into an absolutely berserk state. 2,000 knights were beheaded by knives. He was finally subdued. The 4 purple gold knights at the 6th level of Spirit Void and above hated Xianxia so much that they pressed him onto the platform. Xianxia's face was pressed against the platform, but he stared at the brain with tears streaming down his face. Ah ah ah! Xianxia roared angrily. His entire body began to tremble, and every inch of his muscles became even stronger under the sunlight. At this moment, a purple gold knight jumped over from afar and smashed his spear into the back of Xianxia's head. Xianxia's eyes finally darkened and he could no longer move. Who? Who? The scene was filled with heavy breathing. The purple gold knight who had knocked Xianxia unconscious was holding a divine spear in his hand as he looked around with a solemn expression. The golden blood had already soaked the entire platform, and broken limbs and arms were everywhere. At this moment, there were still a few knight heads rolling down the platform into the abyss. Hell! 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 The purple gold knight roared angrily like a thunderbolt. What the hell is going on? He's just a 3rd-level spirit void human. You bunch of losers, he actually killed so many of your companions. Facing the scene of hell on earth, none of the Templars were able to answer this question. Everyone was shocked. Looking at the bloody scene, they felt as if they had a short nightmare. How did all of this happen? Bring it back, the purple gold knight roared. Next to him, another purple gold knight whispered, "Then, the plan for the spiritual search for the Temple of Nature." The purple gold knight shouted, "What's the hurry to find the nature temple? Finding humans is the first priority. Bring this human back and torture him. Send a group of people to pack up Timeran and bring her back. I'll listen to Lord God King's orders first." After saying that, this unfinished search ceremony was temporarily interrupted. All the Knights Templars escorted Xianxia towards the distant divine realm. After an unknown amount of time, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. He found himself bound to a herringbone rack. Around him was an immortal cloud. Countless god race beings floated in the air, all of them looking at him. Around him was a sea of multicolored clouds. Within those sea of clouds, there were various divine halls that had emerged. The entire hall was shrouded in clouds, appearing mysterious and dignified. Human. Right in front of him floated a group of lofty god race beings. It was the famous Thunder Master Gods. A Thunder God King looked at Xianxia seriously and said, "How did you appear?" "Ha ha ha ha." Xianxia looked up and laughed. "Impudent." Hundreds of thousands of divine envoys shouted out loud. The Thunder Master God frowned slightly and said, "How can you be so presumptuous in the dignified divine realm? Shut up." Ha 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 ha. Xianxia continued to laugh impudently. No matter what the god race said or asked, Xianxia could only laugh loudly without giving them any unnecessary reaction. The Thunder God shouted, "Where is the Temple of Judgment?" Immediately, 2 divine envoys with long whips floated over. The Thunder Master God said, "Punishment, 9 lashes." The long whips in the hands of the 2 god envoys suddenly intersected with thunder and lightning. Immediately after, one whip after another landed on Xianxia's body. Every time this lightning whip struck Xianxia, it would tear his skin and flesh apart. What was even more terrifying was that the whip could even hit his soul. An indescribable pain instantly engulfed Xianxia. One whip, one whip. The sound of thunder and lightning could be heard endlessly. Xianxia was beaten to the point of blood flowing out, but his mouth was still filled with red blood, and he was still laughing impudently. "Pa!" The 9th whip fell. An envoy said, "Reporting to the Master God, the 9 lashes have been completed." The Thunder Master God nodded and said to Xianxia, "Speak!" Ha 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 ha. Xianxia laughed loudly again and spat out a mouthful of blood. spitting out the Thunder Master God's entire body. The Thunder Master God was furious and said, "Attack again!" 12 lashes. The two god envoys hesitated for a moment before one of them hurriedly said, "Reporting to the Master God, no one has ever been able to withstand more than 30 lightning whips. This little human is likely to be beaten to death." The Master God said angrily, "Fight!" The two divine envoys exchanged glances and began to wave their long whips at Xianxia. The pain brought by these whips could actually be superimposed. Each whip was even more painful than the previous one. After 12 lashes, Xianxia was as angry as a gossamer. The Thunder Master God shouted, "Speak!" The gods all over the sky shouted at the same time, "Speak! Hee hee! Ha ha ha!" Xianxia lowered his head and smiled weakly. "Pa!" The Master God snatched the whip and threw it at Xianxia's face, causing his left face to crack. From the ferocious wound, the teeth inside were already exposed. Xianxia's lips moved slightly at this moment. The Master God's eyes turned cold as he said, "What is he talking about?" Louder his voice. A god race cultivator floated over. He opened his fingers at Xianxia, and a ring of light enveloped him. Afterwards, Xianxia's inaudible voice suddenly spread throughout the entire god domain. "You bunch of bastards, I'm going to cripple you." Hearing this, all of the god race felt incredulous. The Thunder God shouted, all right, I'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut." With that, he raised his whip high again. The Master God beside him hurriedly stopped him and said, "His realm is too low. It is already a miracle that he can withstand 22 lashes without dying. With another lash, his soul and spirit will be extinguished. At that time, if he wants to find the whereabouts of humans, he will have no way to begin." Thunder God threw away the whip and shouted, "Thunderstrike punishment!" Two other divine envoys floated out of the divine hall of judgment, and the two of them raised their hands high up in the air. Boom! A thunderclap descended from the sky. Immediately after, dense lightning bombarded Xianxia's body. He kept flipping Xianxia up and smashing him back. After a whole round of lightning strikes, the Master God shouted, "Speak!" Xianxia lowered his head and his mouth moved slightly. The voice was strengthened by another Master God and spread throughout the divine realm once again. "I am you, ancestor." The torture continued for 3 whole days and nights. In the end, Xianxia, who had been beaten to the point where his soul was almost extinguished, was dragged into an ice-cold prison. Xianxia, old white, woo-woo. After countless days, Xianxia always woke up in a daze and fell into a coma. In his mind, he always recalled the sound of time. Sometimes he called him Old White, sometimes he called him Xianxia, and more often he cried. It was this voice that supported Xianxia, comforted him, and inspired him. During this period, many god race master gods had prepared to issue death certificates to Xianxia 3 times before and after. But 3 times, Xianxia struggled to survive from the brink of death. This made the master gods feel incredulous, but at the same time, they were extremely fortunate. Xianxia's insults and stubbornness had greatly angered the god race, causing them to lose their sense of propriety and almost beat Xianxia to death. Give him the best treatment to restore him to his peak condition. The next interrogation will be held in 7 days. The Master God of Thunder, who was in charge of the interrogation, saw Xianxia still breathing for the 3rd time, so he coldly threw down a sentence and left with a brush on his sleeve. The next day, Xianxia could barely open his eyes and stay awake for a few minutes. On the 3rd day, most of his injuries healed, but his soul was too badly injured, and he could still faint at any time. On the 4th day, he had gradually recovered and could barely sit and catch his breath. On the 5th day, he was already able to walk freely and maintain a thorough state of consciousness. At this time, the sound of time flies appeared again. "Xianxia, you why bother?" Xianxia sat in a corner and listened to the noises from the surrounding prisons. Some people were cursing loudly, while others were sleeping soundly. The god race's heavenly prison was filled with heavy criminals from the ancient race. "How long has it been?" Xianxia leaned against his head and said, How long have they been torturing you? Don't ask that. You can't help it now. The god race has a strong barrier around it, so you can't escape. Xianxia said, before this, did they torture you in the same way? Time passed without a word. Xianxia's eyes were as cold as frost, and he said gravely, they are doomed. No matter what method they use, they must pay the price. There's only one way to get out of here. It might fail, but it's the only way out. I'm not leaving, Xianxia said coldly. You're not leaving. It's no use staying here. I'm not leaving, Xianxia said. You don't want to live. I still want to live. I still have my brain. As long as you can defeat the god race, you can repair my body again. Xianxia was very clear that Timorin had purposely said this, but this sentence also rekindled Xianxia's hope. He suddenly raised his head and said, is this true? You are the only one who can save me. If you die here, are we really going to be a pair of miserable romantic ducks on the road to the Yellow Springs? Time flies and says, everything is true. You are the only one who can save me. Lao Bai. You and I haven't gotten along enough. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Tell me what method you are talking about. I will definitely do it. At the beginning of creation, there were 3 great Tao divine bodies in the world. One turned into a goddess of life, the other turned into a god of thunder, and the other was never born into a real life. It was a stateless Tao divine body. It wasn't until I was imprisoned and had enough time to explore the god race's secrets that I discovered that all life created by the goddess of life and the god of thunder was gathered from the stateless Tao god body. Only by fusing the power of the 3 great Tao divine bodies can we create a brand new ancient race and a new life form. The 4 great divine powers were also created by the goddess of life and the god of thunder in combination with that divine body. Xianxia pondered for a moment. So that's the case. No wonder the 2 supreme gods didn't give the other 2 great divine powers to the god race. So the 4 great divine powers weren't completely separated from the 2 supreme gods. The 2 of them also relied on that divine body. Since then, the 2 supreme gods have taken over the Tao god physique and brought it back to the divine realm. They have been trying to absorb it, but they never succeeded. That divine body was sealed. I know where that divine body is. I can send you there, but I don't know what you're going to do next. I don't know myself. I can only try to give you this once. If you can have a brand new opportunity there, it will be your only way to survive. Xianxia said, if I can possess a Tao god physique, does that mean that I will become the 3rd utmost god? I'm afraid there's no such possibility. I'm afraid you won't be able to complete something that even the 2 utmost gods can't absorb. Xianxia said, how am I supposed to leave this damn prison if I don't tell them first? Do you remember your dream jumping ability? I will use my mind to sleep near the Tao god physique, and you will chase after my dream and jump over. There is no dream Tao in the divine realm. They don't know how to deal with it, so you should be able to succeed. Remember, you must be careful. That divine body is within the divine realm. Don't alert anyone. Xianxia said, why don't you tell me your location first and I'll save you? No way, I'm almost dead now. It's the god race who controls the goddess of life and uses her power to keep me alive. I'm still useful. They won't kill me. If I'm rescued, they'll immediately break my connection with the goddess. Xianxia said anxiously, then what should we do? The goddess of life still has a daughter. I don't know where she is now. If I can find her by chance, I still have some hope. There's no hurry. Everything depends on your survival. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. I will float my consciousness into the place where that divine body is. Then I will fall into a dream. Prepare to jump. I've already taken care of it for you. The patrol in the heavenly prison will pass through your cell every 10 minutes. The next patrol will coincide with the change of shifts between the 2 teams. You will gain 15 minutes. 15 minutes later, they will discover that you have disappeared. They will be in a hurry to find you. When they cannot find you, they will definitely come to me and use my psychic power to search for you. This will take about 15 minutes. In other words, you only have half an hour at most. You must cherish every second. All right, I've already entered. You should immediately prepare to jump. Xianxia closed his eyes and pressed his right fingers against his temples. He quickly captured the dream of time, and his body jumped and disappeared into thin air. The divine realm heavenly prison was heavily defended, especially when it was filled with all sorts of barriers and restrictions. It was almost impossible for them to escape. However, Dream Dao was an ability that the god race had never understood before. It could be said that they did not know anything about it. They simply did not know how to deal with this ability. Xianxia relied on his unique dream jump to arrive at a closed environment. It could be seen that this was also a palace. It should be one of the many divine halls in the divine realm, but there was no sign of anyone moving inside. I can only send you here at most. My consciousness is unable to penetrate the defensive barrier of the god realm, or else I will send you directly out of the god realm, he said. Xianxia nodded slightly and immediately looked around after landing. He discovered that this place was like a junk hall, surrounded by all sorts of things. There were ancient sculptures, some abandoned weapons, and some items that were brought back from humans. There were pills, pill furnaces, human weapons, and so on. The level of medicinal pills was generally not high. Basically, they were all 8th to 9th grade, and even 1st grade Saint rank pills were rare. Xianxia was in a hurry, ignoring these things and ignoring them. He quickly walked forward and said, "Where is that divine body? What should I do if I see it? I can't pinpoint it. I only know that it's near here. As for what I should do when I see it, I don't know either." Xianxia quickly arrived at the end of the palace. In front of him, there was a flash of a huge palace gate. It seemed like this was a chain palace, and there was still space inside. Xianxia pushed the palace gate, not moving at all. "I'll bring you in. Wait until I realize it. Then I'll fall asleep and you jump in." The sound of time slowly faded away and appeared on the other side of the palace gate. Then, Xianxia used his dream to jump and directly arrived at the gate. This was another palace, but its structure was different from the previous one. The entire interior of the palace was thousands of times larger than the previous one, and it was filled with strange green trees. Within these jade-green trees, every tree trunk emitted a faint glow. Xianxia curiously cut open a tree trunk and looked inside. He saw a little person floating inside. The little man was only the size of an apple, half the size of a bird, and his eyes were tightly closed. He sat cross-legged. His entire body was made of some sort of light, not flesh and blood. "What is this?" Xianxia asked. "That should be the Thunder Divine Palace. The elementary godhead stored here is the Battle God Realm." Hearing this, Xianxia's heart trembled. "War God Godhead? So much!" Xianxia exclaimed. "I just checked. There are a total of 100,000 Wargod-level godheads. They are integers," Ziran said. A hint of ruthlessness flashed through Xianxia's eyes as he said, "How can I take it away? Divinity is the sublimation of the Tao heart. The two are the same thing. In the divine realm, there is a special bottle for storing the Tao heart. That thing can hold the divinity." Hearing this, Xianxia wished he could slap himself twice. Who knew that bottle was so precious? If I had known earlier, I would have snatched some from the divine envoy in the dream world. "Can you take me to the place where the bottles are stored first?" Xianxia tried to ask. "Yes, but no. The Tao bottles are stored in the War God Temple. There are people there all year round. Unlike this secret room, you will be discovered as soon as you go over." Seeing so many Wargod-level godheads unable to take them away, Xianxia was truly unwilling. He grabbed the godhead with his hand and tried to grab it to see if he could put it into the storage ring. However, his palm pierced through it and was unable to touch it. He shook his head regretfully and continued to float forward. This entire hall was filled with godhead and nothing else. Moreover, all of them were beginner-level, Wargod-level godheads. At the end, there was another gate and Xianxia jumped in again. He had already thought that the hall on this floor was supposed to be filled with the godhead of a temple battle god. But this was not the case. In this hall, there was only one tree about 100 feet long. Apart from this tree, there were only some strange instruments and some god race limbs that were severed. These limb structures were pierced through by a tubular thread that floated in mid-air, continuously absorbing energy from the limb. What is this? Xianxia frowned. Hiss! That time flies and sucks in a breath of cold air. It's actually the branch of the tree of life. Xianxia hurriedly looked at the tree and said, "What is a tree of life?" The goddess of life, the god of thunder, and the stateless Tao divine body. These three great Tao divine bodies were all nurtured by the tree of life. Later, after the goddess of life appeared, she mastered the tree of life and used it in conjunction with the god of thunder to create a large number of living things, including the ancient races and later humans. The one in front of us is only a small branch of the tree of life. The main body of the tree is still stored in the divine king palace of the nature temple. Then, what is the purpose of placing this branch here? Xianxia said thoughtfully. I don't know, but it's not the time to think about it. You've already used up 5 minutes. Hurry up. I have a premonition that we are getting closer and closer to that divine body. Xianxia continued to fly forward. After reaching the branch of life, he spared it and arrived at the back of the branch. The scene in front of him caused Xianxia to be abruptly stunned. Behind this branch of life was a long corridor. The corridor was very wide, and there were countless statues of gods standing on both sides. Is this a divine statue used by the god race for people to worship? Xianxia was shocked. No, these statues don't have any special functions. They should only be a form of remembrance for the ancestors of the god race. Right? Xianxia walked past the majestic statues. Each statue had a different physique and appearance. The outermost part was the earliest black-eyed race, the ancient god race. The further they went, the greater the change in the ancient god race's state. By the time they reached the middle, the ancient god race had completely transformed into the current god race. As Xianxia walked, he frowned and said, I always have a strange feeling. I can't say what it is, it seems to be. As he spoke, Xianxia turned around and saw that at the entrance of the corridor was the life branch sprout. As he pondered, he opened his lightning-like eyes. Looking at the life branch sprout, he instantly discovered something peculiar. From the branch of life, there was a green line that could not be seen by the naked eye. It followed the corridor all the way to the end. The green line passed through Xianxia's body. Kid Xianxia, this seems to be a lifeline. The life force contained in this green line is extremely terrifying. Its life force is probably more than the entire dreamscape human race combined. The great snake said curiously. Where does it lead to? Xianxia floated up and immediately flew along the green line. 7 minutes had already passed. When he reached the end of the green line, Xianxia arrived at a crossroads. What he saw made Xianxia feel that something was wrong again. In the middle of the intersection, there was a circular platform. On the platform, there was a Templar knight floating. Since the Knight Templar was in a coma, it was impossible to determine his cultivation level. In the corridor to the east, which was also the road from Xianxia, the green lifeline connected to the Templar knight's eyebrows. A prismatic black crystal was embedded between the eyebrows of the Templar knight. The lifeline entered the black crystal. But what made Xianxia and Timeran feel strange was that this Knight Templar looked very special. His skin was pure black and was wrapped in an outer layer of bones. It was like extracting a bone from a person's body and sticking it to his skin. It looked extremely shocking. His skull was outside, his scalp and head were inside, and his arms and legs were wrapped in scattered bones. At first glance, he looked like a black man wearing a white bone armor. What is this? Time passed and he asked curiously. Xianxia used his hand to gently fish in the air. He frowned and said, There are still 3 more lines. From the other 3 corridors, the 3 lines also entered the black crystal between the knight's eyebrows. Let's go take a look. Xianxia first chose the south corridor. He flew as fast as he could and arrived at the end in half a second. At this end, there was a huge array formation. Xianxia could tell with a single glance that this array formation was not simple at all. It was made up of at least 10,000 small arrays. Above the formation floated a strange person. This person had his eyes closed and looked very similar to both the god race and the human race. Xianxia turned around and took a look. This person had a white line connecting to the crystal on the night at the crossroads. Could it be? Time Ran lowered her voice. Open his eyelids and take a look. Xiangnan opened that person's eyes. But in the end, that person's eyes were pure white. White-eyed race. Xiangnan was shocked. Look at a corridor. Xiangnan immediately flew towards the corridor due west. At the end of this corridor, there was also a huge array formation. A thunder god race was floating above the array formation. The god race had a golden thread connecting the knights at the crossroads. Xiangnan flew towards the north corridor. There was a formation at the end of the corridor, but the one floating was a human. This scene caused Xiangnan to sink into deep thought. Cross-shaped corridor, for paths. The east was connected to the life branch sprout, the south to the white-eyed race, the west to the thunder god race, and the north to the human race. For lines connecting the Templars in the center. Damn it! They're going to refine the Knights of Death. What? Xiangnan hurriedly asked. The Tree of Life provides mutated energy. The white-eyed race has the power to disintegrate, and the Thunder God race has the power to destroy. Of the four great divine powers, the two with the most destructive power will produce terrifying power when the power of disintegration and the power of destruction are condensed together on the body of a Knight Templar. This should be the legendary forbidden technique. The Knight of Death. They want to turn the Templar Knights into powerful Death Knights. What about the human race? Why is there another human? Xiangnan asked. The human race is the goddess of life. The race that was created in the end has its own limitations. For the god race can only possess the 5 most basic innate attributes. The wind, wood, water, fire, earth, and earth seem to be bound by a framework. But the human race is different. The human race is the most perfect and the newest race. There are limitless possibilities. What the Templar Knight drew from the human race was this ability to mutate life forms. It gave the Knight a chance to mutate. Xiangnan also sensed the seriousness of the matter. Knights of Death, hearing the name was not a good thing. The god race was poking a hornet's nest. They were afraid of humans. They wanted to create a power that could protect them. Then, where is the Tao God physique? Xiangnan asked. Go west. Time passed. Xiangnan immediately flew down the west corridor to the end. After arriving at the Thunder God race's side, he spared it and arrived at the deepest part of the corridor. Inside, there was a gate. Time passed and he said, "It's the last palace." Xiangnan used his dream ability to jump in. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw something unbelievable. The entire palace was empty, only one thing floating in the air. It was a human-shaped light. It had 4 limbs and a head, but its entire body was made of 5-colored light. It had no facial features. This thing floated in the air, motionless. Below this thing was a large bottle. It was like a flower vase. A fan-shaped light emitted from the bottle shot into the sky from below, enveloping the human-shaped light. It's a Tao God physique. This is the Tao God physique that has no attributes and has not evolved into a living body. Underneath it is a Tao bottle. I understand. The God race uses a Tao bottle to restrain the Tao God physique and prevent it from floating away. Xiangnan, what are you doing? Before he could finish speaking, Xiangnan actually flew towards the Tao God physique. He even wanted to reach out and touch the Tao God physique. Don't act recklessly. This thing can't even subdue a supreme god. You're courting death. Xiangnan's hand finally stopped at the head of the divine body. It was only half an inch away. He gritted his teeth and said, "You don't know what to do, do you? I came here to look for an opportunity. Perhaps I can find a way to escape from God's domain. But along the way, I didn't see anything that could help me escape." "Then you can't do anything rash," she said. Xiangnan gritted his teeth and said, "It's impossible not to act recklessly. There's no other choice. Let's see if I can draw some strength from it when I touch it." With that, Xiangnan ruthlessly touched the divine body with his hand. In an instant, Xiangnan felt his body go out of control. His entire body was actually sucked in by that divine body. Xiangnan! Time flies and cries out in alarm. However, the scene was empty. Xiangnan was gone. Only the stateless Tao God physique was still floating in the air, motionless. Only 5 seconds later, amidst the screams of time, that divine body actually gave birth to a pair of eyes. He opened his eyes. Xiangnan? Is that you? Her voice was filled with panic. As for that person, he gradually had his mouth, nose, and ears. At this time, the 2 marks on Xiangnan's left arm, the big snake and the little bird, had already been pushed out. Several divine lightning bolts were also pushed out by the spiritual sea, slowly revolving around Xiangnan. After Xiangnan's facial features took shape, the divine lightning actually faintly dissipated. Even the big snake and the little bird began to show signs of dissipating beside Xiangnan. The 2 of them were also divine lightning. Suddenly, someone who didn't know if it was Xiangnan or something suddenly stretched out his hands and enveloped the heads of the big snake and the little sparrow. The bodies of these 2 fellows returned to their original state and condensed again. Xiangnan! Time Ran cried out in surprise. It must be Xiangnan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have saved the big snake and the little bird. Slowly, Xiangnan's body began to take shape, and the surface of his body began to show signs of becoming skin. Inside the skin, bones grow and muscles stick to them. The internal organs were like small universes, made up of countless dots of light. These universes finally turned into the shape of 5 internal organs. Xiangnan's hands began to split apart, and his fingers and feet began to split apart, similarly turning into the shape of human feet. On Xiangnan's naked chest, a figure appeared on the left side of the center and on the position of his heart. It was a golden sun. This was the most miraculous change, and it was also the last step. Xiangnan calmly appeared on the spot. The Tao God physique had disappeared, and was replaced by a brand new Xiangnan. Xiangnan! Kid Xiangnan! Ah! Time flies and the big snake shouted at the same time, and at the same time they screamed miserably. Time flies had always been a way of communicating with Xiangnan through soul invasion, while the great snake had the same principle. But at this moment, when the 2 of them did this again, they suddenly felt like they were being stabbed by 10,000 pieces of steel, and it was extremely painful. Xiangnan pursed his lips and nodded slightly. Time passed and the screams of the serpent stopped abruptly. Xiangnan took a deep breath and said in an illusory voice, I am already a supreme god physique. My physique is far higher than the 2 of you. You can't invade my soul without my consent. This will cause serious damage to you. Now, I have taken the initiative to accept you. You can speak now. Xiangnan and Big Snake were both extremely shocked, because what Xiangnan said did not sound like Xiangnan's voice at all, nor did it sound like Xiangnan's style. Could it be that Xiangnan was no longer the Xiangnan of the past, but was occupied by that divine body? At this moment, Xiangnan suddenly put his hands on his head and snorted in pain. He closed his eyes and suddenly opened them. The pair of eyes of light turned black again. Xiangnan said painfully, That divine body is competing with me for dominance of the body. It wants to occupy the main position. His voice was exactly the same as Xiangnan's. Hearing this, the hearts of Time Ran and Big Snake skipped a beat. If the Tao God physique really dominated, then Xiangnan would become another person. The real Xiangnan disappeared. What was the difference between this result and death? The serpent shouted, Brat Xiangnan, you can definitely win. You have the strongest will in the world. You can definitely win. Don't give up, we need you. At the same time, another white world. Xiangnan stood calmly on the ground. On the opposite side, there was a person exactly the same as Xiangnan. This person's entire body was made up of light. The 2 of them stood opposite each other. The light man said to Xiangnan, Leave your body to me. I will be the leader. Xiangnan shook his head and said, Then I'm afraid you've miscalculated. Don't you want to defeat the god race? Let me be the leader. This body can completely inherit all of the Tao God physique, and the realm of this body will directly become a 9th-level spirit void god king. If you were in the lead, you would still become the supreme god body. However, this body will inherit your characteristics and appear in the 3rd level of spirit void. Xiangnan hesitated. Don't you want to avenge the human race? Don't you want to avenge Timefly? That's right. I have inherited your memories and your will. Let go now. You can fulfill all your dreams now. Xianxia shook. Outside, Xianxia's body closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his eyes once again turned into eyes of light. Seeing this, the big snake was immediately frightened out of its wits and shouted, Kid Xianxia, don't give up. We need you. Don't compromise. Inside, are you still hesitating? Why? Isn't that what you've always dreamed of? Defeat the god race and liberate the dream realm human race. What, you're selfish in the end? Are you unwilling to sacrifice yourself? As long as the human race is free, isn't that enough? Did you save them or did I save them? Is there a difference? Sacrifice one of you to help everyone. Xianxia gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. He was engaged in an intense psychological game. Should we let go? For the sake of all mankind, for the sake of all the people he cared about. As long as he nodded his head, his body would immediately become at the 9th level of spirit void. He would be the 3rd supreme god, sun god. Just as Xianxia was hesitating, and even began to favor the light man. Beside them, a 3rd person appeared. This was a man dressed in white and unrestrained. He was very handsome, a bit more scholarly than Xianxia. Xianxia suddenly looked at that person and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Bai Mukin, Xianxia said. The man smiled and said, Xianxia, what is the most important thing to you? Xianxia was stunned. Bai Mukin said, did you defeat all your enemies? No, it's your love for humanity. Look at the person in front of you. He inherited your memories and your will, but he didn't inherit your feelings. Bai Mukin pointed to the light man. Look at him. What's the difference between him and the other god races? He defeated the god race only to eliminate his opponent. What does this world need? From the 2 supreme gods to another supreme god. No, there's no essential difference. Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. Bai Mukin said, is all you have to do is save a race? No. All you have to do is spread the scent of humanity all over the world. Only a world with emotions is complete. Is there a difference? If you leave it to me, I will make the humans the best race in the world. They are worthy of everyone's admiration. However, Xianxia shook his head. No, if the humans follow in the footsteps of the god race, this is still not what I want to see. No race has the right to override other races, including the humans. Therefore, I refuse. Outside, Xianxia's eyes turned black again. Inside, the light man sighed and said, you will find that your choice must be wrong. You are taking a detour. Xianxia regained his confidence and smiled. If I give it to you, then I will really take a detour. Then all my efforts over the years will be in vain. What you want, what the god race wants, is this direct power of domination. What I want is the equality of all living beings. Do you think this statement is ridiculous? Do you think it is childish to think that you are just a child and want world peace? But all along, this has been what I insisted on. If a joke can last until the end and succeed, it will no longer be a joke, but a faith. The light man shook his head and didn't say anything else. Xianxia said, let me ask you, if I were to take over control of my body, would I become a human again? Yes. Xianxia said, then will I lose the physique of the supreme god? The light man shook his head and said, no, you will be the first human to become a god. You will still be the sun god. Xianxia said, this sun god was originally your ident. Tai. The light said, no, I don't have any attributes. The sun god is the supreme god physique bred by your attributes. Xianxia said, then I'm relieved. I want the dominance of this body. The light person sighed and suddenly turned into a shattered spot of light, flying towards Xianxia. Outside, Xianxia took a deep breath, and the color of his eyes completely calmed down, turning into black pupils. The sun pattern on his chest suddenly began to shine. This light illuminated the entire palace, and even penetrated the palace, illuminating the entire god domain. In an instant, all of the god race clansmen were shocked. the expressions of the Master Gods changed. The Master God of Thunder, who was in charge of adjudicating Xianxia, shouted, "What happened? Where did the light come from? Hurry! Knights Templar, hurry up and find the light source. Who's causing trouble in my god domain?" Xianxia raised his head, and the intense light in his body continued to strengthen, so much so that the palace was illuminated into a vast white world, and nothing could be seen. "Xianxia brat, what are you doing?" said the big snake anxiously. Xianxia said, "I am nurturing my body. I have become a young supreme god. At the same time, I have my own supreme god power. The goddess of life's ability is to control order. The master god of thunder's ability is to control destruction. My ability is to control light." Little Sparrow pointed at Xianxia and said, "Flashlight you are." Xianxia smiled and said, "No, my ability is to spread light and expel darkness. From this moment onwards, the more enemies I have, the stronger the temporary strength I will gain." Outside. Not good. That light came from the divine hall of darkness. A high-god-level Knight Templar shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, the Thunder Master God's face turned incomparably pale. He roared, "Damn it! Who broke in? There is a third Tao God body stored there. Quick! Everyone, head towards the divine hall of darkness." Countless god races turned into countless rays of intense light and flew towards the dark clouds where the divine dark palace was located. The god of thunder was extremely panicked. He knew what was inside. Not only was there a Tao divine body, there was also their first embryonic Death Knight. Inside the divine hall of darkness, Xianxia slowly exhaled. The sunlight that had spread throughout the entire divine realm instantly retracted, retracting back into the sun emblem on his chest. A strong light flashed in Xianxia's eyes and he quickly said, "Hurry up and leave. My realm is still trapped at the third level of the spirit void. Now is not the time to fight the god race. We must flee this place before the God King returns. Little Sparrow, grab the Tao bottle and let's head back." The little bird hugged the bottleneck with its chubby little hands, while Xianxia sprinkled a ray of light and wrapped the crowd around it. He returned to the warehouse as quickly as possible. There were 100,000 Wargod-level godheads here. "Take them all." Xianxia waved his hand. 100,000 godheads flew out of the green trees and rushed into the Tao bottle. Xianxia said, "The god race has already arrived. We are about to start a war. Big Snake and Little Sparrow, return to my arm. Time flies. Retrieve your consciousness first so as not to be shattered in battle. Wait for me. I will definitely return." The Big Snake and Little Sparrow returned to Xianxia's left arm and turned into two tattoos again. As time passed, he quickly returned his consciousness to his original body. The scene was empty again. Xianxia held the bottle in his left hand and pointed at the sky with his right hand. A ray of sunlight pierced through the palace dome. He turned into a ray of light and flew out of the divine hall of darkness with a whoosh. Above the sky at the top of the sea of clouds, Xianxia was floating in the sky. From the left, right, and left of him there were countless god races everywhere. What is this? The thunder god sucked in a breath of cold air when he saw Xianxia. The supreme god? The supreme god's body. Damn it, you blaspheming bastard. You actually absorbed the Tao God physique. Once these words were spoken, the entire audience erupted into an uproar. There were countless divine weapons and divine generals, but when they heard the words of the God of Thunder, their hearts went cold. The Thunder God pointed at Xianxia and shouted, "Kill him! Liberate the Tao God physique." Xianxia looked at his right hand and said, "It's time to try this supreme god's ability." As he spoke, Xianxia raised his right hand and pointed towards the sky. A huge sun suddenly appeared in the sky. This sun was so big that it occupied almost 1/3 of the entire sky. It was as if a giant star had fallen and was about to land. The entire god domain was in a panic. Countless god race experts released their divine power one after another. Countless pillars of divine power exploded into the 9 heavens. The power of the sun god, When the enemies in Xiangnan's vicinity released more and more power, this power would also become a part of Xiangnan. An enemy releasing his own strength beside Xiangnan or engaging in a battle would split a portion of his strength into Xiangnan's. And now, almost the entire divine realm was mobilizing. From the Master God level to the Thunder Battle God level, to the Battle God level, to the God of War level, to the God Representative level. When all the God races exploded together, the power that Xiangnan had absorbed was already incredibly powerful. Massive amounts of energy entered the sun above Xiangnan's head. The sun, which occupied 1/3 of the sky, instantly rose to its limit, covered the entire sky. Outside the divine realm, in the entire real world, countless outsiders and ancient races looked up at the scene that looked like the end of the world. The endless blazing sun replaced the sky. This was the first time the entire real world had witnessed such a terrifying scene since its creation. This is. The God race members of the Divine Nature Temple looked up into the sky, their faces turning pale. What kind of power is this? The Crimson Eye clan was also shocked by the scene in front of them. God domain. Something's wrong. What's he doing? Kill him, the Thunder Master God shouted. All of the God race launched their strongest attack on Xiangnan. At that moment, a red eye suddenly opened between Xiangnan's eyebrows. At that moment, Xiangnan's expression turned cold as he gritted his teeth and said, "You bunch of bastards! You bunch of arrogant dogs! I'm going to fuck you up today. Have a good taste of the rage of the Sun God." After saying that, Xiangnan roared. The sun shines everywhere. Almost at the same time, his third eye emitted a red light, enveloping his entire body and entering an absolute eternal state. All of the attacks from the God race pierced through Xiangnan, unable to deal any damage to him. The absolute eternal state would break the connection with the entire physical world. Xiangnan could not touch anyone, and no one could touch Xiangnan either. However, the sun above his head had already been lit up by Xiangnan. In an instant, the sun that occupied the entire sky suddenly shot down tens of thousands of rays of light. These lights were like the splendid laser lights of the Wuxia realm, wildly shooting towards the divine realm. Those lights swept across the sea of clouds, cutting it apart. Those lights swept across the temple of gods, splitting it into 2 halves, splitting it into 4 halves. 80-50, those lights swept across the gods, piercing through the God race and cutting through their bodies. Golden blood sprinkled across the sky, and they were once again swept away by those beams of light, completely vaporizing. The apocalypse of God realm. The Master God level and Temple Battle God level experts no longer cared about anything. They just blindly escaped and were chased by the beams of light that swept around them. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the hundreds of millions of God race cultivators had been shot to death. This destructive power was unprecedented. However, another thing that had happened had attracted the attention of many Master Gods. That was, the more the God race died, the smaller the sun above their heads would be. After half of the God race had perished, the sun had changed from covering the entire sky to only occupying half of the area. The power of the light was also reduced by half. Everyone, stop! The Thunder Master God was stunned for a moment, and quickly reacted. He roared, "Everyone, stop! Don't release your divine power again. Don't do any fighting moves. Stop!" As soon as he finished speaking, the entire divine realm instantly went completely silent. All of the God race experts also suppressed their divine power, and the strong light on their bodies quickly extinguished. At the same time, the sun above his head instantly became 1/3 the size of the sun. Xiangnan, who was in an eternal state, had already seen this scene. However, he was not disappointed. Instead, he was very satisfied. This was already quite good. He had used the 3rd stage of the Spirit Void Realm to guide the sunshine everywhere. To be able to create such a powerful destructive force, it had far exceeded his expectations. He can borrow the power of his enemies. The more enemies he has, the stronger the power he borrows. The Thunder Master God roared with ecstasy. "Retreat! Everyone, retreat into the distance and leave his domain." In an instant, The gods retreated like a tide. They hid in the clouds and gradually disappeared. As for the sun in the sky, it was already a third of its size, and it did not weaken any further. Even so, the area of the sun was still terrifying. It occupied 1/3 of the entire sky. The Thunder Master God frowned and said, "This should be its initial size." From the moment the gods surrounded him, the sun was so big that it absorbed a large amount of the power of the god race. As he spoke, the Master God of Thunder retreated slightly. Beside him, there were tens of thousands of Master God experts. "You guys also retreat," the Thunder Master God said. The other Master Gods hesitated for a moment before leaving the scene one after another. However, the third of the sun still hadn't weakened. Thunder Master God said, "Looks like my idea is correct. This sun will shrink as much as it is when it rises. If there weren't so many gods surrounding this human, the sun wouldn't have been so big." That was what he said. But the Thunder Master God still didn't dare to contend against the sun. The power condensed in the sun could still easily kill him. The entire divine realm was in an impasse. Can't fight. Everyone must retreat to make sure that the sun doesn't continue to grow bigger. However, letting Xianxia go was absolutely impossible. It was impossible for a Master God to fight Xianxia alone. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared at the edge of the clouds. The old man was holding a gun in his hand as he stepped into the air towards Xianxia step by step. When the Thunder God saw the old man, he was instantly overjoyed. He knelt on the ground and shouted, "Knights Templar, God King, please protect our god race." The wind blew on the old man's beard, and it was extremely unrestrained. The gun in the old man's hand caused Xianxia's pupils to shrink. He had seen this gun once before, and it was exactly the same as the gun in Xing Hui's hand. However, the dragon-riding spear in Xing Hui's hand was only a ray of light, and the dragon spear in the old man's hand was real. "God King!" Xianxia's heart sank. The serpent said, "Oh no, your cultivation level is too low. I'm afraid you won't be able to escape his pursuit." At this moment, the old man had already walked to Xianxia with a smile on his face. At the same time, the sun above his head suddenly emitted countless beams of light. These beams finally condensed into the thickest pillar and shot towards the temple god king. The old man was still smiling, but there was an unquestionable majesty in his eyes. He blew a mouthful of beard and said, "Dragon-riding spear." With that, the dragon spear in his hand suddenly jumped up. A gigantic arc of light shot straight into the clouds. The thickest beam of light from the sun was split apart by the arc. Even the third-sized sun was split in half. Buzz buzz, the dragon spear spun a few times in the old man's hand and was placed behind him with one hand. Xianxia's pupils contracted and he said, "So powerful?" The old man was still smiling. "You ignorant and fearless human. This is the #1 expert of our god race, the creator of the Knights Templar Order. The God King Templar." The Thunder Master God laughed wildly. "Of the 4 divine kings of the Temple of Nature, 3 have all perished under the divine king's dragon spears. Let me see how you can cause trouble this time." Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. It was really hard to imagine that today, he had actually lured out the #1 expert of the divine realm. He was the leader of the Knights Templar. The old man looked around and couldn't help but sigh when he saw the ruined god domain. "If I had known that the human race would bring calamity, who would have thought that this day would finally come? That divine body was absorbed by you. In that case, you have already become the 3rd supreme god? That's good. Fortunately, you're still young and not beyond your control. Come out. There's no point in hiding inside. As long as you don't come out, I will guard you for a day. I have infinite time to wait for you." As the old man spoke, he sat down and placed the dragon-riding spear on his legs, quietly waiting for Xianxia. In Xianxia's mind, he was constantly thinking of various countermeasures. Facing such a powerful god king, how could he escape? One-on-one with him, there was absolutely no chance of winning. The serpent said, "Descend with a great dream. Escape from the divine realm in an invincible manner." Xianxia frowned and said, "Perhaps that won't do. My dream Tao will be expelled by the divine king of the temple as soon as possible." The serpent said, "It's worth a try. You're already a supreme god, far above the divine king of the temple. He may not be able to expel your Tao luck. This is already our last chance to survive. If we don't try this, we have no other choice." Xianxia pondered in his heart for a moment. Tao by Tao was something that could only succeed on the basis of suppression of one's cultivation realm. Right now, Xianxia's realm was obviously inferior to that of the God King, but his physique had surpassed that of the God King and he had become one of the three supreme gods. Success or failure was half and half. Thinking of this, Xianxia knew that there would be no new miracles if he continued to waste it. He took a deep breath and immediately closed his eternal eye. The red light disappeared. As for the old man, he rose from the ground and immediately shot an arc towards Xianxia. "A great dream has descended," Xianxia roared angrily. At the same time, he quickly dodged the old man's attack just in case. However, at this moment, a total of two significant things happened. The first thing was that the old man's arc did not hit Xianxia. Instead, it pierced through Xianxia's body. The second thing was that Xianxia's sun god Tao was quickly replaced by the dream Tao. At the same time, the sun in the sky that had been sliced apart disappeared. The old man frowned slightly and said, "What a peculiar fortune." As he spoke, he pointed at Xianxia and said, "Tao by Tao." It was at this moment Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Whether he succeeded or not depended on this. Buzz. With a muffled sound, everyone present was shocked. The old man's path by path was actually bounced away by Xianxia. "Success!" The serpent roared excitedly. "His divine level is lower than yours. He can't expel your Tao luck." The old man's pupils contracted and he immediately raised his hands high. In the sky, a phantom of a supreme god appeared. This utmost god stood upright, his entire body wrapped in lightning. Even his two eyeballs were condensed from lightning. The serpent cried out in alarm, "Not good! He is summoning the power of faith of the god of thunder. He wants to borrow the god of thunder to expel your Tao luck." The god of thunder and Xianxia were of the same level, both belonging to the supreme god. But the old man's realm was one that crushed Xianxia. This path-by-path battle would definitely succeed. At this critical moment, Xianxia's inspiration suddenly appeared. He pointed at the old man and shouted, "Tao by Tao!" Above the old man's head, the phantom image of the god of thunder that had just appeared instantly vanished into thin air. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before laughing loudly. "I'll see what you can do." He actually succeeded. Xianxia and the supreme divine body had expelled the divine king's faith. Obviously, the old man did not expect this. He frowned slightly and summoned the power of faith again. Xianxia pointed again and said, "Tao by Tao." The old man's faith was once again banished. A cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes as he coldly said, "Wait for me. When my realm is at its highest, it will be the day when I step into the divine realm. All of you are going to die." With that, Xianxia immediately flew into the distance. The old man followed Xianxia from beginning to end. The dragon spear in his hand continuously shot out arcs of light. However, these arcs of light were completely unable to cause any real damage to Xianxia. Xianxia crossed the boundless clouds and flew past the distant temples. Finally, he arrived at the boundary of the divine realm. Here, he was blocked by a screen of light. Xianxia frowned and said, "This should be the spirit formation that Timefly mentioned. It is used to protect the strongest defense of the divine realm." As he spoke, he touched the light screen with his hand and found it impossible to tear it apart. The serpent said, "No, your dream Tao has already replaced the sun god Tao. If you want to tear open this light screen, you must return to the sun god state." Xianxia turned around and took a look. The god king had stopped attacking Xianxia a minute ago. He had already discovered that all of his attacks would fail. He was only looking at Xianxia from afar. Perhaps he knew that he would definitely not be able to stop Xianxia today. He was observing, trying his best to get some useful information from Xianxia. Xianxia also hesitated. If he were to switch between two types of Dao luck under the God King's nose, with his knowledge, he would definitely discover clues. After the Dream Dao replaced the Sun God Dao, Xianxia would immediately become an ordinary person. He only possessed the body of the Supreme God, but no longer possessed the power of the Supreme God. Although the arrival of the Great Dream would make Xianxia invincible, it would cause Xianxia's combat strength to plummet. If this matter was seen through by the God race, it would not be a small problem. However, Xianxia had no other choice. The God King would definitely not take the initiative to leave. Thinking of this, Xianxia gritted his teeth and immediately cancelled the arrival of the Great Dream, appearing as a sun god. The moment he tore open the barrier with one hand, he shouted another big dream. The Dao body once again transformed from a supreme sun god to a dream god. At almost the same time, an arc of light pierced through Xianxia's back and shot out from his chest. Xianxia was shocked and broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly turned around and saw that the old man was holding the dragon spear and shook his head slightly, as if he was blaming himself for taking action too late. However, Xianxia was extremely afraid. This old God King actually saw the problem in an instant. He discovered that his Dream Dao would be replaced by the Sun Divine Dao, rather than two Daos at the same time. The Divine King had only used an instant to judge this scene. Fortunately, it was at this moment that Xianxia's life was saved. Xianxia took a deep breath and stepped out of the barrier. In an instant, his Dream Dao perception spread out. He accurately felt a dream that came from Guanshao. Xianxia smiled and thought to himself, Guanshao knows that she has the ability to jump in dreams. After her disappearance, she definitely couldn't sleep at night, but in order to welcome her, she must have forced herself to fall asleep frequently. Xianxia turned his head to look at the divine realm and the old man. Wait for me, he said. I will return again. It will be your doomsday. With that, Xianxia pointed at his temples and disappeared with a whoosh. The old man looked at the place where Xianxia had disappeared with an unprecedented seriousness on his face. He said in a deep voice, All God race, gather around. I have something to announce about this human's ability. The Temple of Nature. Xianxia suddenly jumped out of Guanzhao's bed. Guanshao felt something and abruptly mounted. When she saw Xianxia, she immediately flew into Xianxia's embrace. Xianxia patted Guanshao on the shoulder and comforted her. All right, I'm back. I'm fine. When he said this, Xianxia's mood did not relax at all. He knew that he was still trapped in the divine realm. Even though he had already become the sun god, his abilities weren't used to save people. To save her, she had to first save the goddess of life. The moment he thought of the tragic situation, the anger in Xianxia's heart couldn't be suppressed anymore. He gritted his teeth and patted Guanshao, saying, Come on. There are some things I need to say. Looking at the starry sky, the 100,000 war god godheads were dazzling. The entire temple of nature was boiling. Countless people cheered. They hugged each other, laughed and cheered. In the temple of nature, the Thunder Master God who had already rebelled against the Thunder Temple let out a long sigh and said, I've finally seen the results of the first victory. This makes me even more convinced that standing on the side of the nature shrine is the right choice. This time, the Thunder Divine Hall suffered heavy losses. Not only did it lose 100,000 godheads, it even lost its Dao divine physique. It's a pleasure. Guanshao and the others were also very happy. They didn't expect that Xianxia would bring such a big gift when he returned this time. The Thunder Master God said, Xianxia, you brought back these godheads. You have absolute control over them. Who are you going to distribute them to? Give me a word. Whatever benefits you want, just say it. The promise of the Thunder Master God could be said to be extremely great. As long as Xianxia wanted it, they would definitely give it to him. At this moment, Xianxia had already become the third supreme god since the creation of the world. He had become the target of currying favor with the entire nature shrine. However, Xianxia shook his head generously and said, I brought it back for you. You've already given me a lot of help. It's a kindness to have an unlimited supply of spiritual herbs. We humans have a saying that the kindness of a drop of water is repaid by a fountain. This 100,000 godheads is the first reward I offer to the Nature Divine Palace. The 16 master gods looked at each other and nodded in satisfaction. He wasn't mistaken. Guanxiao hurriedly asked, Xiangnan, since you are already the supreme god, does that mean that you no longer need a godhead? Before Xiangnan could reply, the master god shook his head and said, No, he still needs it. The utmost god is just his physique. It means that he is already the most advanced species in the world. No one can surpass him. However, godhead is not used to upgrade one's divine level. It is a sublimation of the Tao heart. To put it bluntly, it is used to fuse with one's innate talent. Therefore, we will split out 4 of the 100,000 war god godheads and give them to the 4 of you. Once you reach the 5th level of the spirit void, you can directly absorb them. 6. I want 6, Xiangnan said. The other 2 were prepared for the big snake and the little bird. Of course, the master god would not pursue the cause. Not to mention 6, even 60,000 would definitely be given. When the Thunder Master God announced this news, promising that the 100,000 battle god godheads would be given priority to the 5th level spirit void realm experts, another round of explosive cheers erupted from the crowd. The Master God lowered his voice and said, It is best not to spread the news that you are the Supreme God. The young Supreme God will still face all sorts of dangers. Of course, Xiangnan said. But there is another matter that requires the cooperation of several master gods. Please follow me. Xiangnan's group and the 16 master gods all entered the nature shrine. Everyone stood in a circle and Xiangnan told everyone about his experiences in the divine realm. When they heard that Xiangnan had slaughtered half of the god race, the 16 master gods were scared out of their wits. Originally, he thought that 100,000 godheads was enough to be shocking. But he didn't expect that there would be even more shocking news. Xiangnan ignored everyone's shocked expressions and said thoughtfully, I feel that I have 2 abilities. Previously, I only used one, and there is one that I haven't tried specifically. The sun you see is one of my abilities. This sun belongs to the ability to release energy, but there is another, it should be the ability to restrain energy. I hope that the master gods will cooperate and release your power. The 16 master gods were panting, and they didn't know what more terrifying things were waiting for them. Immediately, the master gods released their power. This time, Xiangnan did not condense a large sun in the sky that could absorb power. He pulled away his clothes and revealed the sun emblem on his heart. At this moment, the sun badge began to shine, and Xiangnan's realm had actually soared in a straight line. Spirit Void Level 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Without any talent fusion, Xiangnan had actually leapt to the 8th level of Spirit Void. The 16 master gods, including Guanxiao and the others, widened their eyes. Indeed, Xiangnan nodded slightly and said, If you don't release the energy you absorb, it will become a part of me. As long as you continue to release your strength, I will remain at the 8th level of the Spirit Void. Now, let's invite a master god to extinguish his own power. As a master god withdrew his divine power, Xiangnan's realm also dropped. As the master gods continued to withdraw their power one after another, Xiangnan's final realm returned to the 3rd level of Spirit Void. Xiangnan said, I roughly understand. If there are more than 10 master gods nearby, I can reach the master god realm at the strongest, the 8th level of the Spirit Void realm. If there are more than 10 of them, this realm will not continue to grow. It is still unable to reach the 9th level of Spirit Void. The Thunder Master God was still extremely shocked, but he was the first to calm down and said, In other words, if your realm is raised to a higher realm, perhaps the Spirit Void 7th layer or the 8th layer, then you can go to the Divine Realm alone. As long as a Divine King level expert comes to battle, you will be able to reach the 9th level of the Spirit Void realm. Xiangnan nodded. That's more or less the case. The other Nature Master God shook his head and said, No. I still can't defeat the Temple God King. Firstly, although Xiangnan borrowed pure strength, His talent is 1 or 2 fewer than the Temple God King. This is a disadvantage. Secondly, the dragon riding spear has made the Temple God King the strongest expert in the world. He is almost invincible. Everyone said yes. Realm was only one aspect. More importantly, talent was fused together. The Temple God King had fused all 5 talents into one. This kind of strongest talent would undoubtedly bring tremendous benefits to one's combat strength. Xianxia's advancement to the Spirit Void 7th and 8th layers was still not enough to wipe out the God domain. Even so, Xianxia now has a great advantage. Since the Thunder God race already knows about Sun God's abilities, they no longer dare to send a large number of people to surround him. The more people there are, the stronger Xianxia will be. If only one person was sent to fight Xianxia, no one in the same realm would be Xianxia's opponent. If the realm of the person who came is too high, Xianxia can also use the Dream Dao to escape. Almost invincible, the Master God of Nature said. What I am most worried about now is the Death Knight that Xianxia mentioned. I've seen that kind of thing before in the God race's literature. In fact, he is not called a Death Knight, but a fallen god. This kind of thing belongs to the opposite side of the light. Xianxia shouldn't be able to borrow their strength. They will become Xianxia's greatest threat. Xianxia clapped his hands and said, "Let's talk about this later. Right now, what I'm most anxious about is to improve my cultivation. The 3rd level of Spirit Void is completely inadequate. Everyone, I have to leave again for the Divine Pill Peak. A 3rd-grade saint-ranked pill must be refined." After Xianxia put forward his own ideas, no one on the scene would refuse. No one could kill Xianxia, and no one could expel Xianxia's Dream Dao, unless it was the God of Thunder who took the initiative to attack. This possibility was ridiculously low. The Master God of Nature took out a sacred sword and handed it to Xianxia, saying, "During the time you disappeared, Guan Shao and the others also went to Xuanji City to retrieve the Tier 4 pill recipe. The storage ring is too fragile, so the Tier 4 pill recipe and the spiritual herbs needed are all in this sacred sword." Oh! Xianxia's eyes lit up and he said, "I didn't expect any unexpected gains? That's convenient now. I can directly refine 3rd-grade and 4th-grade pills in one go." "It's all thanks to Guan Zhao's luck," said the Master God. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly asked, "Every time you're lucky, you'll meet with an even more serious misfortune. Then, what kind of misfortune did you suffer this time?" The few of them exchanged a glance. Guan Shao said guiltily, "We didn't encounter any bad luck ourselves, but after hearing your experience, I know that bad luck still happens. Because I care about you the most, this fate will make me lose you. I'm afraid that bad luck has befallen you this time, and that's why you were captured by the God race." Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and said, "As long as you guys are fine, then I'm relieved." The Master God of Nature said, "Originally, our original intention was to let you wait for a while. The few of us Master Gods will go find the last rank 5 pill recipe." Xianxia hurriedly said, "Is this okay?" The Master God nodded and said, "The reason I asked you people of low cultivation realms to look for them was to avoid attracting the attention of the Thunder God Palace. If they knew that we were looking for a pill recipe, they would use a large number of troops to destroy all of Xuanji City. But we're only missing the last Saint rank 5 pill recipe, aren't we? If we find the pill recipe, even if they destroy all of Xuanji City, it won't affect us anymore." "That's true," Xianxia said, "but it's still a bit dangerous. If you find a Tier 5 pill recipe first, the Thunder Divine Hall will definitely realize that I'm going to the Divine Pill Peak to refine pills. They will rush over to find me. As for me, I have to concoct a Tier 3, 4, and 5 medicinal pill in one go. It will take too long. When they really find me, I might not be able to finish it yet. I will be caught in a jar by them." The Master God said, "This is also a problem that we are worried about. Therefore, our idea is to wait until you have finished cultivating a Tier 3 or 4 medicinal pill. After you return, we will find a Tier 5 medicinal pill recipe and let the God race know about our plan as soon as possible." Xianxia said, "Then it's settled. Wait for me to come back first, and then we'll talk about the Tier 5 pill recipe. The Master God said, "There is one more thing. Since they have already used the Master God of Heart to find our whereabouts, they will definitely not fail once, so they will give up completely. There will definitely be a second time, more times. That's why we need to strengthen our defenses against the Nature Temple area." At this point, the few Master Gods exchanged glances and nodded. The Master God said to Xianxia, "We want to bring the Nature Shrine into the subspace domain." Xianxia said, "What is this? Can it stop Time Fly's soul search?" The Master God shook his head and said, "Theoretically speaking, the Temple of Nature, which is located in the subspace domain, can still be found by Timefly, but it will take a certain amount of time. At that time, the Temple of Nature will be wrapped in a subspace domain. The thickness of the surface layer can reach 100 li. Any information, perception, spiritual search, and so on will be greatly slowed down once they arrive at this 100 li domain. It will take her at least a year to penetrate this domain." At this point, the Master God paused for a moment and said, "Similarly, your dream jump will no longer be applicable. It will also take you a year to sense us through your dreams." Xianxia muttered, "I don't care about this sacrifice, but since you didn't do it before, there must be a reason, right?" The Master God nodded and said, "Yes, once the Nature God Temple is wrapped in the subspace domain, all the martial practitioners and those who want to absorb the War God Lattice within the Nature God Temple will have to leave the Nature God Temple and cultivate outside. However, this way it is very likely that the God race will kill them outside. This is also a helpless move." Xianxia sighed. The two evils should be taken lightly. This was the only way. "What about the wormhole?" Xianxia asked. The Space Master God said, "The wormhole is not affected by time. It is a spatial tunnel. It can also send you out and bring you back." "Then I'm relieved." Xianxia nodded, and then learned from the Master God how to control the sacred sword. He flew out through the wormhole and crossed a distance of 2 light years. After that, they were still a light year away from the Divine Pill Peak. Xianxia used his acceleration to arrive at the Divine Pill Peak. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about bringing the Pill Furnace Array back to the Nature Shrine, so that he wouldn't have to travel so far to refine pills. However, the Pill Furnace Array was connected to the entire Divine Pill Peak. It relied on the powerful strength of the Divine Pill Peak. Once it was brought out, the effect of the Pill Furnace Array would be greatly diminished, and it might even be completely ineffective. As for the Thunder God race, Xianxia wasn't worried if they would bring him over and borrow the array formation here. The Thunder God race would definitely not dare to do this. If there weren't enough knights in charge of protecting Timeline, they would be worried that they would be robbed of Timeline by the Temple of Nature. If there were too many knights protecting them, they were afraid that they would be killed by Xianxia once again. Ever since Xianxia possessed the Sun God physique, he had suddenly gained an enormous amount of restraint on the Thunder Shrine. Xianxia entered the Divine Pill Peak and entered the underground world on the first floor. Then, there were countless underground caves in front of him. After entering the underground caves and entering the underground world on the second floor, he would be able to find the Pill Furnace Array. This place was also a fork. Xianxia frowned and gently sniffed. "Big snake, do you smell it? There is a faint smell of blood floating in the air. Although it is well concealed, it can still smell it," the snake said solemnly. "There must have been some battles here, and not long ago." Xianxia was vigilant in his heart. He first searched in the direction of the smell of blood to see what was going on. The smell of blood came from the east and was still on the first floor of the underground world. Xianxia flew along the smell, and after flying several hundred miles, he saw the main battlefield. The air was suffused with a faint smell of blood and a small amount of Shin power fluctuations. However, looking around, there were practically no signs of fighting here. The serpent said, "The battle must have happened very suddenly and ended quickly. Those who were ambushed had little chance to resist. The smell of blood is still further east. Go take a look. Be careful." Xianxia crossed the main battlefield and continued to head east. After flying for nearly 1,000 li, a towering drum tower appeared in front of him. Inside the drum tower there was also a taste. Xianxia tightened his grip on the giant saber and carefully floated over. The moment he entered through the entrance below the drum tower, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The corpse of the Crimson Eye race. The corpses of more than 100 Crimson Eye race experts were scattered on the ground. This was the place where the corpses were hidden. How could this be? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He was anxious and rushed up to look at the corpses. He kept on muttering, "Don't have a master. Don't have your own master's corpse." After looking through all the corpses, Xianxia finally let out a sigh of relief. Su Kaiwei was not among them. However, the Crimson Eye clan was already sparsely populated, and more than 100 experts had died in one go. This loss was too serious. Xianxia said angrily, "Why are these people still coming back? What are they doing at the Divine Pill Peak again?" "Then I'm afraid you're mistaken. I think they must have come here to find you. Perhaps Su Kaiwei has found something about the memories of the Crimson Eye ancestor and is planning to tell you." Who would have thought that they would be ambushed here? Xianxia flipped through the wounds on the Crimson Eye race corpse. The more he looked, the heavier his heart became. Xianxia understood the battle prowess of the Crimson Eye race. They were on par with the Thunder God race, but the number of their clansmen was too small. However, these corpses were all killed in one shot. There was a bloody hole in each corpse's chest that had been torn open by someone with his bare hands, and his heart was directly taken away. Xianxia had never seen such a massacre before, and this was not the style of the Knights Templar. If you want to remove your heart with your bare hands, you have to fight at close range, the serpent said in a serious tone. But look at the residual fluctuations of these corpses. They are clearly a group of people at the 5th level of Spirit Void. They definitely have some ability to react, but there are no obvious traces of battle on the main battlefield. Expert. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, "The one who killed the Crimson Eye clansman must be an expert among experts." The serpent said, "I'm afraid that the two sides met by chance. People from both sides came here to look for you, but they didn't expect to meet each other. What should we do? Are we still refining pills?" Xianxia said in a deep voice, "Since you're here, of course you have to refine." With that, he immediately flew towards the underground world on the 2nd floor. At this moment, what Xianxia was most worried about was not his enemy, but the formation of the pill furnace. If the pill furnace array was destroyed, it would be very troublesome. After arriving at the building where the pill furnace array was located, he heaved a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the formation of the pill furnace was still intact. In other words, the enemies waiting for him here still did not know his purpose. The last time Xianxia came here, he fought with the Knights Templar, not revealing his main intention of coming to the Divine Pill Peak. In the eyes of the Thunder God race, perhaps they thought that they had leaked the news and that Xianxia had found out the whereabouts of Timefly in advance. However, no one had expected that this time, it was entirely a coincidence. Lest there be too many nights of dreams, let's start directly. Xianxia immediately distributed Saint Rank 3 spiritual herbs and threw them into the pill furnace. Then, he jumped into the core pill furnace and began to refine them. In an instant, the pill furnaces became hot. In less than a minute, Xianxia, who was inside the pill furnace, immediately sensed a very hidden fluctuation and was rushing towards him. This fluctuation was too well hidden. If it was Xianxia in the past, it would be difficult for him to react quickly even if he flew in front of him. However, Xianxia, who possessed the supreme divine physique, had become even more sensitive. Someone is coming. Xianxia's heart sank as he said, "Not good. The refining of pills is going to be interrupted." The serpent said, "Quickly use the power of eternity. Let's see if we can protect these pill furnaces as well." With a thought, Xianxia immediately opened his third eye and channeled the eternal force through the chains connecting the pill furnaces to each of the pill furnaces. Sure enough, this can work. However, it would take at least a minute to activate the eternal force. Although the person who was secretly approaching him had already slowed down his speed very carefully, he was still unable to buy enough time with this speed. About half a minute later, a black shadow suddenly flashed at the door and disappeared. "I'm coming in." Xianxia narrowed his eyes. The palace was empty, but Xianxia knew that someone had already lurked in. Relying on his powerful perception, Xianxia had discovered that the man was hiding in the shadows of the southeast corner of the palace. He was observing Xianxia. Later, perhaps he discovered that Xianxia was alone, and then slowly floated out of the shadows. Strangely, when this person was in the shadows, he was actually able to fuse with the shadows, making it very difficult for others to detect him. This person was dressed in purple-gold armor. He was a standard purple-gold knight and possessed the 6th level of the Spirit Void Realm. However, his body was smaller and more sensitive than an ordinary knight's. At the same time, his weapon was not a knight's spear, but 2 capable short forks. We still have 20 seconds to activate the Eternal Force. Let's fight for it, the big snake said. Xianxia. The purple-gold knight spun the 2 short forks a few times in his hand and said, "So that's why you did it. Are you going to come out by yourself? Or should I force you?" "You are very confident," Xianxia said. "Of course, if it weren't for you, an evil blasphemer, who stole our Tao God body, I wouldn't be the only one facing you right now." "There are still 15 seconds left," the big snake said. As he spoke, the man's 2 short forks were already shining with divine power, and he was about to attack. Xianxia's heart sank as he said, "But you know, the Tao divine body can still be snatched back. But if you kill me, it really won't work." The purple gold knight's eyes lit up and he said, "Is this true? Is it true? Don't you know better than me?" Xianxia said. The purple gold knight said, "This?" Xianxia smiled. "Think about it. The other 2 Tao gods evolved into Goddess of Life and God of Thunder, but I didn't directly become a Tao goddess, but I seized it. So, you can actually forcefully separate me from the Tao god physique, right?" The more the purple gold knight listened, the more reasonable he felt. Of course, they understood the Tao god physique. The 2 supreme gods were the Tao god physique itself. However, this kind of thing had never happened to a Tao god physique that had been absorbed by someone, and it was unknown what would happen to the Thunder God race. "There are still 4 seconds left," the big snake said. The purple gold knight said, "All right, thank you very much for revealing such an important clue. Then you can come back with me. You still dare to bring me back to the divine realm?" Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "You haven't learned enough, have you?" The purple gold knight said, "Of course I won't let you see so many god races again. Don't worry about that." Xianxia smiled, "Thank you for giving me enough time, but unfortunately, you are going to be disappointed." At this point, many pill furnaces were suddenly shrouded in red light. The violet gold knight was stunned for a moment and hurriedly used his short fork to release a divine light towards the pill furnace array. As a result, the divine light pierced through the pill furnace and did not touch it. The violet gold knight sighed and said, "Cunning humans, I really can't trust you. But it doesn't matter. I can wait. There will be a day when you come out." Xianxia said, "Oh right. Why are you different from the other knights? If you don't want to say it, then don't say it." The violet gold knight said, "The Knights Templars are divided into many categories, the highest of which are God Protector Knights and Heavenly Punishment Knights. As for me, I belong to the Heavenly Punishment Divine Palace and am a member of the scouting team. There's no need to hide this. It's our honor." "Heavenly Punishment Knight?" Xianxia sneered. "So you can become a giant bull now?" The violet gold knight's eyes turned fierce as he said, "You'd better show some respect. That isn't a giant bull, but the god of heavenly punishment." Xianxia knew the information he wanted, so he stopped talking and focused on refining pills. This process was very lengthy. It would take 79 days to refine a 3rd-grade saint-ranked pill. As for Tier 4 pills, it would take 8 to 64 days. Xianxia would stay here for a total of 113 days. The purple gold knight was also very patient. He gradually retreated into the shadows and sat down on the ground. His entire body merged with the shadows. Within the eternal force, Xianxia didn't have to worry about being disturbed at all. He only focused on refining pills. The only problem he faced was how to protect the pill furnace array. He still needed the pill furnace array to refine the final 5th-grade Saint pill. But now his plan had been exposed. As long as he left the pill furnace, the purple gold knight would definitely destroy the pill furnace array. Time passed day by day. This was the 107th day after the pill refining began. Xianxia, who was refining pills, suddenly opened his eyes. His heart trembled and he shouted, "Don't come over!" Almost at the same time, a red light suddenly flew into the palace. The red light dissipated and a handsome woman stood in the air. Xianxia. When the woman saw the formation of the pill furnace, she became happy and said, "You are really here. We sent some clansmen to find you," but there was no reply. Xianxia roared, "Run! There's someone here." That woman was none other than Qingyi, who had made a misunderstanding with Xianxia. Qingyi smiled and said, "Why are you being so stingy? Are you still holding grudges? Did you invite our clansmen back as guests? Then I'm relieved." Xianxia was so anxious that cold sweat poured down his face. Hurry up! Hurry up! There's a Knight Templar here." "Ah!" Qingyi cried out in alarm. She turned around and flew out. However, it was already too late. Xianxia had already seen something flickering in the shadows. Immediately after, the fleeing Qingyi suddenly stopped. In front of her stood the purple gold knight quietly, and a short fork pressed against her throat. Qingyi's strength wasn't weak either. She was also at the 6th level of the spirit void realm. She reacted quickly and immediately took half a step back. She raised both of her hands high up in the air. At the same time, the violet gold knight had disappeared, and the hands that Qingyi raised were cut off by a sudden flash of lightning. Qingyi let out a muffled snort, opened his mouth and spat out a ray of red light behind him. The shadow behind him flashed, and a streak of lightning cut off Qingyi's tongue with a whoosh. "Stop!" Xianxia was furious, and the array of pill furnaces began to shake. The serpent roared, "Don't act recklessly. You are only at the 3rd level of spirit void now, and you can't save her even if you rush out. Do you want to destroy all the pills?" The purple gold knight's combat skills were extremely powerful, and his techniques were capable and concise. That Qingyi had been injured many times before turning into a ray of red light and fleeing towards the outside of the hall. "Can you escape?" The purple gold knight's cold laughter came from the air. Once the lightning flashed across the horizon, the purple gold knight suddenly stopped Qingyi at the door. His technique was so concise that it made one's hair stand on end. For shadows of lightning flashed past the 2 short forks. Without any time to react, Qingyi had his limbs cut off. He put a short fork against Qingyi's temple and smiled at Xianxia. "Come out, or she will die." Xianxia couldn't suppress his anger anymore. He was about to close his third eye. However, Qingyi shook his head at Xianxia. A red light rubbed against him and a sentence appeared. "Actually, I admire you quite a bit. I wanted to know more about you, but unfortunately, I don't have the chance. Xianxia, don't sacrifice your efforts for me." After saying that, the purple gold knight said, He suddenly looked at Qingyi's throat. As for Qingyi's throat, it was already shining with red light, and then Peng's explosion followed. The violet gold knight fled quickly. He turned into a streak of black lightning and quickly left the explosion zone. The green leaf exploded into countless powder. The purple gold knight floated out of the shadows and said, "That's quite decisive." Xianxia roared, "You bastard! I will peel you alive." The purple gold knight smiled. "You want to kill me? I'll be waiting for you." With that, the purple gold knight smiled sinisterly and retreated back into the shadows. Xianxia closed his eyes, feeling extremely sad in his heart. Although they hadn't been together for a long time, Xianxia still admired Qingyi very much. At this moment, there was only one thought in his heart. Don't come again. People from the Crimson Eye clan, don't come to the Divine Pill Peak again. This was the place where Xianxia first met the Crimson Eye race. It was also here that Xianxia had a series of ties with the Crimson Eye race. On the 113th day, the last batch of 4th grade sacred pills came out. Xianxia opened his eyes. The purple gold knight also appeared again and said, "Is he finally coming out?" Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "You will pay the price. Trust me." After saying that, Xianxia immediately took a third-grade Saint pill and put it into his mouth. He began to absorb it and refine it. Seeing this, the Violet Gold Knight knew that Xianxia was going to cultivate and would not come out for a short period of time. So he retreated back to the shadows. After that, Xianxia absorbed 5 Saint Rank 3 pills at the rate of 1 pill per day. On the 5th day, his realm had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had directly soared to the 4th level of Spirit Void. The advancement of the Supreme Sun God had triggered an unprecedented phenomenon of heaven and earth. That day, all the stars in the sky turned into blazing suns. Countless blazing suns covered the night sky, completely lighting up the night into day. The dense sun shone on this world, making it impossible to see. Ever since the creation of the real world, there had never been such a miraculous scene. Countless races walked out of the building one after another. They used their divine power to protect their eyes and looked up at the unbelievable scene. The gods of the divine realm were also worried, and their expressions were solemn. The temple god king was still sitting cross-legged in the hall of the Knight's Temple. He slowly opened his eyes and said, "It's getting stronger again. Pill God Peak." After Xianxia refined the 3rd-grade pills, he immediately began to absorb the 4th-grade Saint-ranked pills. With the physique of the Supreme God, he didn't need a buffer period at all. After the 3rd grade, he would directly eat the 4th grade. The Violet Gold Knight began to feel uneasy. He naturally muttered to himself, "It's a bit of a mistake to miss out on this possibility and not include the matter of his becoming stronger in the plan." 5 days later, Xianxia advanced again. 5th level of Spirit Void. After disappearing for 5 days, the scene of the sky full of suns appeared again. At this moment, all the races in the real world were terrified. An ancient race elder emerged from the ground. He raised his head to look at the sky and said, "Within 10 days, 2 miraculous scenes have appeared. Could it be that this world is facing an unprecedented catastrophe?" The divine realm was already in a mess. The original site of the Temple of Nature. More than a dozen ancient god sculptures formed an array, and at the center, there was a broken body floating in the air. A master god stood behind Timeline, his index finger pointing at Timeline's brain. He frowned and said, "It doesn't make sense. Why can't we find the whereabouts of the nature god race? I'm afraid they've already entered the subspace domain. Notify them and the Knights Templars to start a carpet search," said one of the master gods with his hands behind his back. Outside, there must be a large number of people from the nature temple cultivating. They stole 100,000 godheads and will not give up absorbing them. They will automatically come out. Pill God Peak. The eternal power of the pill furnace array had finally disappeared. Xianxia slowly floated out of the central pill furnace. His expression was as cold as ice. The purple gold knight also came out. He hugged his shoulder and looked at Xianxia, saying, "5th layer of Spirit Void. TSK, I really can't underestimate you." With that, he raised a short fork and aimed it at the pill furnace, preparing to destroy it. "Are you sure? Are you 100% sure you can catch me?" Xianxia said coldly. "What?" the purple gold knight asked. Xianxia said, "As long as these pill furnace formations remain intact, I will definitely come back in the future. If you destroy them, I will never return to Divine Pill Peak again. So, are you sure you want to do this? Unless you have every confidence that you can capture me alive." The purple gold knight smiled and said, "Thanks to your reminder. It's fine. After I capture you, destroy the pill furnace and you'll be safe." Xianxia took a deep breath and said, "I can still feel her presence. She is still in the light." As he spoke, Xianxia's right hand gently clenched into a fist. In the air, dense particles began to appear. These particles condensed in the same direction and gradually solidified into green leaves. Qingyi even recovered her severed limbs. She lay in the air quietly without moving. The purple gold knight's pupils contracted and he said, "You can do this?" Xianxia looked at Qingyi's corpse sadly and muttered to himself, "It seems that I can only collect her body composition, but I can't change her from death to resurrection. The serpent said, "This resurrection ability is probably only possessed by the goddess of life. But this way it's complete. The goddess of life can only give life, but she doesn't have the ability to do so. The power of light is all-encompassing. Since the bodies of living beings are made of elements, then as sun gods you can reorganize their shattered bodies. If you cooperate with the goddess of life, wouldn't you be able to bring someone back from the dead? This is truly an inconceivable ability." Xianxia said, "In a moment, bring back all the corpses of the Crimson Eye race. When we save the goddess of life one day, these people will still be able to come back to life. But strangely, I can only feel Qing Yi alone." "That's a problem," the snake said. "It seems that you can only sense people who have just died, and those who have died for too long will dissipate completely." Qing Yi was definitely not the only one who had died in this hall. There must have been many of them from ancient times to modern times. At this moment, the purple gold knight was already impatient. He rotated his two short forks in his hand and said, "What? You still don't need your Dream Dao ability?" Xianxia looked at the purple gold knight and said gravely, "It's time to deal with you. Use your trump card and unleash your Dream Dao ability. Otherwise, you won't have a chance of winning." The purple gold knight's short fork shone brightly. "Is that so?" Xianxia narrowed his eyes and drew his saber with a sharp crescent blade light. Too fast. From the moment Xianxia drew his saber with his backhand, it was as if the middle process had already been jumped over, and the saber light directly flew out. So fast. The purple gold knight's pupils constricted. He instantly moved horizontally and disappeared into the air. Pong! Xianxia pinched his left hand into the air and directly pinched the purple gold knight out. "You can actually determine my trajectory." The purple gold knight was still in a state of sprinting, and the short fork in his hand was aimed at Xianxia's throat. If Xianxia hadn't caught him in an instant, this fork would have hit him. "Hey, so what? You're just at the 5th level of the spirit void." The purple gold knight sneered. His hands flickered with divine light, and he actually used his hand to break Xianxia's fingers. Xianxia shrank his legs and stepped forward. The sun energy on his feet shone intensely, and he kicked the purple gold knight in the stomach, blasting him away. This kick was clean, strong, and powerful. The purple gold knight's spleen was kicked and exploded on the pillars of the palace. The pillar was shattered, and the entire hall began to shake. Xianxia raised his right hand and summoned the power of light. All elements were nurtured in the light and controlled by the light. The shattered pillar turned into countless particles and condensed one after another. The main hall was also restored to its original state. "So it can still be like this." Xianxia was thoughtful. The sun god's physique had given Xianxia too much, and he was still gradually digging. "Is this the power of a supreme god?" The purple gold knight wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and got up from the ground again. "Indeed, I am very strong. With my 6th level spirit void realm, I can't defeat your 5th level spirit void realm. But you shouldn't be too arrogant. Martial arts isn't just about strength. There's also skill." As the purple gold knight continued to speak, Xianxia suddenly pinched his hand. His palm pinched the air behind him. Strangely, another purple gold knight appeared and was grabbed by Xianxia's neck again. The purple gold knight in front of him gradually disappeared into nothingness. The purple gold knight looked at Xianxia in shock and said, "You!" Xianxia looked at him indifferently and said, "Are the purple gold knights very skilled in battle? Is that all they have? It's too disappointing for me. Compared to me, you are still too young." The purple gold knight kicked Xianxia twice in the stomach. Xianxia had the heart to test the utmost divine physique. Just to what extent could it reach? He didn't dodge and forcefully ate 2 kicks. There were only 2 rumbles and 2 balls of lightning exploded on Xianxia's stomach. Xianxia snorted and blood oozed out from the corner of his mouth. The utmost divine physique was still powerful after all, but Xianxia had not been kicked out of his stomach. As for the purple gold knight, it wasn't just his realm that was higher than Xianxia. At the same time, a 6th level spirit void war god meant that he had already fused with his talent once, and his fire vein talent had reached the second level. However, after kicking Xiangnan twice, the purple gold knight also suffered a powerful backlash. He let out a miserable scream, then looked at his right leg. It was actually broken. This is wrong. The violet gold knight's face was pale and his eyes wandered. It wasn't because Xiangnan's defense was too strong. This kind of recoil is... Xiangnan was also stunned for a moment, then smiled. Looks like you've offended me. A little war god actually attacked a supreme god. This is a HP suppression. The war god was far inferior to the supreme god in terms of HP. I didn't expect it to have a counter-injury effect. Damn it! The violet gold knight's right leg trembled, and his divine power repaired his broken bones completely. Then, he wrapped his legs around Xiangnan's arm, attempting to twist Xiangnan to the ground. Xiangnan was even faster. With a swoosh, he cut off the purple gold knight's legs from its roots. After Xiangnan became the supreme god, the formidable Sun Qi had become even more tyrannical. The purple gold knight's face was pale. He pushed Xiangnan's chest with both of his hands and used his strength to bounce his body out. He turned into an afterimage and disappeared with a whoosh. At the same time, Xiangnan bent his body and turned into a beam of light that chased after him. Without warning, two saber lights flashed past the entrance of the palace. The purple gold knight and Xiangnan both appeared, and the purple gold knight's arms were broken. All he had left was a torso. At this moment, his condition was exactly the same as before Qingyi was killed. Xiangnan pinched the purple gold knight's neck and said, "Come out. I know you're hiding." However, there was no reply from Xiangnan at the scene. The purple gold knight's face was as pale as paper, sweating like rain. At this moment, he was already half dead. Xiangnan pinched his neck and said, "The moment I saw you, I knew that you weren't the one who killed those Crimson Eye clans. Why didn't the divine king of the temple capture me this time? Why did you let me use the dream Dao twice? Do you really think I'm an idiot?" At this time, a burst of deep laughter came from outside the door. Accompanied by clapping hands and applause, a person slowly walked in. The man was dressed in a gray robe, his bones exposed, and he carried a spear behind him. As for his cultivation, he was at the 6th level of Spirit Void. This person Xiangnan knew was the Knight of Death. He saw in the Divine Hall of Darkness. "Wonderful," the man applauded. "If Lord God King comes to catch you, you will directly use your dream ability to escape. You won't even be able to fight. Indeed, our plan is correct. Let the scouts consume your dream time first, and then I will personally capture you." "I just didn't expect," Xiangnan replied. "I didn't expect that this 6th level Spirit Void Scout would not be my opponent. You must be the fallen god that the Thunder God race painstakingly created." The man laughed and said, "You can call me the Fallen Knight, who... The utmost divine physique is indeed very enviable, but it doesn't have that much advantage over me." Xiangnan sneered and said, "If you say blasphemy, what you have done is absolutely better than mine. With your evil Shen power fluctuations, it's simply the greatest insult to life. The destructive power of the Thunder God race, the disintegrative power of the White-Eyed race, and the diversity of human life directly formed such a fallen knight. The power of the fallen knight had long since abandoned its holiness and turned into a kind of filthy power." The fallen knight smiled. He drew his spear and stabbed it. A spear beam shot out. The spear light was actually grayish-brown, and there were a large number of dense black spots on it, making it look extremely dirty. However, this shot was not aimed at Xiangnan. Xiangnan quickly dodged. The spear beam pierced through the purple gold knight. Then, an unbelievable scene occurred. The divine power on the purple gold knight's body was actually stained with filthy power. The holy divine power quickly withered like white wood corroded by strong acids. The purple gold knight himself was also corroded by the strong power of filth, causing his flesh and blood to collapse and bubble. A layer of abscess appeared on his body, and in just 2 seconds, he turned into a pool of filthy blood. The fallen knight clenched his fists, which were covered with a layer of gray and black stained dirty power. He enjoyed it and said, What a wonderful power, isn't it? The birth of matter is a natural law, but destroying matter is the most wonderful art. Xianxia's expression was solemn. Your thunder god race has already dominated the world, yet you want to develop such a dirty power? I'm afraid it's definitely not to deal with me. The study of the fallen god had already begun long ago, before Xianxia appeared. The fallen knight smiled faintly and said, "Invincible doesn't mean that you are the strongest. I think with your experience you should understand this principle. It's just that our thunder god race's opponent is too weak, but our strength still has room for improvement. Do you think we only care about power? Wrong, our thunder god race is also a martial artist. We are also pursuing the limits of our strength." He looked up at the sky and said, "Is there a higher form of power waiting for us to tear open the sky? Now I can prove to you that my power is even stronger than the holy power of the thunder god race. And my success will also mean that more fallen knights will descend." He raised his arms high and made a gesture of embracing the sky. "Listen, power is calling me." Xianxian said, "You are not satisfied with what the god of thunder and the goddess of life have bestowed upon you. You must surpass this shackle. Why did you betray the god of thunder? Do you even want to trample him under your feet, thunder god? Ha 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 ha." The fallen knight looked up and laughed. "Attacking the nature temple was our plan. Do you think we attacked them because we were afraid of the nature god race? Right now, the thunder god is using all of his strength to seal off the goddess of life. During this period of time, it's time for us to make small moves. Xianxian, if it were you, would you be willing to bow down to a useless trash forever?" "You guys are crazy," Xianxian said. The fallen knight said, "Perhaps we are walking a path of no return. We cannot predict where its end leads, but it is worth a try. This kind of life is the most interesting. All right, I'm a little too excited to be a fallen god. Please forgive me. I'll give you two choices now. Either follow me back automatically, or I'll force you." Xianxian placed the giant saber in front of him and said in a deep voice, "That depends on how capable you are." The fallen knight smiled and suddenly turned into a ball of gray light as he rushed towards Xianxian. Xianxian also moved. He charged at his limit and collided with the fallen knight. Boom! The strength of the two of them fiercely resisted, the huge saber against the spear. The filthy light and the power of light contended against each other. Xianxian's sun qi was contaminated by the filthy light, and the surface layer began to turn gray, gradually corroding. As for the filthy light, it was also purified by the sun's true energy and began to fall off layer by layer. The fallen knight laughed coldly and said, "Is that all? That would be too disappointing for me." With that, the fallen knight swept his spear and sent Xianxian flying. The difference in realms. Xianxian looked at the edge of his saber. The edge of the saber had already been corroded into small holes. His right arm trembled, and the power of light quickly repaired the edge of the saber. The fallen knight carried his spear and said, "Looks like the utmost divine physique is still slightly higher than my fallen god." Xianxian used a low realm to fight against a high realm. Fortunately, the utmost god's physique still had the advantage. Otherwise, he would have been defeated in one move. "It doesn't matter." The fallen knight shook his head. "There are only 3 supreme gods, but there will be countless fallen gods." With a buzzing sound, the fallen knight drew out an enormous arc of spear light. This spear light contained the ultimate power of the 6th level of spirit void, and its power was boundless. Xianxian forcefully received the spear, but the giant saber was directly cut in half, corroding a pit-sized incision. After the spear beam cut through the giant saber, it hit Xianxian's right shoulder. At this moment, Xianxian's shoulder was directly sliced open by a deep wound, and even his shoulder bone was sliced half an inch deep. The dirty power corroded Xianxian's shoulders. Felt very strange. It did not hurt, but it was a strange itch that could not be endured. Xianxian was extremely solemn. His left hand condensed sun qi and covered his wounds. The filthy energy was expelled and his wounds began to heal. The serpent said, "This kind of filthy power is truly too troublesome. Fortunately, you have grasped the power of light. If the other thunder gods are struck this time, they will definitely turn into sewage. This was truly a coincidence. Regardless of whether it was the three supreme ancient races or the two god races, their strength was restrained by the power of the filth. He almost died as soon as he touched it. Coincidentally, they happened to encounter Xianxia, a person who grasped the power of light. The two attributes just so happened to restrain each other. The fallen knight pointed his spear at Xianxia and said, "Your strength is not enough. Follow me obediently. I don't want to destroy your Tao God physique. Of course, if you insist on resisting, I would rather destroy your Tao God physique than kill you." These people are really tricked, the big snake said. The Tao God physique could not be decomposed at all. Xianxia had already merged with it. That was Xianxia's nonsense in order to buy time. Xianxia did not say anything. He raised his right hand and 6 suns appeared above his head. Under the sunlight, the sun emblem on Xianxia's chest began to shine. His combat strength soared. "Oh!" The fallen knight frowned slightly. "What kind of method is this?" Xianxia narrowed his eyes and said, "The method to kill you." With that, Xianxia turned into a beam of light and rushed towards the fallen knight. The two of them collided once again. The two forces frantically fought each other. But this time, Sun Qi had clearly gained the upper hand. The filthy light continued to dissipate, and then dissipated. At this moment, the sun's Jinqi had already forced him to the point where he had no other choice but to stick to the fallen knight's body. A flash of panic flashed through the fallen knight's eyes. He roared angrily to increase his strength, trying to shake Xianxia back. But at this moment, Xianxia's combat strength was already exceedingly strong. Not only did the fallen knight not manage to force Xianxia back, but the Sun Qi had also refined the last layer of filth. This was the first time the tyrannical Sun Qi had truly touched the skin of a fallen knight. The fallen knight immediately let out a series of miserable howls as large amounts of gray gas evaporated from his body and floated into the sky. "Wait for death!" Xianxia took out his left hand and grabbed the fallen knight's arm. The tyrannical Sun Qi frantically burned the knight's skin, leaving behind a black burning palm mark on his arm. The fallen knight discovered that his filthy power was unable to suppress the power of light, so he immediately changed his routine and used battle techniques to win. His entire body spun half a circle, twisting Xianxia's arm, and then stabbed Xianxia in the face with a spear. Xianxia used the hilt of his saber to block the tip of the spear and rubbed it down. The hilts of his saber ruthlessly smashed onto the shoulders of the fallen knight. The knight let out another miserable scream. Large chunks of flesh and blood had been burned off his shoulders. Xianxia released the huge saber with his right hand and grabbed the knight's neck. Then, he took the saber with his left hand and slashed horizontally. The head of the fallen knight soared into the sky. "Are you dead?" Xianxia looked at the fallen knight's body and then his hands. When he touched the fallen knight's body just now, his palm had already turned grayish-black, and he was slowly recovering. Xianxia felt the urge to chop off his hands because of the unbearable itchiness on his hands. This kind of power is simply too terrible. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "The serpent said, the fallen knight is still alive. Look!" Xianxia felt his scalp go numb. A dense patch of tentacles grew out of the broken neck of the knight's head, and dense tentacles also grew out of the broken neck of his body. The two of them were brandishing their tentacles and approaching in the same direction, wanting to reunite. "What damn thing!" Xianxia gritted his teeth and charged forward with hundreds of blades. The fallen knight's body was cut into nearly 1,000 small pieces of flesh. However, the small pieces of meat paused for a moment, and even smaller tentacles appeared, crawling together. 2 pieces of meat were the first to join together. Their tentacles were entangled and tied together. In the end, they were actually joined together into a bigger piece of meat. What was even more shocking was that the movement speed and recovery speed of these tiny pieces of meat were much faster than before. Xianxia's expression changed. He raised his right hand high up and condensed a huge sun balloon, smashing down on the corpse with a loud boom. In the fierce explosion, the corpse was blasted into basic particles that filled the sky. However, an even more exaggerated scene appeared. The movement speed of those basic particles became even faster. Moreover, it was an exaggeration. In just a second, all of the particles merged and became fallen knights again. Xianxia was stunned. The fallen knight did not expect this to happen. He looked at his body in shock, and then his face was filled with ecstasy. The power of destruction and the power of disintegration actually have such a miraculous effect. The snake quickly said, "Boy Xianxia, the more scattered his body is, the faster his recovery speed will be. The more complete his body is, the slower his recovery will be. This may be related to the attributes of the power of disintegration." Xianxia did not give the fallen knight time to react. Taking advantage of the fact that he had yet to regain his senses, he rushed forward and kicked him in the stomach, slashing him in the waist with a backhand saber. Immediately after, the fallen knight rolled his eyes, blood bubbling out of his mouth. However, a large number of tentacles grew out of his broken waist and crawled together. Xianxia waved his hand and released 2 Jinshi cages. He used the Sun Jinshi to form a cubic cage and imprisoned the 2 corpses separately. He saw the tentacles of the broken corpse clinging to the cage, constantly twisting and swinging, wanting to escape. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's goosebumps rose. What should we do? Xianxia couldn't stay here forever and just guard him. As long as Xianxia left, he would be able to resurrect again. However, he could not continue to cut him. The more he cut, the faster he would resurrect. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "Why can't my power of light erase him?" The serpent said, "The power of light and the power of filth restrain each other, not unilaterally. Fortunately, the fallen knight's resurrection ability isn't like mine. Otherwise, damn it, look." The serpent's words changed drastically. Xianxia was also shocked by what he saw and broke out in cold sweat. After being unable to come into contact with each other, the dismembered corpses in the 2 cages began to grow on their own. They were tangled together densely, weaving into a flesh and blood body like a rope. The upper half of the broken body had already begun to weave its waist, while the lower half had already weaved its abdomen. Heavens, the serpent sucked in a breath of cold air. If this goes on, wouldn't 2 fallen knights appear? There is such a distorted existence at this time. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "We can't let him become 2. At that time, I was no match for him." With that, Xianxia immediately ran over. At this moment, the upper half of the corpse had already been knitted into half of its legs, almost reaching its knees. The lower half of the corpse was knitted to his chest, and he was about to pull out his neck and head. Xianxia rushed forward and sliced open the 2 corpses evenly, and 4 cages were used to envelop the dismembered corpses. So, for cages, for broken corpses. After struggling for a while, the 4 dismembered corpses began to recover. For Xianxia's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Quickly think of a way to stop him. In just a few minutes, the 4 broken corpses would become 4 fallen knights. Xianxia had no choice but to charge forward and slice them apart again. A few hours later, the entire hall was densely packed with sun cages. Every cage had half a corpse. Hissed Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. "This? What the hell is this?" Xianxia gritted his teeth and waved his right hand, causing the entire hall to disintegrate into elements and disappear. Xianxia was still in a bad mood after clearing out the larger space. The main hall was destroyed, but what about the entire underground world? If he had enough time, he would still be covered in more mutilated corpses. Then there was the entire Divine Pill Peak, and then outside. As long as they were chopped down, the number of corpses would be endless. Damn it! If the god race knew about this, wouldn't it be? Xianxia's brain exploded at the thought of this. If the Thunder God race cloned the fallen knights in this way, millions of fallen knights would be born in just a few days. The serpent said, "There are so many broken corpses. Each of them has its own power. Try sunshine. Let's see if we can draw more power from them and what happens." "That's the only way." Xianxia gritted his teeth. "For a fallen knight of essence, Just using ordinary power of light was not enough. It required even stronger power of light. The only person who could do this was the sun. Xianxia took a deep breath, and the sun emblem on his chest began to emit a stronger light. He pointed high into the sky, and a small ball of sunlight appeared. The more enemies there were, the stronger Xianxia would be. He could absorb the power of thousands of corpses at once to strengthen the power of light. Immediately after, the little sun really began to absorb it, but the process was unbelievable to Xianxia. He didn't have the power of a fallen knight and returned to the sun. As the master god of nature had guessed, the power of a fallen god couldn't be shared. Just as Xianxia felt despair, a new scene appeared. The sun did not absorb any energy, but instead shot down countless rays of sunlight, enveloping every single corpse. It's purification. Hurry up, the snake said happily. There's only one corpse left. I'll use it to study it later. Xianxia immediately drew out a ray of sunlight and left behind a corpse. As for the other corpses under the sunlight, they gradually began to dry up. In the end, they turned into dried-up corpses and turned into puddles of sewage. Xianxia carefully observed the sewage for a while. The sewage first emitted a foul stench, and then the smell gradually disappeared. In the end, it did not resurrect. Success! Xianxia's eyes lit up. Try that piece of corpse, the serpent said. Wait for him to recover, then purify him. Let's see if we can use purification to kill him while the fallen knight is alive. Xianxia said, You still have a lot of ideas. If it really works, it will be much easier to kill the fallen knights. Later on, the tentacles of the final corpse were entangled and weaved, gradually forming a complete body. Xianxia had already thought of this scene, but seeing it with his own eyes, he still felt disgusted. When the fallen knight raised his head, Xianxia immediately attracted a ray of sunlight and enveloped him. However, the fallen knight did not react too strongly. He was only illuminated to the point that his entire body emitted smoke. His expression was painful, and that was all. Looks like I can't, the serpent said. When the fallen knight was alive, he was struck by the sun. He could not be purified directly. He had to be killed first and then purified. At this moment, the fallen knight was in unbearable pain. He roared angrily as he smashed into the sun cage and ran out like a madman. Naturally, Xianxia couldn't let him go. He rushed up and fought the fallen knight for a dozen moves before slashing his waist again. Following that, Xianxia shone with sunlight, purifying the two corpses and turning them into sewage. Fortunately, as long as you can kill it, said the serpent. However, Xianxia kept shaking his head. This won't do. We must seize every opportunity to raise our cultivation realm. Once the god realm finds out that the fallen knights can be killed, they can be replicated in large quantities. Then the world will truly be doomed. The serpent said, I'm afraid they've already discovered that there's no reason why they shouldn't carry out a death experiment on the fallen knights. This fallen knight has just been born. He was hastily sent out to capture you. However, the fallen knights that follow will definitely take out a few experimental samples. Hurry up and go back. Xianxia immediately turned into a beam of light and headed towards the Divine Nature Palace. Before he came, he had already made an agreement with the Space Master God. Every day at noon, the Nature Shrine would set aside 1/10 of a second to leave the subspace domain, and then enter again. This time was the only chance for Xianxia to use his soul to connect with the Space Master God. There was a certain danger in doing so. If it happened to be at that time, the Divine Realm would be searching for the Nature Temple, and it would be possible to find it. Xianxia flew back to the exit of the wormhole and waited all night. The next day, at noon, he calculated the time. When the Temple of Nature left the subspace realm, he quickly knocked on the connection of his soul. This strike was directly sensed by the Space Master God. Then a wormhole appeared. Xianxia passed through the wormhole and successfully returned to the Nature Shrine. Everyone was happily welcoming him and preparing to harvest the pills when they saw that Xianxia's expression was extremely ugly. What's the matter? The Space Master God asked. Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, Quick! Gather all the Master Gods immediately. I have something important to announce. What? All the master gods and temple war gods in the room opened their mouths wide. At this moment, everyone was completely desperate. At this moment, a war god rushed in and said, "Not good. Those who went out to absorb the war god godhead have been attacked." The space master god said angrily, "Those are all trivial matters. Don't disturb me." The war god said anxiously, "No, something's wrong. Come, bring the corpse in." Everyone's expressions turned grave as they looked towards the entrance of the palace. Soon after, a dozen people with panicked expressions rushed in hurriedly with a total of 50 stretchers. On these 50 stretchers, there were 50 spirit void fifth layer expert corpses. Some of them were divine envoys, while others were ancient race experts. These corpses, without exception, all had their hearts hollowed out. That's right. Xianxia's eyes turned cold. It was definitely done by the fallen knights. Only their filthy power could easily pierce through the protection of divine power and directly take away their hearts. "How did you all escape back?" Xianxia immediately asked the war god. The war god said anxiously, "We didn't experience any battles. By the time we rushed over, it was already over. But the problem is, we found these corpses from 50 different hiding places." Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly went to examine the corpses and discovered that there was a slight deviation in the size of the bloody hole in each corpse's heart. It wasn't made by one person. Xianxian broke out in cold sweat and said, "The divine realm definitely won't be able to create 50 fallen knights so quickly. Copy. They must have discovered it." All the master gods were shocked. The strongest master god of thunder shouted, "Quick! Gather all the people who have gone out to cultivate. Quick!" After saying this, the master god also lost his strength and retreated a few steps back, leaning against the pillar. The scene was deathly silent. There's no other way. Even if they all withdrew, what could they do? Facing the successive army of fallen knights, how should the temple of nature deal with them? The hands of the master gods trembled, and they were at a loss as to how to deal with this apocalyptic calamity. Once the fallen knight succeeds, the war god of the thunder temple, the war god of the temple, the god of war of the temple, and even the god king may be willing to transform themselves into the fallen god, god king. The space god said in despair, "At that time we will be powerless to resist." Upon hearing this, everyone felt that the deadline was approaching again. They all sat down expressionless. Xianxian frowned and said, "Don't be anxious. I've seen the process of producing the fallen knights before. It's not that easy. Temple battle god, master god, and god king experts are too high level. They cannot be modified unless they capture master god and god king white-eyed race members. However, there shouldn't be any white-eyed race members of this level, right?" Hearing Xianxia's words, the master gods took a deep breath. The space master god said, "Yes, yes, yes. The white-eyed race's god king experts were killed by the ancient god race not long after their founding. There shouldn't even be a master god-level white-eyed expert left. This is good news." The thunder master god said, "Even so, even an endless number of fallen wargod-level knights are not something we can deal with. The only one who can purify them is Xianxian. All of us are useless." Xianxian gritted his teeth and said, "The plan must be adjusted. None of you should participate in any more battles." The space master god was shocked. "Then what should we do?" Xianxian's heart skipped a beat and said, "Leave it to the 4 of us." The thunder master god said anxiously, "4? How can the 4 of you fight against the entire thunder divine palace?" Xianxian was also anxious and shouted, "Do you think this daddy is willing? But there is no other way. If you have it, I will be happy to listen." Xianxian's explosive roar intimidated everyone present. Yeah, now is the time to blame Xianxian to all. Xianxian was risking his life to save them. No matter who he was mad at, he was not qualified to be mad at Xianxian. The spatial master god patted Xianxian on the shoulder. "Such a heavy responsibility has only fallen on the 4 of you humans. It really makes our nature shrine feel ashamed. But as you said, there is no other choice. Xianxian, please save us." At this point, all the god race and ancient race clansmen bowed to Xiangnan. Please save us. Xiangnan narrowed his eyes and nodded. Don't be in a mess for now. This position is no longer safe, and will soon be affected by a large number of fallen knights. Move the nature temple further away, as far away as possible from the divine realm. Guanxiao, Luoshang, Lanling, the three of you follow me. Leave the nature shrine and go outside to absorb the pills. Improve your cultivation as soon as possible. The Temple of Nature was unable to cultivate or absorb pills and godheads in the subspace domain. The Space Master God said, "Where are you going?" Xiangnan said, "We must find a Tier 5 pill recipe immediately. At that time, the four of us will be able to reach the 6th layer of Spirit Void with our godhead. Later, I'm afraid that the Fallen Knights will rob 5th grade Profound Secret City. Don't say anything else. Hurry up and set off." Now was the time to seize. Do everything possible to raise Xiangnan to the 10th level of Spirit Void. Only then would he be able to crush all of the god race, release the world's greatest sunlight, and purify all the fallen knights. On the way, Xiangnan and the others flew at high speed. At this moment, there was no need to transform. The Thunder Divine Palace would definitely annihilate any race. No matter how he hid his human identity, it was meaningless. Guanxiao released the silence technique, allowing the four of them to advance below the ground. The ground could conceal their bodies, and the silence technique could conceal their auras. But doing so is still not a panacea. The ground in the real world was incomparably solid, and Earth escape couldn't be completely invisible here. As the four of them advanced, there were always 4 small earth bags moving quickly on the ground. It was hard to discover if they were far away, but once the enemy arrived nearby, they could still be seen. As for Guanxiao and the others, they were absorbing the pills at their fastest speed. The Blue Spirit said, "Didn't you say that your sunshine can't purify the fallen knight directly?" Xiangnan said, "That's because the difference in strength is not big enough. If I reach the 10th level of the Spirit Void, my strength will completely crush all the fallen knights. Not to mention the sunshine, even if I blow, I will die." Lanling smiled and said, "That's true. You're quite optimistic," Xiangnan said. "You can still laugh." Blue Spirit shrugged her shoulders. "The calamity we experienced in the dream world isn't much worse than this. There's nothing to worry about." Hearing Lanling's words, Xiangnan's heart finally calmed down. With these three backing, it was really great. With them by his side, Xiangnan no longer felt lonely in his heart. Yeah, what's there to be afraid of? At worst, I'll just do it. The four brothers worked together to poke a hole in the sky. The higher the level, the smaller the number of Xuanji City. After reaching level 5, there were only 3 in the entire human region. Xiangnan chose the farthest one to search for the pill recipe. However, the uncertainty was still great. If the Xuanji City didn't have a pill recipe, then it would be a waste of time. For this reason, Xiangnan had no choice but to let Guanxiao use his luck ability again. However, luck must be accompanied by misfortune. Everyone was fully prepared for this. Coincidentally, 10 days later, Xiangnan and the others arrived at the 5th grade Profound Secret City. It was also on this day that the 3 of them had absorbed the pills, and they had all reached the 5th level of Spirit Void. "Let's begin," Xiangnan said to Guanxiao. Guanxiao nodded. She first closed her eyes, then opened them and said, "The luck ability has been activated. What I locked onto is that I found a Tier 5 pill recipe. This should be easy to accomplish." As he spoke, a strong light descended from the sky. The bright light landed directly at the entrance of Xuanji City and in front of Xiangnan and the others. The 4 of them immediately pulled out their weapons and prepared to fight. In the end, Xiangnani was pleasantly surprised and asked, "Is that you?" The man had already pulled out his spear and prepared to attack. When he saw Xiangnan, he laughed loudly. "Good friend, this is our second side." Guanxiao and the others nodded in agreement. The person who came was precisely Xing Hui. Xiangnan said, "Why did you appear in Xuanji City? There's something you're looking for here." Xing Hui sighed and said, "After betraying the Thunder Divine Hall, I was looking for something everywhere. But this time, I failed again. Xiangnan's expression was solemn as he said, "You once said that you were not used to the Thunder Divine Hall's methods, so you took it out. However, you never said that you were not used to their methods. It shouldn't be because of the Thunder Divine Hall, right? Otherwise, you will definitely help the Nature Divine Hall." Xinghui nodded. "Yes, that's because of another matter. Forgive me for not being able to tell you." Xiangnan shook his head. "Needless to say, I already know that the Thunder Temple intends to let you be the first Fallen Knight's experimental subject. Do you think this is blasphemy?" Xinghui's expression changed drastically. "You know? Could it be?" Xiangnan said, "Yes, the Thunder Divine Palace has succeeded." Xinghui was instantly enraged. "Damn it! They still took this step." Guanxiao tried to ask, "Could it be that you found a Tier 5 pill recipe, by the way?" Xinghui nodded his head fiercely. "Yes, I remember that one I brought out casually." Xiangnan heaved a sigh of relief. "It's much easier to find the pill recipe this time, but we'll face bad luck next." "Xinghui, can you give me that pill recipe?" "Of course not," Xinghui said. "This thing is useless to me. If you want it, I'll give it to you." Xinghui threw a book to Xiangnan. At this moment, a layer of gray gas suddenly enveloped the horizon and the distance. Xiangnan let out a long sigh of relief. "Doom has arrived. Everyone, prepare to fight." "Xiangnan, since you've already met the Fallen Knights, you should have some understanding of them," Xinghui said. "Just tell me what characteristics they have." Xiangnan said, "Speaking too slowly, I'll just show you directly. It might as well be the same. Let's show you one of our secrets." After saying that, Xiangnan pointed his hands at Xinghui's eyebrows. In an instant, the origin of Xiangnan's group, as well as what had happened in the God Realm, absorbed the Tao Divine Body, met the Fallen Knights at the Divine Pill Peak, and fought with them. All of the details turned into images that entered Starlight's mind. Xinghui sucked in a breath of cold air and said in shock, "So many things actually happened. The Fallen Knight actually has such regenerative and replicative abilities. Doesn't that mean? Damn it! I know. Their regeneration and replication abilities originate from the Tree of Life." Xiangnan also came to a sudden realization. Only then did he recall that there was indeed a connection between the two. Back when he first saw the Fallen Knight, there was indeed a branch of the Tree of Life that was providing vitality to the Fallen Knight. Xinghui said anxiously, "Their numbers have increased tens of thousands of times in an instant. Isn't the Lord God in danger? Her hiding place must have been occupied." Xiangnan said, "What Lord God? What do you mean by hiding?" "It's too late. Xiangnan, we're coming." Guanxiao pulled Xiangnan. On the horizon, a large number of Fallen Knights had already flown towards this direction, covering the sky and earth. Xiangnan pushed Xinghui and said, "Hurry up and leave. You can't fight the Fallen Knights without the Sun Qi." Xinghui roared angrily as he rushed towards the army of Fallen Knights. Xiangnan gritted his teeth angrily and said, "This reckless fellow, let's attack as well and try our best to protect him." Fortunately, these Fallen Knights were all at the 5th level of the Spirit Void realm, and their realms weren't too frightening. Xinghui turned into a sharp bolt of lightning and leapt into the sky. He raised his spear high in the air, and a phantom image of a dragon riding spear suddenly appeared in the sky. In an instant, a bright dragon mark appeared on the spear in Xinghui's hand. Boom! The starlight transformed into a straight bolt of lightning that suddenly fell from the sky, triggering an explosion. Chi 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 in his imagination. The scene of the Fallen Knights being sent flying did not appear. On the contrary, once the lightning waves created by the starlight spread in all directions, the moment they touched the army of Fallen Knights, they were completely corroded by the power of filth. It was like a ball of flame wrapped around a waterfall. Just as the flame spread out, it was instantly extinguished by the waterfall. At the same time, dozens of Fallen Knights jumped up high and smashed their spears towards Xinghui. Not good. He's in danger. Xiangnan immediately turned into a beam of light and rushed towards Xinghui, trying to save him. As for Xinghui, He raised his spear high up and forcefully received the power of the fallen knight's dozen or so spears. With a loud bang, the starlight dragon's spear dimmed a little. He actually resisted? Xiang Nan's pupils shrank. The hidden dragon riding spear was too powerful. He could even resist the power of filth. In Xiang Nan's imagination, Xing Hui should have turned into water immediately after encountering the enemy's attack, and then his entire body would turn into blood. This scene surprised Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan stopped halfway and said, "He is not in any danger for the time being. We will kill the enemy with all our might and charge out." As he spoke, Xiang Nan raised his right hand and released the sunlight. A sun rose in the sky and shone down tens of thousands of feet of sunlight. Under the sunlight, all the fallen knights began to emit black gas. Xiang Nan said, "Let go and kill." Luo Sheng's body was slightly bowed and his face was lowered. When the fallen knight surged over like a tide, he moved. A shadow suddenly rushed into the enemy army, followed by a large number of broken limbs flying into the sky. Blue Spirit controlled many flying swords, wrapped in the true energy of the sun, to kill the enemy. Guan Zhao's hands pointed at both temples, followed by the sun qi flowing through her temples and spreading to her eyes. Then, the flames in her pupils shone. Swoosh! 2 rays of sun qi wrapped around him tore apart and shot out tyrannically. The 2 streaks of red light shot back and forth, cutting off the fallen knights one after another. Every fallen knight who died was bathed in the sunlight, purified at the moment of death, and could never be reborn. Xiang Nan's fighting style was even more formidable. He directly charged into the crowd with a giant saber in his hand. The giant saber opened and closed like a person playing with the waves. He occasionally slashed horizontally and violently, and dozens of fallen knights would be knocked down in a single charge. These 4 humans had already killed hundreds of fallen knights in just 5 seconds. One had to know that the defiled power of the fallen knights would also restrain the true energy of the sun, and it would not be easy for them to be chopped to death. Xing Hui was completely stunned. He was still desperately pestering a dozen fallen knights, but Xiang Nan was already killing them. These guys are really strong and scary. Xing Hui smiled forcefully and couldn't bear to fall behind. He roared, "Divine power! Damn it, I'll let you guys try this move as well." Thunder stomp! Xing Hui leapt up and stomped his feet on the ground. Boom! A circle of lightning spread out in all directions. However, the result was still thunder and rain. Such a violent attack, once it came into contact with the fallen knights, would be corroded by the power of filth. Cold sweat broke out on Xing Hui's head as he gritted his teeth and said, "This time, we are facing monsters that have never appeared in history. They are much more terrifying than the Thunder God race." The Grand Violet Gold Grade God Protector Knight also had a day when he felt discouraged. The battle had already turned white hot. As for Xiang Nan, the more he fought, the more courageous he became. Because Luo Sheng and the others were also fighting nearby, their strength was automatically absorbed by Xiang Nan. The harder Luo Sheng and the others fought, the stronger the strength Xiang Nan shared. However, this kind of sharing would not weaken Luo Sheng and the others. This time, the army of fallen knights sent out by God's domain was also huge. Since they could replicate it indefinitely, they didn't care about casualties at all. The number of fallen knights that had surrounded Xiang Nan and the others had already reached 30,000. The rise of Xiang Nan's slaughter had already lasted for nearly a minute, and the number of fallen knights lying at Xiang Nan's feet had also reached nearly 1,000. "Xiang Nan!" Lan Ling suddenly shouted. "I can't hold on any longer." Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. How could he not hold on? With Blue Spirit's combat ability, it shouldn't be so inferior. When he looked in the direction of Blue Spirit, his heart instantly turned cold. Blue Spirit's weapon was gone. The 99 flying swords were completely corroded. Looking at Luo Sheng, he looked exactly the same as Blue Spirit. However, after Luo Sheng's saber was completely corroded, he still condensed his sun qi into a saber and used it to hack at the fallen knight. In this way, the lethality would be greatly reduced. Luo Sheng would often have to slash more than a dozen times at the waist of the same fallen knight in order to barely slash a fallen knight.